The protagonist thinks that he remembers this feeling very well. The feeling of the moment when his life ended. The young man opened his eyes. He was in a large hall. There was a door in the middle. The young man began to look around. He did not understand where he was. He says that he is sure that he has definitely died, then perhaps he is a slave. But this cannot be. Suddenly, he noticed a rainbow ball nearby. He became curious about what it was, so he decided to touch the ball. He was suddenly shocked. He covered his ears and screamed. It was very painful. From this pain, he fell to the floor and breathed heavily. Suddenly, 2 wings appeared on his back. He sat down on his knees and said that he understood everything. Then he said the word menu. A system window appeared in front of him. He decided to reveal his status. This guy's name is Yuki. Race, R-Demon. Level 1. Class, Demon Lord. Unique skills, Mana Eye, Language Understanding. Skills, Item Box, Level 1 Analysis. Title, Demon Lord, from another world. Yuki analyzes everything that is written there. Now his race is R-Demon, which means he is no longer human. His luck is very low, and the characteristic dexterity is above all others. This place is indeed another world, as he thought, and now he is a demon lord. The boy covered his face with his hand. In other words, he definitely lost his life in his previous world. And then in this world, he was reborn as a demon lord. In this world, there are several dungeons located in different areas, and the demon lord is just another name for the dungeon masters who rule them. No matter how you look at it, a dungeon is a living being. A dungeon that has appeared only recently is undoubtedly weakly protected, and of course, it can be easily destroyed. Moreover, the core of the dungeon is filled with a huge amount of mana. That's why many people and monsters invade the dungeon to take it away. So, to fight them off. And of course, to increase its survivability, the dungeon summons someone who can control it. And that's him, the Demon Lord. If the dungeon is destroyed, then the Demon Lord himself will die. This system also works the other way around. Based on the information from this little thing, they made a menu similar to the game menu to make it easier for him to work with them. In other words, the dungeon and the protagonist now share one life. So the higher his analysis skill, the more information he can perceive. And the capacity of the item box depends entirely on how much mana he has. And the understanding of languages, of course, is completely consistent with the name. Eye of Mana, a racial basic skill. It allows the user to see the enemy's mana. The hero understands that this skill is useless now, since there is no one to use it on. But each of his skills is at maximum level 10. He decides to go to the DP catalog. A window opened in front of him where he could buy various things. The young man was shocked that they were actually selling all of this. And all this could be bought with his dungeon points. The gacha system was also used here. He could also summon monsters. This reminded the hero of something. He became interested in what he looked like. Looking at himself in the mirror, he did not understand where his wings came from, and why one of his eyes was now red. This world seemed unpleasant to him. However, after all, this orb gave him a second chance to live. So, it will definitely protect him. The core of the dungeon is his second heart. The next day, the hero woke up. His wings can injure him when he lies down, so he put them away. Using skill, item box, he put away the bedding. Went to the DP catalog and bought some bread for breakfast. Most things can be bought with DP in the store catalog, so he doesn't think he'll have any problems getting food here. But then he thinks that acquiring dungeon points is the main task now. He really wants to try the gacha options. How to get dungeon points. The appearance of other monsters not summoned by the dungeon master inside the dungeon. When the dungeon master defeats intruders in the dungeon. When the bodies of monsters or anything else that can be food inside the dungeon are absorbed by it. Self-healing. After studying this information, the protagonist decided that it was time to go outside. Coming out of the cave, he opened his mouth in surprise. A beautiful landscape appeared before him. He used his analysis skill. He saw the whitefly agaric, which explodes when eaten. Also the herb shelmi, which is a very effective medicinal herb. The hero hopes to fly in the sky someday. And just like that, his carefree exploration came to an end, because a very strong dragon can take his life with one blow. Yuki stands in shock in front of a huge white dragon. Yuki, looking at the dragon, suggested discussing everything peacefully. The dragon was not satisfied with this. He asked the class of the violator of his peace. The protagonist is shocked that the dragon can speak. He tried to calm himself down by saying that even dragons should have a status bar. This is his second life. So, some weak dragon can't defeat him. Using the skill analysis, the hero learned that this creature's race is an ancient dragon and its class is a high dragon. And the dragon's level is 987, while Yuki's is only level 1. The boy didn't understand what kind of strange game this was. The dragon named Yuki's class and asked about his power. The boy answered that he didn't know anything about ranks, but he was definitely a demon. They say that when a human face is very scared, it becomes composed and unperturbed. And he, Yuki, is currently watching everything with a face he has never had before. The hero is clearly panicking. The dragon didn't care how powerful the demon was. He would banish anyone who disturbed his peace. However, the young man stopped him and offered to make a deal. The creature asked about the man's silence. Yuki said that he couldn't defeat him with his power, but that didn't mean he would agree to such a death. And what did the demon want to give him in exchange for his belly? The hero offered him a bar of chocolate. The dragon sniffed the object and asked what this magical aroma was. The young man laughed and said that the creature clearly loved sweets. He could smell honey on it, like that yellow bear wearing a red shirt from the book. The dragon asked if such a bear really existed. The dragon would not destroy a bee's nest just because it was hungry. The young man noticed that this unfortunate dragon could not lie. He decided to act. He opened the chocolate and let the creature taste it. The dragon's eyes widened. The dragon said that this was a pleasant sweetness. It was 100 times better than honey. This aroma. And how it melted in his mouth. The blissful realization that such a delicacy existed in this world. Yuki raised his hand and said that if she promised not to take his life and leave the cave he lived in alone, he would have the privilege of eating this chocolate whenever he wanted. It was a good offer. The dragon was interested in this proposal and asked if he could eat as much as he wanted. The hero replied that he could not cook enough to satisfy her huge body. The dragon asked what mutual benefit meant. The protagonist replied that it meant that it was beneficial for both of them. Besides, he didn't think that there were other people in this world who would give him a chocolate bar. The dragon agreed to let him live. Suddenly, the big dragon turned to the girl. Since the girl was naked, the hero looked away. She asked what was going on. He looked stupid. He replied that he was simply surprised that she could also look like a human. She noted that it was not difficult for her to turn into a human. Besides, he doesn't need much to satisfy her in this respect. He has given her his word and therefore must give her chocolate. The young man agreed and asked her to be quiet, taking off his t-shirt. He told her to put his t-shirt on first, otherwise he doesn't know where to look. The dragon agreed and understood that it would not attack her in this form. The protagonist brought her to his house. He thought that he should probably buy some clean clothes for her. The girl thought that he only had these chambers in the dungeon, which meant that the class had appeared only recently. The hero confirmed this and added that it had appeared only yesterday, without any parents who had given him birth, but he was not exactly sure about that. The girl explained that demons are born in places with a high concentration of magic and take on a similar form to other living beings with a core in the center. The power given by birth to the demon lord allows him to rule the dungeon, became its core. Moreover, the area around is saturated with Maou. The boy never guessed that demons were such strange creatures. The girl said that it was good that in their days there were classes of many demons who were born from parents. In any case, he should forget about it and give her chocolate. He took out the chocolate and told her to enjoy her order. The girl took the chocolate and said that she couldn't wait for it. She just couldn't enjoy this juicy sweetness. She also asked him not to call her just a dragon. Her name is Leficios. The hero decided that he would call her Leffy. The girl asked him again, and he answered that her name was too long, so he shortened it. She can call him Yuki. She said that it was the first time someone had called her that. She remarked that he was a very strange demon. Most demons were aggressive, arrogant, and generally scoundrels. Leffy thinks that it was a good idea to go around and crush some dungeons to relieve the boredom. Because she was able to meet a strange demon like him who offered her a deal. Yuki thought that it was close. If she hadn't had a sweet tooth, he could have died on the second day after reincarnation. Because she was bored, The girl said that it had already happened and asked him not to misunderstand. Licking her fingers clean of chocolate, the young lady said that she liked the place, so she would also stay here to live. The guy was surprised. Leify says that these chambers are very good compared to those she destroyed, and they are also very cozy. Besides, it is wonderful, because she wanted to change her nest. It became very uncomfortable there. Yuki got nervous. He asked her not to jump to conclusions. He didn't know. Maybe she didn't like it. He suggested she think more. The Physios came up close to the guy, put her hand on his chest and asked if she really couldn't stay. Tears appeared in her eyes. Under such pressure, the hero gave in and agreed. It was the second day since he became a demon lord, and in his dungeon, a higher demon is already freeloading. Leify slept on a mattress on the floor. Yuki decided to do something. After suddenly being reborn, he was faced with a bunch of things that he can't wait to explore. Today's topic is learning how the dungeon menu works. First, he decided to make that cave the dungeon area. The space began to expand. The hero was surprised, so we can feel the change in the atmosphere when this place expands. He decided to expand this dungeon more and more. However, he no longer has enough DP to do so. He remembered the method of getting points from the intruder. He thanked Levi for being considered as an intruder, which allowed him to get extra points from her. The guy decided to try to summon a monster. First, you need to try to buy the cheapest monster in the catalog. After pressing the necessary buttons, everything around lit up. The young man was very surprised, and suddenly the first monster appeared, and it was slime. Yuki realized that this was the same famous slime he always read about. He started poking and stroking it. He thought it was incredibly cute. The guy decided to name her She. The young man looked up information on Shia and learned that she was a slime race, had no class, and was level 1. However, the hero was surprised that her luck level was higher than his. The boy fell to his knees and despaired that his luck was worse than that of the slime. She approached the hero and touched his leg. The boy suggested that he was trying to cheer him up. The protagonist grabbed Shie and began to hug him. He said that he was a sweet creature and offered to become his child. Suddenly, the young man heard something. Out of nowhere, a level 32 Cerberus appeared. The young man realized that it was an intruder. She stood in front. He tried to protect the master. The young man noted that this was quite good of him. It didn't matter that the opponent was high level. His Pokemon was certainly low level, but with his brains and skills, they would definitely bring him back down to earth. However, Cerberus had already started attacking. He smashed She against the wall. The hero ran screaming about how this creature dared to do this to his cuteness. He struck Cerberus in the head and completely blew it off. The hero was covered in blood. What was left of the Cerberus lay before him. The young man was perplexed. It turns out that they have a 30-level difference in strength. Could it be that his stats are actually quite high? Because of this, he just leveled up. The hero got a new skill, martial arts. Was it because he used Yakuza Strike? But his luck stats did not increase. But even so, if his stats are considered high, then the dragons are even higher. Although he still doesn't hold a candle to this super monster. Then the hero realized that now is not the time for this. He ran to Shia. He was sliding down the wall. The young man breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that She was okay. It was thanks to the regeneration skill. The slime said that She was okay. At least, the hero thought he wanted to say something like that. The boy tried to pull himself together. She was his pet, and it was wrong to make his pet fight monsters. Pets exist to love. It would be enough if I were the only one fighting. The hero sat and studied something in the system. Leify was poking at She at that time. The guy turned to the girl. He asked her to teach him magic. Since he was in another world, why not learn the magic he so passionately desired first? Yuki asks Leify to teach him magic. He has pretty high magic stats, so he thought he could cast a spell, but it wasn't that easy. The girl understood why he acted so strangely at the beginning. So the reason he thinks it's a piece of cake is because he's looking at his status now. If I recall correctly, he has an analytical skill too. The hero asked if she also had this skill. Eeyore confirmed and added that the person who had mastered this useful skill could learn any form of life. The young man did not understand why she did not know that he was the demon lord when they met. The girl asked if he really meant to say that she checks every insect she encounters. The young man agreed with her. Leffy said that she still wanted chocolate. The protagonist said that at this rate, she would get cavities. The young lady said that an ancient dragon like her could not get a negative effect to the characteristics. The young man was surprised that carries here is a negative effect on status. He threw something to her. The girl caught it and said that it was not chocolate. She asked what it was. It was a pack of cookies. Yuki told her to tear open the transparent packaging before eating them. Holding the cookies in her hands, the girl asked him if he was sure that these lumps of clay were actually edible. She ate one. The girl blushed and said that it was so delicious, so sweet, crispy, and literally melts in your mouth. Leaving her previous home and settling here was the right decision. The feather beds are so soft, and the man is so interesting. The hero reminded her about his stats. He thinks that his magic is quite high. Leafy said that he is equal or even stronger than any monster in the southern part of this forest, although there are many creatures stronger than him. However, this is still less than her own 12. The girl ate all the cookies, and right after that, she agreed to teach him magic. And the main character handed her a pack of cookies in return. This proud dragon will create the most wonderful magician in the world. She asked the boy to give her hands first. First, she will let him feel the mana of this world. Everything around them lit up. The guy was very surprised. He feels something circulating through his body from Leffy's right hand to his left. This is mana. It is very different from the mana that hovers in the air of the dungeon. Leafy's is more like a muddy stream. The girl noticed that the guy seemed to be okay. The hero was surprised that she called it okay. She explained that she had just forcibly awakened his mana with hers. If he hadn't been able to withstand her sana, his head would have exploded long ago. The guy imagined this and panicked. He asked her what she was thinking when she did such a horrible thing to him. She answered that she figured that since he was a higher demon, he would be fine. She suggested that he try it himself. She was almost sure that he would easily succeed. Yuki began to circulate mana in his own way. Leafy noticed that he was now in a state where mana was active, the basis of magic. She then told him to imagine what she was about to say in as much detail as he could, and then he should repeat what she said. She asked to imagine far, far away in a plain to the horizon. To imagine a lonely flower. Now imagine that he picks this flower and puts it in his hand. And now he needs to open his palm and say Kuka Naita. A flower appeared in his hand. The young man noted the beauty of this flower. And then he threw it away and asked what kind of nonsense it was. Why should he create some flower for his first time? She doesn't have anything else. Leafy explained that it was a beginner's trick. Now the guy needs to imagine fire, and he won't need a spell this time. It is enough to clearly imagine the creation of fire by mana. In the lighter that he had at home, the flint struck a spark, which was transferred to gasoline, and then to the wick and ignited the fire. Suddenly, a flame lit up on his finger. The young man remarked that it was cool. The dragon said that it was he who awakened his magic, but she did not think that it would be so easy for him. Perhaps the fact that he was a higher demon played a serious role. The boy thinks that fire magic is so cool. When he gets the hang of it, maybe he'll even be able to use it as a joke weapon from a shooter, a flamethrower someday. Suddenly, his hand shoots out fire. The hero asked Leafy how to stop it. She told him to stop feeding it mana. You need to stop the circulation in your body. That is, it is necessary to reverse the flow that he felt then. And he succeeded. He stopped the flow. Leafy said that he really enjoys surprising her. She asks him to be more careful about regulating his power. In order to master magic well, one must use mana efficiently when using it. If he lets it into his head, it will hurt a lot. The guy thanked her. So far, she taught him only the basics of magic. He must remember the most important thing. This is what he imagines. Spells either help with this. Lately, there are a lot of people and demons who got it wrong and are only working on their spells. So if the hero can imagine, he can create something other than a flower and fire with mana. It depends on his abilities. In the protagonist's case, he has an affinity for at least earth and fire magic, but they won't know about the others until he tries. She tells him not to worry. She'll look after him, so he can try whatever he wants. Water. Warm water. Perfect for a bath. Wind. A warm breeze. Perfect for drying hair. The rest. The hero isn't sure if he has no urge for it, or if he just doesn't realize it. But nothing happens. Leafy assumed that he could use magic normally. He said that he couldn't. It just happens that way. The hero thinks that he can use water magic more inventively. But the problem is that he needs a really rich imagination to use the magic of this world. And the easiest way to imagine something is to remember the technique from his previous life. It looks like he can make water magic float. He wouldn't mind doing something like that, just once. Right now, all he can do is bathwater and a water dragon drawing. Leafy asked the guy what he was doing. He answered that he was washing his hair. He bought a bathroom set. It includes a wooden bucket, shampoo, conditioner, soap, sponge, towel. She was sitting in the bucket, and the young man asked him if he could eat the water and all those bubbles. She recently ate a plastic cookie wrapper. She seems to like it though, so it might be okay. Leafy asked her to do the same, namely, to soap her head. The young man agreed and said that, after all, it was she who taught him magic. While the hero was washing the dragon's head, she told him that this was not what she had in mind when she said that she would teach him magic. Suddenly, her eye started to sting. She asked what it was. The young man said that was why he told her to close her eyes. Then he washed out the shampoo, and then dried her hair with the wind. A girl was running through the forest. A man was chasing her, but quickly ran out of breath. He said that things were bad. This girl was running into the cursed forest. He said that if they lose the goods, they will definitely suffer. The other man replied that he knows. But if they follow her, they themselves will die. They say that the ancient dragon suddenly awakened again. The girl runs as fast as she can. Where will this little girl, who entered the forest, end up? The hero left Leafy to watch the house. She can also eat the food he left, but all of it. The girl replied that she knew all of it. What is Yuki going to do today while the high dragon watches the house? Yuki also asked she to watch the house with Leafy, which he agreed to do. The girl was lying and playing some game. She said that this thing called a game was quite interesting. The young man would never have thought that even a high dragon could be so obsessed with a Tamagotchi. He only summoned her because she was the cheapest. Today's topic is how to row DP, since no one has entered their dungeon for all this time. And perhaps this is because everything around is Leafy's territory. There are few animals and monsters here. Moreover, most of the ways to earn DP ultimately rely entirely on invaders. That's why he plans to fill the map and expand the dungeon outward. Now, as long as he has Leafy, he doesn't think he needs to spend money on traps and monsters to fight the invaders. So the plan is to use the DP he gets from Leafy to expand the dungeon and increase the base DP region. And when he accumulates more DP, he will start making a real dungeon. It all looks very much like a sandbox game. The hero wants to build himself a castle. Suddenly he shuddered. He used the skills Stealth and Find Enemies. It was close. He is very glad that he learned these skills. How to learn skills for dummies. Do something related to the skill. Skill. Scroll. Soak the scroll with mana. The magic pattern drawn on the scroll will be memorized, and the skill will be learned. And fortunately for him, there are a whole bunch of these scrolls in the DP catalog. What isn't there? Suddenly, the hero noticed a tiger. It looked pretty dangerous. Considering their level difference, he is sure that he will notice it if it comes closer. Better not to fight today. The hero began to notice strong monsters. Had he already left Leafy's territory? The expansion of the dungeon is complete. It looks like all he has left to do now is fill in the map, since he spent almost everything on it. The boy climbed into the refrigerator in the kitchen, which had only recently been created. The refrigerator was filled with meat for a week ahead, but it was empty. The boy shouted Leafy's name. She was kneeling in front of him. He asked her if she wanted to tell him something. She answered that everything is not as he thinks. There's a big, deep, and inevitable reason behind all this. So she did nothing wrong. The young man asks her to tell him where he is wrong. He even forgives her depending on the situation. Leafy said that the meat looked so delicious she couldn't stop and ate it all. Everything was so delicious. The hero said that it was a bad dragon. The girl asked him why he called her bad. He answered that someone like him, even though she had lived so long, still behaved like a child and called herself a higher dragon. She should have a conscience. She screamed that everything was right. She was a supreme dragon, a creature capable of bringing any disaster whenever she wished. Surely she couldn't do what she wanted. Let today be his first lesson in how the sky would fall. The hero understood how she was playing and said that then he would never create sweets again. Never. The girl bowed her head and said that she was very sorry and asked for forgiveness. The boy says that it looks like he'll have to starve today because he has no DP left. His stomach is growling. He should have put everything in the item box. Leafy says that she'll think of something. And then she ran somewhere and said that she would be back in 30 minutes. Within 30 minutes, a mountain of monsters lay before them. Leafy said that it would give him enough points. The hero stood in shock. He told her that it was too much. Even though she beat everyone here so he could get these points or something. He was the first one in the last few hundred years who dared to hit her on the head. The hero said that everything should have a limit. He told her to look at the pool of blood. Besides, what should he do with this pile of monsters? Then he remembered that he could convert bodies into dungeon points. Leafy said that the hero is a very spoiled person. Yuki agreed that it was his fault. Now he would stroke her. He stroked her head and said that the pain would go away. Does he really think she's stupid? The young man replied that he would forgive her today. He can't constantly create food out of thin air. The girl asked if he wanted to eat so much. Wouldn't it be better for them to hunt themselves? The hero answered that everything should have a limit. What's the point of expanding the dungeon if all the creatures around it die out? Leafy said the next time she will restrain herself as much as she can. The next day, Yuki was destroying monsters. Today is also the expansion of the dungeon and filling of the map. He realized that without stamina, it is hard to be a warrior. He will need to try other skills when he pumps up fencing, and Mana Eyes is a very useful skill that he has. With it, he sees the mana flows in detail, even before his enemies cast their spells. Maybe he should specialize in magic? He hasn't been able to use fire magic since that day. Perhaps his subconscious thought it was too dangerous for him. It seems he has no choice but to train water and earth magic for now. And the dungeon point gain had increased 3 times compared to when there was only Leafy, so things were going pretty well. Suddenly, he noticed a lot of blood. He assumed that it was the body of a monster, but when he looked closer, he saw a girl lying unconscious with a wounded back. He ran to her, asking about her condition along the way. He realized that she was still breathing, but with such wounds, the chances were slim. The hero decided to get something from his storage. It was a high-grade potion that simply had to be poured onto the wound. That's what he did. The wounds on the girl's body healed. Yuki said that it was good that he listened to Leafy and took a couple of potions with him. But he can't just leave the girl here. He brought her to his and Leafy's lair. The dragon remarked that she would never have thought that he liked little girls. The young man replied that he did not have time to answer her stupid remark now. Leafy said that this girl was a vampire. The young man agreed with her. The girl's name is Aruna. Her race is vampire. Her class is demon. Level 3. Unique skill, bloodsucker. The girl noticed that the guy brought something rare again. In the past few decades, beautiful species such as vampires and succubi have been on the verge of extinction, thanks to humans who hunt them and turn them into their servants. And another beautiful species, the children of the forest, elves, who are supposed to have a non-aggression pact with humans, have also been mercilessly attacked since humans started a feud with the demon humans. Iruna opened her eyes. The guy noticed it. He asked if she was in any pain. The vampire's face was horrified. Yuki tried to explain that everything was fine. He didn't bite or anything, so there was no need to be scared. The girl backed away from him. Suddenly, she noticed something. It was Shihi who jumped on the shoulder of the owner. Iruna was surprised by this, and the parquet offered her to touch the slime. She carefully touched Shia, who in turn threw herself into her arms and began to tickle her. Yuki introduced himself, then said that this slime was called Shi, and that thing over there was called Leficios. The dragon asked how he dared to call her a thing. He asked the girl's name. She smiled and said that her name was Irona. Yuki asked her what she was doing so deep in the forest. She answered that she was being chased by scary people. The hero asked her if she knew where her home was. Iruna fell silent, and then she told me that her home was no longer there. Her father and mother and grandparents had already lost their lives. She began to cry bitterly. Yuki tried to calm her down by telling her that everything would be fine. Leafy noted that this area was quite far from human villages, especially for a child, so she must have experienced something terrible to run away. The young man said that there were no scary people here. She could stay here as long as she wanted. Iruna said in tears that the terrible people who caught her said that she should not be alive, and that it was better for her to die, because that is why her mom and dad are now dead. The main character's face reflected anger. He was outraged that they told her such a thing. Leafy told the guy about his facial expression. He began to say that it was not true. He was sure that she was bullied only because she was too nice. It is written on his face that he is very happy that she is alive. So he tried to calm and convince the girl, so she does not have to think anymore that it is better for her to be lifeless. Iruna agreed with him and called him brother. Her stomach growled. The young man asked her what she wanted to eat. She answered that she wanted her brother's blood. He imagined a terrible picture and asked her if his blood would definitely come off. He forgot that this girl was a vampire. Iruna confirmed her words. Leafy asked if the guy was sure. He asked what was wrong with that. The dragon said that there was nothing wrong with that, but he could do whatever he wanted. Iruna's stomach growled. The guy sat down on the floor and exposed his neck. The girl began to drink his blood. The young man did not understand what was happening to his body. He began to calm himself down as best he could. Leafy said that, as she thought, the guy really liked little girls. Iruna ate her fill and thanked her brother for the treat. He asked Leafy to take the girl to the bath. She was surprised that he dared ask her to work for free. The young man offered her 2 packs of cookies. The girl asked for 3. The guy told her that then he would no longer create sweets. The dragon was forced to agree to 2 packs. She called Iruna and said that she would tell her how to use the bathroom. The girl thanked Leafy-chan. The dragon didn't like this nickname, so she told her to treat her elders with respect. She suggested the nickname Sister Leafy. The dragon agreed. The hero laughed at this time. With another new resident, the dungeon becomes more and more lively. Now that sweet Iruna has joined them, life in the dungeon has become better. The girl holds a toy in her hand and asks her brother what it is. He tells her to try inserting the toy sword into one of the holes in the barrel. The vampire was surprised that the doll jumped out. The young man said that such profit of dungeon points, if he does not spend, will be enough for them for some time. And since this is the case, it's time to try gacha. The hero decides to start with 1,000, because 10,000 and 100,000 dungeon points are still a bit too much. It's not that he's surprised, but it seems there's no list of items or drop rates. He started the right key. He got the magic revolver. Instead of metal bullets, this revolver requires mana to fire magic bullets. The power of the magic bullet depends on the amount of mana in the revolver. The maximum number of bullets is 7. This is the jackpot. Yuki was very happy. Could it be that this gacha had the highest drop rate? His golden age had finally arrived. He decided to try again. He had a feeling that the next one would be something good. However, the hero lost everything. Absolutely everything. He forgot the most important things. His luck is lower than that of the slime Shia, and this is the weakest monster. Iruna asked about this transparent board. The young man explained that it was his menu. He asked if the girl could see him too. She answered. She asked him for the opportunity to try that thing that creates objects. Yuki agreed to give her one try. He had very few dungeon points left. Iruna sat on her brother's lap and asked him what to do. He told her to click here. This is clearly something big. Suddenly a white wolf appeared. The boy is shocked that she got Fenrir. The girl runs to the animal. The hero shouts at her not to run headlong. Iruna said that everything was fine. Mr. Wolf didn't smell like a villain. Yuki didn't understand where she got such analytical skills from. Besides, it was Fenrir, not Mr. Wolf. Leafy asked about whether the hero had summoned another scary monster. The boy asked what it meant. He thought correctly that this Fenrir was strong. The girl answered that it was stronger than anything he could imagine. It seemed that he was still a child, but in the future, he would become a legendary monster like her. She fought with one once and definitely doesn't want to do it again. Even if Leafy thinks so, then Fenrir is really very strong. And she says that with such size and stats, he is still a child. What a creepy creature. He asked her if she can see his menu. It's like a list of the dungeon's functions. Leafy says it's different from his status bar. She can't see it, though. He noticed what Iluna saw. The dragon understood what was going on. He also performed a wedding ritual with this young girl. In short, Iluna can see this thing because she has already become his family, while she is still an intruder. Yuki asked her again about the wedding ritual. Blood is one of the most important things that makes their body work. So for a vampire, drinking someone's blood is not so much a meal as a sexual act. I mean, they don't mind quenching their thirst with the blood of animals. Therefore, the act of drinking the blood of another is equivalent to a wedding ritual for a vampire. The young man asked her why she had not told him about this before. She explained that she was sure that this girl also thirsted for him. The hero said that Leafy is a bad dragon and added that there will be no sweets for 3 days. The girl protests against unfair tyranny. Going outside, the young man decided to pretend that nothing happened. Today's main dish is this thing. He decided to see if he could load 10 mana into it. He pointed the gun at the rock and fired. Mana 10 scratched the surface. 100 dent, 500 pierced through, 1,000 removed half his stone. At 5,000 mana, he completely demolished the stone. This revolver evens out all losses in gacha. Moreover, he can load several cartridges with different amounts of mana into it. And even when he checked the mana with his own eyes, he did not find any leaks. This means that his opponent will not be able to sense him. The hero noticed Fenrir. He realized that they had finally left him alone. The hero apologized for the inconvenience. The name of this creature is Mofarir. Aruna gave it this name because it is furry. The young man apologized to it again and said that he would call it Furrier. The animal shook its head. Yuki asked Fenrir to show off his unique skills. Unique skill, divine speed. The skill increases the speed of movement. For a moment, the user can move at supersonic speed. Chain of Eternalization. Summons a target and allows free control over it. Physical Transformation. Body Transformation allows the user to change the size of their body. The hero shouted that he was simply too cool. Fur began to wag his tail in joy. Suddenly an idea came to the hero. He called Four and told him to catch the plate. He obeyed and caught it deftly. He was delighted, but then a realization came to him. Then the boy threw another one. The boy said that he was not bad. Fenrir was very happy. Fenrir's physical abilities are truly something. Fenrir is a proud creature for whom this is unacceptable. He can forget about it. The main thing is that he had fun. He just has to live as his instincts tell him. Yuki asked about whether he could feel the mana of the dungeon. From here to the top of the mountain is actually Leafy's territory, but from the bottom of the mountain onwards is his dungeon. So as long as he is in the dungeon area, he doesn't mind if he lives as he wants, because even though he can change size, the throne room is pretty cramped. But everything he catches in the dungeon will eventually turn into dungeon points, so he's fine with it. Now this is his home too, so he can drop by sometimes. They will play with him again, or we will go hunting together. In the throne room, Aruna asks where Mofir is. She says that it's not fair. She wants to play with him too. The guy apologizes to her. Next time they can all play together. The hero stood up abruptly from his throne. Aruna turned to him. Yuki said what he had finally found. He raised his fist up, laughed, and said that he was no longer human. The young man tried to fly with his wings, but it was a huge failure. He doesn't understand why he can't fly. He knew he couldn't fly just because he had wings, but that's why he bought this skill. But it didn't help. Moreover, it cost 10 times more than normal skills. He spent 2-3 of his total dungeon points on this useless skill. The guy is kneeling in front of the dragon. She asks him about the fact that he came humiliating himself to beg her. He agreed and asked her to teach him how to fly freely. She is disgusted to see her in such a state. In addition, he did not forget that he had thrown her into the abyss of despair and banned her from sweets for 3 whole days for an unfair reason. Yuki decided to introduce her to 3 premium donuts. This interested the dragon. She opened the box and couldn't understand how this could be. These donuts, they are covered with different glazes. If she agrees, she will even add some castella as a bonus. Leafy clearly sees that their feelings are sincere and full of passion. She will make him a demon of heaven. All this really hurts the hero's conscience. How easy it is to manipulate her. Iruna said that it was unfair that only her sister got sweets. Leafy said that it was just a reward for teaching Yuki this knowledge. The hero asked her not to worry. He would make dessert for helping her prepare dinner. Coming out of the cave, the girl said that the sunlight was almost blinding her. The young man noticed that she was always chilling in his dungeon. Shouldn't she be protecting her nest or something? She only made a nest here because of the excellent honey. Now she doesn't pay attention to it at all. The young man asked about the fact that if he had been careful when expanding the dungeon, he would have touched her. Leffy noticed that the guy had a wonderful pair of wings. He said that in everyday life they bother him, so he usually hides them. The dragon starts touching the boy's wings. She is shocked that he hid this magnificent pair of wings all this time. What a waste. The boy thinks that her dragon wings are more beautiful. The girl blushed, but said that flattery would not help him. The hero realized that praising a dragon's wings was like a pickup line for dragons. Leafy said that before he was just like a donut, even without powdered sugar. However, now that she saw the magnificence of his wings, one could say that he became attractive, like a cake with a lot of icing. Compared to some other lower dragons, one could conclude that he was not bad. The boy thanked her hesitantly. Leafy praised someone, so the hero could be proud of this honor. She suggested that they get down to business. She explained to the boy that he needed to use his mana eye and watch carefully. The dragon released her wings. The boy suggested that these were the same wings she had when she was in her dragon form. The girl denied this. She explained that it was an imitation, one she made using mana. Leafy asked the boy if he wanted to say something first. The boy agreed. He said that her wings were beautiful, like the moon shining through the darkness of the night. Afterwards, Leafy told him to take good care of her. She opened her wings and began to pour her mana into them, and then she flew high. The hero was surprised. The girl hopes that he now understands everything and asks him to try to fly after her. Yuki mentally recited what he needed to do. Gather his sana and direct it into the wings. He followed these instructions. Yuki managed to flap his wings for the first time. The girl told him to maintain this form and fly with all his might. The protagonist managed to fly. He shouts to Leffy that he can't stop. She explains that he poured too much mana into his wings. She advises him to relax a little. The young man followed her advice, and a beautiful landscape opened up before him. He opened his mouth in surprise. Leafy shared his admiration. The hero turned and looked at the girl, who was illuminated by the rays of the sun. He couldn't help but stare at her. Leafy turned to him and asked if something was wrong. He denied everything. The girl decided to show the true meaning of flight. Alfro, a ghost town that is nearby. The action takes place in the guild. Someone talks about an urgent cross, directly from the guild. The employee confirmed these words and said that all the adamantite-ranked adventurers were currently busy, so it was decided to entrust this cross to them, the mithril-ranked adventurers. The adventurer girl asked what all this meant. Sitting in the room, the adventurers discuss what happened. They understand that they have no choice but to accept this cross. In the end, adventurers who refuse a direct guild quest will have their reputations reduced. The guy said that he heard that sightings of that monster that rarely shows itself keep appearing more often, but to find out why the monsters in the ghost forest are acting strangely. The girl noticed that the guy was a coward. She would pray that he would not meet this monster. A man runs through the forest and understands why monsters appear one after another. The guy shouts at him to be quiet and run faster if he doesn't want to die. The girl assumed that something definitely happened in this forest. The monsters, including this horned tiger, were supposed to live in the deeper part of the forest. She doesn't understand what's happening to this forest. The man stopped. He realized that they had no choice but to fight. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Fenrir appeared and took the life of this horned tiger. Then he looked closely at the man. The man thought that his life was over and thought that he should have asked Kiro-chan from the bar out on a date at least once. However, Fenrir turned around and simply walked away. The man looked at him questioningly. At first, the adventurers were silent, and then one of them realized that they were saved. They decided to leave this forest. This wolf is definitely a disaster-level monster. Moreover, this monster has a collar around its neck. This means that someone has tamed a calamity-level monster. Meanwhile, Leafy asks Yuki for chocolate-covered donuts for today's dessert. Yuki rides Fira, and he notes its speed. Today, Fear is hunting. The hero spent all his dungeon points on the flying skill and is therefore currently in the midst of replenishing his supplies. Below is a map of the cursed forest. It is divided into 4 zones. The northern zone is Luffy's territory. The western zone is where the strongest monsters live. The southern zone is where the weakest monsters live. The eastern zone is where the weakest monsters live. The eastern zone is where fairly strong monsters live. The hero noticed a horned tiger and decided to catch it. He used the skill, stealth. He used the targets to trap the creature, then flew up and stabbed it in the back with all his might. This was the easiest way to hunt. However, the hero's sword broke. He understands that he needs a stronger weapon. He is a demon lord and all that. Also, he is going to become a demon lord specialized in magic. Doesn't mean he can't use a sword. He takes out a reinforced steel rod. He hopes that it will be enough. The hero is running from a horde of large ants. He curses because they move very fast and there are too many of them. Yuki asks about Fur's condition and suggested that he get off. He shook his head. The hero says that with his flight speed, he won't fly away anyway. He did not wait and decided to show these monsters the result of his training. He summoned a water dragon. It rushed to attack the ants. The hero began to mock the ants, but they began to attack him with acid. Yuki regretted his words. He understands that the ants do not stop and his mana is not enough against such a number of them. He understands that he needs to come up with something. The hero looked into his item box. There must be something useful there. He threw the monster meat to the ants and told them to eat it. It was top-quality meat, as tasty as Wagyu beef. The guy said that he had to come up with another plan while they were busy. However, when he raised his head, he noticed that the chase had stopped. He was surprised that they actually stopped to eat meat. Sitting in the throne room, the hero says that it would be good if his useless skill could somehow influence the handling of weapons. He muses that the club is easy to use, but a demon lord swinging her club looks somehow wrong. The greatsword seems fine, but given how long and light it is, the hero doubts it will last long. Suddenly Aruna ran up to him and asked if he was really going to do another trick. He replies that he is going to become a creative demon lord. If he doesn't have a weapon, then he will make one himself. Leafy asked if he was thinking of something nonsense again. He asked her to be quiet and made a couple of unflattering comments towards her. He thinks that she doesn't even suspect that he now has the title Master of the Supreme Dragon. He has tamed a dragon that can bring the world to its knees. The young man lists the key factors for creating a weapon. These are the quality of the materials, a good imagination, the amount of mana the user has, and the skill level. This is indeed the perfect skill for him. In addition, he has the skill Magic Enchantment, which allows the user to add magical patterns to the target, thus creating magical items. It is the perfect harmony of magic and weapons. He wants to become such a demon lord. First, he decides to try to turn a piece of iron from the catalog into a knife that is usually used as a melee weapon in shooters, where it is made entirely of metal and looks military. The hero activates the skill, Weapon Creation. Iruna is surprised by what is happening, and Yuki notices that he did well. 334. After some time, he got the Knife of the Demons. The young man notes its sharpness. Now the creation of the weapon depends on skill. Luffy noticed that the quality of this sword was quite good. She asked if this was not the art of blacksmith magic common among the mountain dwellers. The youth replied that he had not finished it yet. He decided to make the knife double-edged and bigger. The hero understands that the effect of magical enchantment depends on the shape of the object. He decided to make it more streamlined, since he has a predisposition to water magic. He got a new weapon. Aruna noticed that he looked like she. Luffy asked him to explain what it was. He replied that it was a weapon. She asked him to show her how to use it. The guy explained that you need to grab it by the handle and use that part to hit your opponent with all your strength. The girl said sarcastically that they were dealing with a very powerful weapon. The guy blushed and laughed at himself. He was glad that he hadn't spent any expensive materials on it. He decided to try working with the material he got from a giant rhinoceros beetle. He took the horns out of the box. He tried to concentrate and come up with something simple. Last time he failed because he started to think of something unusual. There is no particular reason to think about magical enchantment yet. Now he should concentrate on its weight and sharpness. It doesn't need a complicated design. He just needs a double-edged blade with a handle. At this time, Luffy said the word flower from behind the guy. And because of this, Yuki was able to create the Demon Lord Greatsword. It is a very beautiful greatsword created by the Demon Lord Yuki. looking like the most beautiful blooming flower. The hero got angry and asked the girl what she was doing. Leafy laughed and noticed the beauty of Yuki's flower. The guy asked her what she was going to do with it. It was the only piece of that material. He couldn't use it again. The Fae noted that it looked fabulous and she was sure that it could easily defeat any monster. Yuki pointed the weapon at her. The dragon started laughing at such a cute weapon. The guy told her to stop laughing and started scolding her. They started to squabble. The young man said that her taste was not very suitable for the title of Mistress Supreme Dragon. Iruna watches this. Then she turns to Shia and tells him that his brother and sister are fighting again. She suggests that they go play. A few days later, Iruna thanked her brother for the lunch. The blood-sucking is scheduled about once a week. Usually, she eats the same as a normal person. The girl smiled and said that she was lucky that she could drink her brother's delicious blood. Then she ran outside to play. The boy asked her to come back before dark. That day, Iluna never returned to the dungeon, even after it got dark. What could have happened to this sweet little girl? Iluna is missing. The guy was sitting on the throne, holding his head with one hand. Suddenly the door creaked. He raised his head. It was Fur. The hero asked him if he had found Iruna. He growled. He had smelled people in the forest, and he had also found traces of a carriage outside the forest. It seems that she was not taken by some random monster. It seems that Iruna was taken as commodity. After all, this summer is dangerous to people. Yuki asked Leffy about the nearest human settlement. She answered that the nearest one was to the southeast, 3 hours' flight from here. They decided to leave now. The hero asked Leffy to go with him. She answered him that it was not worth asking for the obvious. For her, this little girl became part of her family. The heroes went outside and saw many dragons in the sky. The young man asked what it was. Leafy replied that it was her followers. They could overwhelm fools with numbers. The girl turned to the guy and offered to show the people who they were dealing with. The young man noted that she was a good woman. The girl laughed and suggested that they go and save their little sister. Iruna woke up near some kind of cage. She remembered everything that happened to her. Then she decided to look around and notice many cages with beastmen. 2 men entered the room and discussed how lucky they were that she was alive and that they would not be fed to the monsters in the arena. They noticed that the girl had woken up. Iruna realized that they had taken the lives of her mother and father. The man hit her on the head with a stick and said that she was nothing but trouble. Another man stopped him, saying that the price would drop because of the scar. Then this man told Iruna's terrible future. However, the girl did not despair, because now Iruna has a little brother. At first, she was a little afraid of him, but he is so kind and warm. She really likes being around him. Sister is always lazy, but you can rely on her in trouble. Her mom and dad are no longer with her, but she believes that Leffy and Yuki will come to save her in their place. Until they come, Iruna will do everything she can. She asks the spirit of the earth to give her his power. Everything around her began to glow. She received the protection of the Spirit King, which is the blessing of the Spirit King Iggy, Dragil. Suddenly, a small earth spirit appeared. The girl asked him to open this collar in the door of this cage. The spirit obeyed. Iruna thanked him. Then she asked him to make her invisible. There are 6 elements of the soul, namely earth, water, air, fire, light, and darkness. The girl became invisible. She doesn't know where she is and doubts that she will reach the forest on her own. The best option is to hide and wait until her brother and the others come. The girl came to the door, looked at the other cages, and asked them to wait. She would definitely save them all. Lord's estate. Someone shouts that he has urgent news. The man got out of bed and asked what had happened. The soldier replied that monsters were approaching from the cursed forest, and there were about 100 of them. The Lord suggested that they were wyverns. The knight studied the flock with a scrying crystal and found out that the flock consisted of adult dragons. The man was shocked by this information. He ordered that every soldier and adventurer be awakened and summoned here. The citizens must be escorted, and the evacuation must begin immediately. The Lord put on his jacket and said that the citizens had to be allowed to leave safely. He couldn't understand how 100 dragons could decide to do that. They can even destroy this entire kingdom. Yuki said that he sees the city. He noted that he would have preferred to come here for another reason. Leafy called the guy. She warned that if she made a pogrom here, She could destroy the city along with Aruna, so she would entrust her salvation to him. He asked her to control the dragons. The soldiers and adventurers launched an attack to knock down the monsters. One of the dragons fell. The hero got angry. The residents stand in shock. Suddenly, fire appears. The hero asked him if he sensed Aruna. He barked affirmatively. The young man sat on him and told him to run to her. The soldier was surprised that the boy ran away riding on the monster. The merchants were leading the girls and talking about the need to evacuate the goods immediately. It seemed like a horde of dragons was approaching. They were telling them to hurry. She, the girl, fell from such pressure. The man started swearing at her and threatening to ruin her before selling her. The protagonist stands in front of the door. He understands that Aruna is somewhere here. The man shouts at the girls to listen to his commands. Suddenly, there is a cracking sound, and the next moment the hero opens the door, smashing it to pieces. The man is surprised. They ask who he is. The girls also look at what is happening with horror. The young man thinks that these guys are getting on his nerves. However, Aruna is nowhere to be seen. The hero himself understood this. It seemed that after the rebirth, he ceased to be a man. The man shouted that it was necessary to attack this guy. Yuki thinks that he sees no need to leave these people alive. His expression is full of malice and contempt. One of the bandits rushed to attack the guy with a sword. He also did not wait long and think. In the next moment, he cut off the man's head. The rest were perplexed. The hero continued to defeat one person after another. One of the men with an axe rushed to attack the guy. However, fire managed to neutralize it. The man with a scar shouted that the hero had a familiar and ordered something to be brought. Some strange object was brought into the room. The young man looked at it questioningly. The object lit up an affected fur, who lowered his head. Yuki approached him, stroked him, and asked about his condition. This is an item called Suppression Crystal. It disrupts the flow of mana to nearby monsters and slows their movement. The effectiveness depends on how strong the monster is. The hero realized how they managed to go so deep into the cursed forest. There are 3 men left on the battlefield. They are Hei, Sudan, and Nidan. The hero said with a crazy smile that it must be hard for them since they are so weak. Another man noted that the boy looked down on them. He added that the master of a familiar cannot be strong. The boy simply needs to be overwhelmed by numbers. Yuki was tired of this man's chatter. He released the water dragon and aimed it at this pathetic man. Only bloodstains remained from him. The young man noticed that even mosquitoes were stronger than them. Yuki asked Fur if he could sense Aruna. He replied that he couldn't smell it because of all that blood. Then they should ask the words, although that would take too much time. She decided to ask the owner of the estate. The hero uses her most pleasant interrogation methods on this person. He asks about where Aruna is. He replied that he really didn't know. When they noticed, she had already disappeared from her cage. He put her in advanced shackles and assigned a guard to the room. The young man said that when they first met, she also ran away from them. The girl is very smart. One of the men shouted that he had brought reinforcements. The Lord ordered the boy's life to be taken. Having defeated all the robbers, the young man tried to understand where Aruna was. She, in turn, was already on the street. She was running down the alley. Then she sat down, pulled her knees up, and started calling for her mom and dad. She remembered how the whole city was engulfed in flames and her mother called her. She hugged her daughter and asked her to run and continue living. The girl was crying bitterly at that moment. The hero left the estate, and a crowd of knights and adventurers was already waiting for him. The young man appreciated such a grand reception. Aruna sat and trembled. She says that she wants to hug Shi again. She wants to play with her brother again. She wants to take a nap with Moforer again. She wants to chat with her brother while sitting on his lap. The hero talks about how annoying it is. The girl sits and cries. She says that she doesn't want to be alone again. The protagonist shouted at Runa's name with all his might. She heard it. People became tense. Leafy, who was in the air with the other dragons at the time, also heard this desperate cry. Aruna ran out from around the corner calling for her brother. She was crying. The girl threw herself into her brother's arms. He hugged her and said that she had tried hard and that everything was fine now. Aruna smiled and said that she gave it her all. The guy stroked her head and suggested that she leave the city with fire, since it was dangerous here. Aruna said that there are many more kidnapped people here besides her. The girl offered to save them. The guy looked at her in surprise. Then he smiled and said that she could rely on her little brother. The hero put the girl on fire and said that he trusted her to him. And then the wolf and Aruna disappeared. People noticed this, but did not react in any way. One problem for them less. Yuki thought about Aruna's bruise on her face. It made him angry. People were shouting at him not to move and to drop his weapon. However, the hero didn't care. He said that he would take the lives of these people. Every single one of them. The main character threatens people with violence. Some of them faint, and another guy notes the power of the demon lord. Yuki doesn't care anymore. Such a race should simply perish. The guy was about to take a step. People tried to stop him. Suddenly, someone told the young man to calm down. It was Leafy. She told him that he had already achieved his goal. Eluna was back with him, and those who had harmed her had already been punished. The girl hugged the boy. She whispered in his ear and offered to return home. She put her hand on his cheek and said that he had nothing more to do here. The guy said her name. Suddenly, Leafy perked up and said that she was very hungry. She hoped that he would prepare her a dinner worthy of her efforts. Yuki smiled and said that he would feed her the best she had. The girl hoped that it would live up to her expectations. The young man intrigued her by saying that it was so delicious that she wouldn't be able to eat regular sweets for a while. The girl realized that she should save it. Suddenly, someone interrupted their conversation. It was Railer, Louvria, the lord of this city. The protagonist asked about what he needed. The man realized that the reason for their visit was the kidnapping of his relative by their people. As the person in charge of this city, he was terribly sorry. He invited them to his estate. Sitting in the living room, the Lord says that he cannot apologize enough for what happened, but he will make sure that it does not happen again. He apologized sincerely. Leafy asked him if he knew who she was. He confirmed it. The girl reminded him of the pact she had made with his ancestors. The hero thought that this old man had the skill of analysis. No wonder he knew that Leafy was a high dragon. The young man asked what kind of pact they were talking about. The girl said that she had not told him about this yet. There was an era in which everyone sought strength. Many fighters challenged her to satisfy their vanity. The girl decided to eliminate this problem at its root. She began to attack the human countries from which these heroes came. The king of the people of the past panicked and promised that his kind would no longer interfere in her affairs. A pact of non-interference. This pact must remain enforced to this day. But the girl they kidnapped was her kin. Their sins needed atonement. Railer said that if she wanted to keep this pact as is, he would try to satisfy her demands as best he could. Leffy turned to the hero and advised him to name the reason why he came here like that. Yuki was surprised that she noticed this. Otherwise, he was wondering why she went with him without talking. Leafy's displeasure, he continued to think of her as useless and lazy. She only shows that she deserves her title. Yuki made a stern face and said that he didn't care what they did. But if something like that happened again, he would take everyone's lives. The man replied that he would do everything possible to ensure that no one else entered the cursed forest. The young man also asked to hand over all the servants, everyone who was in the estate. The Lord sat down in the chair. He would never have thought that the high dragon would take the form of a beautiful girl. And this demon lord has quite a scary power. It is necessary to avoid contact with them if possible. The man says that recently, those at the top have started to think that invading the cursed forest and taking its rich resources for themselves is a good idea. They will use this incident to send an army here and take revenge. Looking at the standing crowd of newly freed servants, Yuki asks Leafy what they should do with them. The girl realized that he had not thought about the consequences of such a decision. The young man confirmed this and added that he simply helped them, because Eluna asked him to. The hero asked the girls what they had at home. They talked for a while, and then one of them answered that many of them had been kidnapped far from their hometowns. But even those who were kidnapped have somewhere to return to. The guy asked her how she knew who he was. She answered that the amount of his mana told her. The young man asked Leffy to send dragons to take them home. She said that it was easy to arrange. Yuki told the girls that he had no problem sending them home. These dragons are smart. You just need to tell them where their home is, and they will take them in no time. The girls were very happy. One of the girls asked him if he really wanted to send them home. He answered that they could take care of those who had nowhere to go back to. After all, he was the one who brought them here. Most of the girls thanked the guy and flew home. Of the entire crowd, only two remained, Leela, the horned sheep demon, and Luan Jiuluzao, the battle wolf. Layla said that she had always been taught to return the kindness she had received. She would be happy to serve the hero, and they asked if that was Fenrir not far from him. The guy confirmed it. The girl asked him to stay and promised to do whatever he wanted. The hero assumed that it was because of the fire. Lu explained that to the werewolves, Fenrir was like a god. She could now boast that she had served Fenrir. Leaving the village was worth it. Yuki turned to the Firu and said that he was now a god. The beast lowered his head. The protagonist introduced everyone to the girls, and then he added that there was someone else inside, but he would introduce them to them tomorrow. In the meantime, they should get some rest. Lu and Leela thanked the guy. Fenrir showed the girls the way inside, and Leffy and Yuki remained outside. The guy turned to the girl. The young man thanked her and said that he could not have coped without her. The girl assumed that the guy was talking about the moment when she hugged him and held him close like a child. The young man asked her to forget about it. Leafy told the guy that she had spent many years alone. She had been alone for as long as she could remember. This world had become dull and insipid. Boredom was her only emotion, and she had accepted it as normal. But one fateful day, she met one man. He painted her world with a glow, colors she never understood. The sensations he brought were so fresh and pleasant that she could only hold them in her heart. She added that she would always stop him if she got angry. Putting her hand on the guy's face, Leafy asked him if he would continue to bring color to her world. Aruna is glad that her brother came to save her, but he must take concubines. Yuki didn't understand what concubines the girl was talking about. The vampire added that she could accept it if it was Leafy's sister, but he shouldn't take anyone else. The hero assumed that Leffy had said something strange to her. The dragon asked if that was what he had meant when he had spoken of the maid. Lu came up behind her and said that she would do everything she could for the master who saved her and gave her a chance to serve Fenrir. Leela asked about the night service schedule. Yuki shouted that he didn't mean it. He talks about how he wanted to ask them to do chores. It was so annoying because he was the only one doing it. He also added that there were many unfamiliar things here, and if they didn't know how to use them, they could just ask him. They could also use the room he showed them yesterday. Yuki asked Leela about the position of the Demon Lord from the Demonkin's point of view. To the girl, Demon Lords are simply dungeon masters. They are simply a being that is modified by the dungeon to fit in it. The boy clarified the words, modified. If there is a dungeon that wants a goblin as a demon lord, the goblin will be given powers strong enough that he will no longer be categorized as a goblin. The boy thanked the girl and noted her knowledge. Today's mission is adding the plains area. The boy noted that this actually added a floor to the dungeon. It's quite spacious and even has a sky. The guy flew to the maximum height. The main character decided to use the option to add a river and mountains. Perhaps he can also put a bridge and sakura next to the river. He decided to create a Japanese-style hotel. Yuki sat in the bath he had created and said that it was the best thing ever. He hoped that others would experience this bliss too. Aruna came into the bathroom. He asked her about the fact that didn't he tell her to go with everyone later. The girl said that she wanted to take a bath with her brother. She asked the boy to wash her hair. The hero suggested that they have a picnic on the plain, with everyone on the plain. Aruna asked what a picnic was. He explained that they would eat under the blue sky, and they would play a lot outside. Leafy came into the bathroom. The guy said her name, and she asked if they weren't happy to see her. Aruna thought that her little sister also wanted to be with her brother. Leafy just thought about him washing her hair like before. Yuki told Aruna to go into the bath before them. The forest dragon sat on the chair in front of the hero. The hero looked away and began to wash the girl's hair. The young man mentally reassures himself. He thinks that it's just Leafy. It's just a useless dragon. He tells the girl that he's done. The dragon leans on him and tells him that it feels really good. But didn't his breathing become unsteady? The girl began to move her hand along his knee. She assumed that he was aroused by her body. He jumped up and began to be indignant about her statement. Aruna and she watch Yuki and Leafy fight. She calls them to get into the bath. Sitting in the bathtub, Leafy says that it really feels good. She never thought that bathing in hot water would be so pleasant. The girl agreed. Yuki is happy to hear that. He asks Leafy if there is any requirement to get the title. The girl answered that she herself is not sure. He will get one after he does something very large scale. There are those who think that he will get it just like that. In any case, they have no way to say how they will get it. The hero was surprised that there was no god in this world. She replied that she had never seen one in her life. The young man looked at his menu where he had the title Judge. He had recently received a strange title. He then asked about other titles besides Supreme Dragon. She can not only hide her titles but also hide her status if she wants to do so. The guy decides to try to find this skill in the skill list later. The boy can't see any skills in Iruna's status. He thought to set his goal to be able to see their full status. Leafy said that he would be able to see most of it when he became as strong as her. He said that it took him several hundred years to become so strong. By that time, he would have died of old age. The girl noted that he would be able to live for at least a couple of thousand years. Demons who have a body made of mana have a really long lifespan. After all, they can gather mana in the atmosphere just by breathing. This information surprised the guy. She added that he would not die as long as there was mana in this world. Only if someone took his life. Yuki asked about the years of Leffy's life. She explained that the dragon is a race that also has a long lifespan. On top of that, her body has become very strong and very adapted to mana. And as long as mana does not disappear from this world, she thinks that she will not die. The young man said that everything was fine then. If she was here with him, he would not be bored, even if he had a long life. Leafy blushed at these words, and the hero noticed it. The guy decided to take Iruna, who was already falling asleep, to bed. At that time, the dragon saw the guy's title, Master of the Highest Dragon, and began to scold him. Lu says that she is very tired. She noted that Leafy-san gets irritated easily. Leela told her that if she doesn't change her clothes, they will be all wrinkled. The wolf agreed with her. 5:38. She changed her clothes and asked Leela why she decided to stay. She answered that she stayed to pay back. The girl realized that this was just an excuse. 539. Her sheep's horn has only one tribe, and that tribe is a bundle of curiosity. So it's hard to believe that any of that tribe would stay in a place like this just to repay the kindness she's received. Layla said that she was really grateful for being saved. She thought about ending her life if she did become a servant, but she encountered a demon lord who seemed to have the right mind. This is a great opportunity for her to explore the dungeon and learn about a creature called the Demon Lord. She hopes that he will continue to live a normal life, not knowing that she is here to watch over him. Lu pointed out that he wouldn't be angry, even if he found out about it. Leela would also keep quiet about the fact that the Groll was one of the best tribes in the War-Wolf race. She also heard rumors that the chieftain's daughter, who was about her age, had run away from home. Lu asked her to keep it a secret. The girl said that she doesn't mind it. She wonders why she's trying to hide it. Lu asked if it wasn't disconcerting to see that the daughter of the tribe's chief was someone so uncontrollable. Leela said that she found Leo so feminine and sweet. Leah was embarrassed. The heroes came to a picnic. Iruna says that they eat outside and play a lot together. Leafy thinks that she will sleep well here. The guy told her not to underestimate this master of games. Yuki and Iruna are sledding down the hill. The girl said it was cool. Lu and Leela remarked that it looked so much fun. He suggested that they try it too. They got on the sled. Leela hugged Lu and clung to her. The girls went down the hill. It was really fast. They were delighted with the trip. Yuki was glad that they both enjoyed it. Leffy's turn. She told him that she was out. The guy put her on his neck and carried her up the hill. The girl asked him to let her go. Yuki sat on the sled and told the girl to hold on tightly to him, and then they went down the hill. Suddenly, the girl noticed that they were soaring. The young man used wind magic enhancement. Once on the ground, the girl's soul left her body. The guy didn't understand what was happening to her, because she was flying faster than this. She asked not to compare it to flying. Yuki laughed at the fact that the Supreme Dragon would fall from something like that. Leafy spread her wings, hugged the guy from behind, and said that she would prepare a really interesting course for him just for her. They took off. Leafy told him to taste the resentment she held against him, while the Runa told the girls that her brother and sister were simply amazing. It was time for food. The girls looked at the food with delight. The guy said that the course of the Supreme Dragon was simply amazing. Leafy did not understand how he could be so careless. Aruna noticed that there was so much karahaki here. Leela said that it was made from the meat of the stone bird. Leafy said that this bento may taste good, but the hero didn't forget anything. The young man said that she had nothing to worry about. He also prepared dessert. Lu said that all the guy's desserts were delicious. Dragon noted that they could only try them here. Wolf asked about him calling Luffy-sama the Supreme Dragon. He replied that Leafy was the Supreme Dragon. The girl was surprised. Lu was taken aback. She started listing the qualities of a dragon. Leafy said that if she had anything to say to her, she was more than willing to listen. The guy asked not to threaten her like that. The wolf asked what Leela had understood, and she replied that she had commanded the dragons when they first met. She is surprised that Lu did not guess. She said that all her attention was switched to Movrir. Aruna said that she would like to play badminton with everyone. The hero agreed. The girls are surprised that Iruna can ask to pamper her master Yuki and Leffy, who is the supreme dragon. The young man explained their hierarchy. He is the weakest of the four in the dungeon. Kingdom of Alina. The king of the Kingdom of Alina. Raid Glorio Alina tells someone that she can't. Prince of the Alicia Kingdom. Rito Glorio Alicia doesn't understand why her father would let them go so easily even though they've launched an attack on their kingdom. They should go and launch an attack on them right now. The king said that he would not get permission to attack the cursed forest. The damage they had suffered was not that great, and the report he had just learned was that they had simply destroyed some criminal syndicate. The guy said that it doesn't matter how much harm they cause them. It's a question of the dignity of the country and the natural resources of this forest. The man exhaled and asked his son not to do this. It was a royal decree. Ryuto said that he understood. Someone approached the prince and asked if they could carry out this plan. The guy said to gather soldiers. Yuki and Leffy are playing checkers. The girl asked him to wait. He said that he would not wait any longer. Suddenly, the guy's menu appeared. The girl asked what happened. He replied that they had uninvited guests. The invaders' equipment is mediocre. They look like soldiers of some country. There are about 400 to 500 of them. Leffy assumed that they were big shots from the city, and she was also irritated by the thought that the soldiers would dare to do something so rude to them. The dragon wanted to go and finish them off quickly, but Yuki stopped her. He wanted to try something, and if something went wrong, then she could help him. The protagonist was convinced that they should at least try to warn the invaders first. Afterwards, the guy said goodbye to his friend. Leficios agreed and said that she would wait for his return. The dragon warned Yuki that if he did not return quickly, she herself could continue this game. The question arose as to how the protagonist would deal with the uninvited guests. Yuki noticed that the soldiers were using artifacts that weaken monsters, just like the criminals. The system window showed that the effectiveness of stealth would decrease if the target had the same strength as the user. The demon crept unnoticed through the soldiers and headed into one of the tents, but someone noticed him. The young man was mildly surprised that he had been noticed. At that moment, the soldier called out to him, preparing to attack, but then he was dumbfounded. The demon threateningly warned him that if the man made a noise, it would be the end for him. The soldier nodded fearfully in agreement, after which Yuki indifferently asked if he was the leader of this gathering. It turned out that the man was not a leader. This terribly confused the protagonist, although he was sure that he was right, because the warrior had the highest level and looked the most experienced. But this one should still be one of the main ones, because his tent is better than the usual soldiers. After reasoning, the demon firmly said that the man needs to pass on a message to the leader and be sure to remember everything Yuki said. The guy has no desire to listen to the reasons why people came to his territory. This is the land of the demon lord, and if humans plan to stay here any longer, Yuki will deal with them all. The young man decided to end it there. The warrior did not understand why the demon had warned them first, since he could easily destroy them if he wanted. A little irritated, the guy said that he was ready to destroy all the pests that came to him, but that would create problems. Entering the dungeon, Yuki immediately began reporting to Leafy that his experiment was ineffective. The man actually retreated with his subordinates after reporting to the leader. The rest of the warriors are not going to obey. Suddenly, the girl turned to her friend. She wanted to know why he was returning so frivolously. He explained that he had simply gone to warn them, but this answer did not satisfy her. The dragon was indignant. She was not satisfied with Yuki's answer, because she was ready to sit all night waiting for his return. The young man was touched by her feelings, after which he admitted his guilt and, as an apology, decided to show her something interesting. The demon reminded the girl that he had given her access to his system window. Leafy immediately forgot about her worries and, looking at the map, saw those same violators there. The guy wanted to test the effectiveness of the traps on the soldiers who entered the territory of their dungeon, or rather, their house. The system window shows that the Golden Eye is a golem-type dungeon monster that can transmit information about what it sees, like a video. It uses mana inside the dungeon to move. One of the men strained to figure out when dawn would come. At that time, his group was happily discussing jokes, because there was still plenty of time left before the end of their shift. One of the soldiers attacked his own, saying that they were surrounded by enemies. Other people were behaving terribly too. Someone saw spiders everywhere, and someone else's house was on fire. Hearing the noise, one of the commanders ran out in confusion and wanted to know what was going on. The soldier tried to explain that he himself did not know anything. Everyone was shooting at different things. Suddenly, the man saw a horrifying picture. The soldier, screaming about enemies, rushed at the commander while he was asking for help. Leafy assumed that he was hallucinating. The demon was glad of her correct offer. The system window shows that the Rauschgift tree, also known as the hallucination tree, spreads mana that has the effect of causing hallucinations in living beings around it. The tree is also considered a trap. Its convenience is that you can send mana to it from a distant place like a dungeon. Humans are weak to such magical effects, but it has no effect on Leafy and Yuki, since they have a large amount of mana. The dragon didn't really believe they would all be destroyed by just this trap. The guy suggested to see what would happen next, because there was no chance that such a witty demon would let them go just like that. The girl sarcastically noted that people who call themselves witty, as a rule, can't actually do anything. The boy rephrases his words, clarifying that he has never lost a board game against Leafy. The dragon justified everything by saying that the young man was more experienced in this game and reminded her of the unfinished game, wanting to win back faster. Agreeing, Yuki asked her to wait. At this moment, one of the soldiers called everyone to run after him to get away from the place with a lot of mana. But an obstacle appeared in front of him. His comrades did not understand what kind of vine it was. Someone noted the horror of this place, because it was teeming with monsters. The soldier panicked and didn't understand why the monster-repelling artifact wasn't working. But his comrade was more concerned about saving the poor guy who had lost his mind. The other man just wanted to know where to run. Suddenly, the swamp began to tremble and heat up, causing the people to go into hysterics. Their commander-in-chief, looking at all the disasters, began to mumble incoherently. The commander wanted no one to come near him, after which he began to laugh heartily. The testing went better than Yuki could have expected. The dragon assumed that it was over, and the demon confirmed it. People are feeling depressed, but at least the test of the trap's effectiveness went well. Leafy happily suggested finishing the game. It was going to be dawn soon, so the guy was surprised by her offer to play right now. The girl insisted, because lately she had been going to bed late, so she didn't feel like sleeping at night. The guy snidely calls her a lazy supreme dragon, and in response receives that a talented dragon should know how to preserve its power when the time comes. When the sun came out over the horizon, Leafy lost and Yuki suggested going to bed, but the girl wanted to win back. A couple of days later, in the border town of Alfiro, the man was furiously asking his interlocutor to repeat himself. But the interlocutor did not want to repeat his words to the knight captain Gamdi Loston. Gamdi was dismissed and could no longer become a captain. The army did not need a man who retreated from the battlefield. Loston was indignant that he and his interlocutor could not simply fire him at their own will, but it turned out that this was an order from the person occupying the highest position in this mission, that is, Prince Ryuto. Although there is still no contact with the soldiers who went into the cursed forest, there is no sign that the mission to conquer it will be cancelled. If this continues, they will simply increase the number of victims. The stranger said that the knight looked very agitated, to which he replied that this was so, because he was accused of running away from the enemy, immediately fired and not even given the opportunity to explain. He was outraged that they were blinded by their own greed and sent troops to where a terrible monster lived. Lawson wanted to know what the king was thinking when he sent soldiers into this forest. The old man listened to the knight and concluded that something was happening in a place where their hands could not reach. The knight recognized the stranger. It was Lord Railer Luvia. The lord suggested that they leave aside for now what the people in the center of this thought. As a lord who rules the land next to the infamous forest, he wanted to hire a talented soldier who had just lost his job. He added to his offer that he would pay his tavern bill and, as a bonus, listen to one of the knight's grievances. Gandia added modestly that mere discontent would not be enough. Luvia laughed and replied that he would accompany the man until he calmed down. Now the plan to intertwine these passions had begun. Yuki was enjoying the perfect day for a walk. Iluna was happily supporting her friend. Meanwhile, Moforier was silently whining and Leficios was yawning painfully. The dragon noted that Fenrir was having a hard time right now, but he had to go through something like that even if he was a legendary monster. She meant that he was being treated like a pet. The young man noticed that Leafy wanted to hold the leash, but first, she had to wait her turn. The girl denied it, but it was clear that the guy was right. Iluna noted that it would be difficult to take Rear for a walk if there were more than one of him, and the demon agreed. The reason they took Rear for a walk was because Yuki was telling a bedtime story, and the girl decided that she wanted to go for a walk too. The boy couldn't refuse the vampire and mentally apologized to the wolf. Iluna asked the demon if Yuki should let his pet do whatever he wanted on the walk. Walking is a way for a pet to move freely outside as an exercise. Although Four always ran around the mountain alone, the vampire understood Leafy and let the wolf go for a walk to his favorite place. The protagonist strongly recommended him to do this. The wolf only whined silently. The dragon sarcastically remarked that he might someday bite the demon to death. The boy replied that if Fenrir bit him to death, the dungeon would be destroyed, and the wolf was too smart to allow that to happen. The girl was interested in the way Yuki was staring at her and assumed that he was fascinated by her. The protagonist explained that her appearance was the only good thing about her. This offended Luffy, and she demanded an explanation for why he used the word only. At this time, Iluna was walking with the wolf, and when Rear found something, she called her brother and sister to go in the direction Moforier pointed. Leafy noted that her friends were definitely energetic. Iluna admired the huge cloud. Yuki agreed with her words. Then the vampire turned her attention to a large tree. The young man admired it, saying that even the three of them would not be able to embrace it. The demon guessed that the tree could be around 1,000 years old, perhaps even older than Leafy. The dragon admitted that she couldn't argue with that, since most of the trees in the area had been around since before she was born. The girl admired a large flower, which the boy thought could eat his head. Their companion warned them not to approach the flower. After all, this monster can really eat your head whole. This information prompted them to go further. Finally, the whole company came to a wonderful place that left no one indifferent. Iluna praised the wolf for finding such a beautiful place. Yuki didn't immediately believe that Four found it himself. And Leify called this place amazing because the surroundings of this lake have dense mana. When a dragon sees a place with a mother as dense as this, something new is inexplicably born inside her, and it feels very good. The main character, having listened to everyone, suggested taking a little rest next to the delightful lake. Hidden in the forest thicket from prying eyes, the friends lay down, leaning against Moforier. They spent their time together peacefully. As Leafy lay on the wolf, she realized how soft and fluffy it was. Iluna wanted one of those blankets, but was quickly dissuaded. After the rest, the young man taught the vampire to play with Fenrir. He showed the girl a frisbee. While she was studying the new object, Yuki made sure Rear was ready. Then he gave the command, catch. The wolf's leap impressed the girls. The dragon wanted to know when the boy managed to teach Four to do something like that. Iluna immediately wanted to play, so the demon willingly began to teach her. The guy invited Leafy to play frisbee too, but the girl refused, since she is not tactless enough to interfere with a child's game. The demon couldn't believe that a girl who would give everything to win a board game against a little girl would say something like that. In her defense, the dragon sheepishly said that it wasn't a game, but a real battle. Yuki turned to his friend, but after her question, he changed his mind. The girl was already curious, so she wanted to know what he wanted to say. The guy gave in and suggested playing with such a company again. Iluna happily woke up her friends, announcing that morning had arrived. Now it remained to wake up Leafy, who, half asleep, was talking about 17 years and 24 days for sleep. The vampire assumed that her brother had become cooler, but Yuki decided that she wanted new toys. The girl resolutely refused, confirming her words with the help of Shia. Lu supported the girl's words, as the master's atmosphere had changed. But he explained this by saying that he had been playing games with the dragon until late at night. Leela came in and wished me good morning, but stopped short when she saw the guy. The girl thought that the boy had gone through the evolution of the race, but he did not know what it was. The system window shows that he is now a demon lord with a new title of Enemy of Humanity. Yuki finally noticed and looked at the menu. That race evolution is when someone reaches a certain level and evolves into a higher version of their race. This mostly happens to races that are not human. The demon thought that this time he had really dealt with a lot of people with his trap, but he didn't feel any changes. The demon lord was evolving his race faster than usual. This thought intrigued Leela. She began to hypothesize that perhaps the dungeon was more like a monster. In other words, the main creature could be the dungeon itself, which is why it forces the demon lord to protect itself. The main character was very tense due to the girl's close attention. She apologized, explaining that she was completely lost in her thoughts. Leafy should have woken up by now, since it was time for breakfast, and Luna started waking her up again. The dungeon item list has been updated. Apparently, the dungeon grows when the demon lord does. Finally, Luffy arrived and noticed the change in Yuki's mana quality. The guy was interested in whether the girl had experienced this evolution. But as it turned out, ancient dragons are already the strongest. The guy realized that an ancient dragon is already born strong, while an ordinary dragon gradually evolves throughout its life. The young man had a hunch that perhaps she would be able to go through evolution when she reached level 1000. But the girl didn't think so, since her level wouldn't rise even in a few decades, which meant that it would probably take about 1,000 years. Leafy didn't understand why Yuki looked exactly the same after evolving. A monster usually gets another horn or fangs. Humanoid races have hair or eyes that change color when they evolve. There are some demonic races that grow weird things like tentacles. And at that moment, the guy remembered that he hadn't checked something. He activated his wings and saw that he had a second pair of wings, but he wasn't particularly happy about it. The dragon immediately admired the new pair of wings. She immediately climbed to touch them, but frightened the demon with her behavior. And he set a condition that if she let him touch her wings, he would allow him to touch his. They touched and studied each other's wings, giving them compliments. The wings were soft to the touch, so Yuki wanted to sleep on something similar. The girl felt uncomfortable, so she asked the guy not to press them so hard. The guy apologized for being rude. There was awkwardness between the friends. The couple was dumbfounded by the level of awkwardness between them. At that moment, Leela walked by and asked them to refrain from such actions in public. But she simply misunderstood everything, although she embarrassed her friends even more. Yuki still felt the physical impact on his wings, and it was causing him discomfort. He decided to distract himself with the new function that was unlocked after his evolution. The system window showed the construction function. Any objects that are in the user's mind can be built. DP consumption depends on the size of the building. The young man realized that if he could use it correctly, he could create a castle. It is quite expensive, but if you compare it with buying a castle from a catalog, it is cheaper. The problem is the amount of magic power and the possibilities of imagination. The blue was burning with determination and decided to start right away with creating a miniature using earth magic. Finally, his love for sandbox games will be justified. A couple of hours later, Lou approached him and asked what he was doing. Then she noticed the very skillfully made miniatures. Yuki was glad that his efforts were not in vain. The she-wolf also wanted to know why he was lying down, to which he received the answer that the demon had run out of imagination. She did not understand what he was talking about. The young man became even more excited because he had to recreate the castle like in one of the games he had once played. Lou admired his zeal. At this point, Rila came. She was interested in what was happening, especially liked the cute dollhouses. But she came because the she-wolf had to hang out the laundry. Lewin began to justify herself, showing the model. The demoness wanted to clarify who exactly created them. Yuki proudly said that these were his creations, and he also managed to paint the roof using earth magic. The protagonist and the dragon can certainly use high magic easily, even without reading. Layla does not have such knowledge of magic. The young man was surprised because he had no idea how much his magic differed from the usual. The demoness explained that since he could use magic without reading, it meant that the demon used primordial magic. Primordial magic is considered lost in today's society. There are less than 100 people in the world who can use it. Yuki didn't expect it to be such a unique phenomenon. Modern magic uses reading to create a core before infusing it with magical power and activating it. However, there are rare exceptions that have a strong affinity with magic and can do this with just their imagination. Rarely do you find true demons who can do this. Leafy had previously explained the difference between natural birth, where a being was born with magic, and lineage, where one had to learn magic. Leela noted dejectedly that now the clothes had to be washed again. Lu apologized for this situation. Yuki admitted that there were still many things he didn't know about this world and wanted to go to the outside world himself to study it. Lost in thought, the demon came to Laffy to ask her a question. The girl was immediately intrigued by his address to her. The boy awkwardly admitted that he wanted to increase his magic power without leveling up, but he didn't know how. More precisely, he needed to do something. But the demon felt that his magic power wouldn't be enough. Leafy assumed that he wanted to use forbidden magic and did not understand why he needed more power if she was already so strong. Dodging a direct answer, he said that his business did not need something so dangerous. The dragon didn't know what he was trying to do, but she could lend him her magic power. It would be like when she taught the boy magic. But this time, Leafy would be channeling her magic into Yuki, not through him. But the demon couldn't do the same, because he would have to hold the magical power inside himself before sending it out. To do this, he would need to be able to control his magic well. In any case, Yuki needed the dragon's help. Leafy was willing to help only for donuts. She also suggested doing it differently. The young man would have to empty his magic power. When he does this, it will increase slightly when it recovers. You can use water magic to also train your control of magical power. The demon listened to the girl's proposals and thanked her for her help. She only awkwardly agreed. Leficios was pleased to help her friend. Seeing his condition, she hurried to find out what happened. The guy answered sheepishly that the dragon's charm level was off the charts. A couple of days passed after that. Leafy woke up as usual. The girl yawned and only then opened her eyes. She carefully asked Yuki what he was doing. The guy only answered that he was currently looking for inspiration. It was not my question that arose, that the main character had finally awakened to a new world. Leafy repeated her question. The boy still lacked a little imagination to carry out the plan of the demon castle. He believed that he would gain enlightenment, and if he looked like a real demon lord. If Yuki wants to build a castle, he needs to ask Layla. Her knowledge is much broader than Leficios's. As a sheep demon, she also knows a thing or two about construction and art. The demon had asked the girl once, but the magic he used was unique, so she just stared at her. Besides, it seemed like she wasn't very good at understanding buildings. The dragon imagined this picture dejectedly. Leafy once said that she burned down the demon lord's castle, and also saw the human castle. In addition, she noted the beauty of the miniatures, but was confused by one exhibit. This is the super transformable and dockable Maou version 2.0. The girl asked in admiration if it is really so multifunctional. Yuki laughed sadly, because there was no way this toy could do something like that. After Luffy blew up the transformer, the guy fell in despair. He did not understand why she did this. The girl felt awkward in front of the demon. She explained that his face had infuriated her. Realizing her mistake, the dragon apologized and offered to do something better right now. Yuki was inspired after all. He was the most creative demon lord. Leafy did not argue and reluctantly supported him. He then used magic to create a new transformer. This was the Super Transforming and Docking Leficios version 2.0. If you had a dark aura and vicious fangs, it would be a super crazy version. The girl begged him to stop, blowing up the toy again. Yuki didn't intend to lose. He wanted to prove that his art wouldn't lose to the art of explosions. So he created 3 more versions. As Leafy blew up these models, she screamed at him to stop making her statues. So he made 3 more versions. They were destroyed too. After a short confrontation, the tired friends came to a truce and decided to start all over again. A few days later, the preparations were complete. No one understood except the dragon why the guy invited them all, and the girls were also confused by the strange behavior of the gentleman. The demon drank the potion, prepared his willpower, magic, and imagination. Then he asked Leafy to help him if anything happened. Concentrating on the castle's layout, Yuki activated construction on the device's panel. The demon was quickly running out of mana while he had to keep the castle in his mind. He somehow asked Leafy for help, and she happily agreed. The rumble from the creature could be felt even at a great distance. The girls noted the amazing amount of magic and the fact that it was grander than large-scale magic. Finally, Yuki finished the spell and could appreciate his creation. The young man was happy that he was able to finish his project. The girls admired how huge the castle turned out to be. The new house was finished. It had many rooms, so the girls could choose any they liked. While everyone admired the castle, the demon assessed his strength. Leafy interrupted his thoughts and said that she wanted to eat and sleep. One of the girls asked Yuki where the door was that led to the living room. Some time passed after the castle was created. Leela asked Lu to wash the dishes, and she agreed. The girl also approached the dragon with an offer to hang her futon. Leafy proudly agreed, and Luna took she to explore the castle. The guy looked sullenly at one point, since the castle was not in use now. The demon resigned himself and began to mutter that, after all, the castle was so big that it was difficult to get around. The corridor was long. There were many rooms and buildings. The young man had fulfilled every man's dream. He could also be used to scare scouts. Leafy started praising the castle, but it didn't help. The guy started egging the dragon on to admit his failure. The girl started worrying about her friend because he was rarely such a pessimist. Leficio sat on the demon's lap, causing him to be frightened and confused about what was happening. She explained that the guy makes her life less boring. Every day becomes fun for her, and in this way she tries to cheer him up. The protagonist asked again about her motives, but they remained the same. Leafy only wanted to rid him of his gloom. Her desire was to make him happy, so she behaved more delicately than usual. The dragon would be there to laugh at the demon when he did something stupid. Yuki thanked the girl for her support. Suddenly, Luna ran out, who also really wanted to sit on her brother's lap. Leafy was not against it, unlike the young man. The prince was furious. He didn't know what to do because if he wanted to win, he needed a bigger army. But if he sent more soldiers, the king would understand his son's intentions. Because of past mistakes, it became impossible to cover for the nobles. Their trust in Ryuto fell, and he lost all respect. Suddenly, he had an idea that he could send not a large army, but strong adventurers. But unfortunately, this was not enough, especially since they are now going to another business. The next option was to take the heroes that the church had received. The stranger warned that the heroes were under the church's protection, especially since they were still being trained. The prince then suggested telling the church that they would receive a decent amount if their plan succeeded, because they might act like saints. But in reality, these people were hungry for money. Then a counter-question was raised about where to get the funds. But Ryuto arrogantly said that it would be the fault of the churchmen for believing in oral promise. While the stranger was walking through the forest, she was frightened by a bird that suddenly appeared. She didn't understand why things had turned out this way. It wasn't my question that came up about what awaited the girl, full of anxiety, in the depths of the forest. The system window showed that this girl was a hero named Nil. The system window shows that this is Nell of the human race, class hero. Her unique skills are barrier magic and fast feet. Her normal skills are holy magic, fencing, searching, detecting threats. She has 2 titles, the owner of the holy ball and the transferred one. In the midst of decorating the castle, the protagonist received a notification that a hero had invaded his territory. Yuki did not expect that there really were heroes in this world, and her status was much higher than that of all the people he had met. Looking at her, he concluded that she did not look strong. After which, he flew to his friends. The young man warned of the hero's approach, so for safety reasons, he asked the girls to go to the throne room. Lu was in a panic, because the heroes were killing non-humans in cold blood. The wolf's reaction interested the guy, because he didn't know how evil spirits reacted to heroes. The girls listened to their friend and headed to the castle. Leafy offered her help, but Yuki refused. The guy suggested Leafy to relax and make a test of the castle's defense system out of the situation. At this time, Nell stood in front of the cave, wondering if she was going the right way. Before sending her on the mission, she was told that since the enemies live in the cursed forest, their status must be high. Rumor has it that one of them is a demon lord born from the dungeon. Their base is right in front of the Supreme Dragon's territory. If the hero finds it too hard for her, she should just run away with the help of the grimoire she was given. Nell found the entrance to the dungeon and tried to open the door, but suddenly became scared. The doors opened by themselves, and a castle of amazing dimensions appeared before her eyes. Leafa didn't like the demon's suspicious smile. He replied that he definitely wasn't smiling, because the hero was dumbfounded when he saw his beloved castle, Luan Fionel. The girl was uneasy that Yuki had no intention of killing the hero. He didn't want this girl to die, because she looked the same age as the dragon, and with such associations, the young man would have an unpleasant aftertaste after her death. Leafy decided to let things slide. While examining the castle, the girl tried to calm herself down. She did not understand where reality was and where her imagination was running wild, because she did not feel the presence of any monster. Nell was starting to get hysterical because she didn't feel any hostile intent, although she was sure that the armor had moved. She came to the same place where she had already been, although she was just walking straight. Suddenly, the door opened with a bang. The heroine didn't understand what was happening because she couldn't sense any living creatures with her search skill. Before she could say anything, a head appeared in front of her. The demon was pleased to see the hero who stumbled upon all the traps, and now he understands what demon lords feel in games. In Yuki's mind, it looked like the demon lord was rejoicing over how some human had activated the trap 3 times already. And he came to congratulate the tired hero for coming this far. This time, the traps were set by ghosts, which are one of the types of monsters in the dungeon. The first one is called Lu. Her specialty is mind magic. The second one is Rei. Her specialty is telekinesis. The third one is Rui. Her specialty is illusions. Hero Search will not find these 3. The dungeon defense system Haunted House mode works successfully. Yuki is also already thinking about the surefire killing mode and destroying mode. This is the part of the games he especially likes. The girlfriends began to reproach the guy for continuing to tease the hero. The demon did not understand why the girls were defending their common enemy. Seeing no crying, Leafy and Aluna put pressure on Yuki, and he had to stop his jokes. The guy went to finish the farce, even though he felt embarrassed for bringing the girl to tears. He addressed her carefully, but she was still scared and thought that the young man was actually a ghost. He began to calm her down and assure her that if he was not a person, then at least alive. The girl saw ghosts and got scared. Then the demon sent the girls to play in another room and thanked them for their work. The girl noticed that the monsters had submitted to the guy and realized that he was the very same demon lord. Nell introduced herself and asked if Yuki was ready to fight. He noted that her eyes were red from crying. The hero began to justify herself, and the demon explained to her that it was not logical to intimidate some random stranger with a gun who enters your house. After all, the girl is an uninvited guest. No one expected Nell to sit down and cry like that. The hero was still trying to convince Yuki that she hadn't been crying. He agreed with pity and added that it was time for her to go, as he had plenty of things to do, like do some laundry and decorate the castle. The girl refused to leave, because the demon would continue to attack people if she left him alone. Just keep in mind that the young man only killed those who kidnapped his family and dealt with the soldiers who came to kill him. Nell wanted to object, but the guy warned that he didn't know what she had heard about him, but whether she had really thought about her actions in advance. Yuki wasn't sure if the girl would believe him, but he himself had never started a battle. However, it didn't matter to him, because he would not show mercy to his enemies. The heroine thought that the young man would kill her, but he was not going to do this, because she was just a little girl. His words hurt her, but the demon didn't want to mess with her anymore. So he said goodbye to Nell and went back. But the girl left him. The hero felt awkward because her hips did not obey her, and she wanted to ask for help. The girl sat in the hot springs and thought about everything that had happened to her. She needed to figure out where she had gone wrong. Nell had been relaxing in the bath, but this was the demon lord's castle, so she had to be on her guard. It had been a long time since the heroine had taken a bath. The demon lord who carried her to the bath and asked her to stay the night was strange to the girl. This system window shows that the search is not activated if there is no hostility towards the user. From this, the girl concluded that the guy did not consider her a threat from the beginning. Suddenly, she heard the bathroom door open. Aluna came running and noticed the girl crying because of her brother. Nell didn't like this idea of herself. The vampire began to explain to the hero who she is to Yuki. Then the girl thought that she was kidnapped. But Aluna explained that her brother saved her, and in general she adores him, even when he acts stupidly. Nell couldn't believe that a little girl would look up to a young man with such respect, and it seemed like the rumors about the demon lord were true. As a result of the dialogue between the girls, Nell clearly realized that she really didn't understand anything about the demon lord. The heroine caught Yuki's dialogue, where he justified himself by saying that the girl had no hidden motives, and there was no intention to fight. It was dark outside, and there were many free rooms in the castle, so the guy offered her to stay, especially since he wanted to learn about things related to people. Leafy was furious, assuming this was some elaborate plan to attract girls. She didn't know what pissed her off more, his plan, or the fact that he hadn't told her anything about the 3 new ghost girls. The excuse for the ghost was that when he used the gacha, 3 girls came out at once. At that moment, the dragon noticed the hero, who immediately thanked her for the bath. Leafy realized that this was the same whiny girl. Nell was worried that the nickname would stay with her forever. Leela was pleasantly surprised that the hero took care of the vampire in the bathroom, but his words made the girl feel awkward. Aluna said goodnight while Lou tried to get Leela's attention. The boy tried to slip away under the pretext of showing hospitality to the hero. However, Leficio stopped him. The boy would stay with her, and the night was just beginning. Nell clearly didn't know how to react to what she saw. The next morning, Yuki and the hero had a meeting, from which it turned out that the girl learned about this place in the church, where she was told that there was a demon that killed many people, so it was her duty to go and destroy it. A short dialogue revealed that this was all the information Nell had. The young man reproached the girl for her carelessness and gullibility. The guy started to develop his version and tried to find out more about the army and how it was connected to the church. A possible participant in these events was the captain of the Holy Knights in the church, but this man did not look too convincing. After her words, the hero began to worry that the guy would go to punish that person, but the demon would be repelled by the enemy's further actions. Nell must be sure to convey to her employers that the demon lord will punish anyone who encroaches on his home. Since yesterday, the heroine thought that not even a day had passed since she arrived at the castle. But during this time, she realized that the demon did not use terror to force the girls to follow him. He said he only takes revenge when he is attacked. Nell can't tell if this is true or not because she doesn't know anything, but he is someone you can talk to normally. Not only did he not kill, but he even showed the girl hospitality. And other girls have their own opinions. The girl came to the castle to defeat the monsters only because the people told her that they were bothering people. The thought was spinning in her head whether she was worthy of being called a hero. Yuki pulled his interlocutor out of her heap of thoughts, after which she wanted to ask him a question. Nell was curious about what the guy thought about the silver-headed girl. The guy didn't know what to answer to her provocative question. Yuki honestly admitted that the dragon was the kind of person he could talk to on equal terms, so she was definitely not someone he would treat childishly. The heroine made fun of the guy, which confused the young man, but she also added that she seemed to feel that he really needed to think for himself before jumping to conclusions. Sending the hero alone is strange, and if you think about it, the army wasn't that big before either. It's not clear who's behind all this. At least it doesn't seem like the decision to infiltrate was made openly by the country itself. Someone who can move part of the army and also has some connection to the church. Most likely a person or group close to the government of the country. It is clear that nothing will come of simple guesswork. It is much faster to just ask directly. After his conclusions, Yuki asked Nell for a favor. She awkwardly said that she didn't want to hear it. Finally, the protagonist came to inspect the city. Yuki's display of feelings confused Nell, but the dragon suggested that she give in, because that's the kind of person he is. The last time he came there, the demon couldn't even see the sights. The girls promised to look after the house and asked Leficios to look after the master. The guy wanted to have fun. The knight suddenly stopped Yuki and asked for his ID, at which point Nell came up to resolve the situation. The hero asked the knight to prepare temporary identification cards and let her companions pass. The knight was surprised by the sign in the ring and immediately obeyed. The demon became interested in what she showed the man. It turned out to be a special pass prepared by the church so that the hero would not be stopped at every border. Nell reminded them of confidentiality, because they had agreed to hide the fact that she was a hero. They agreed with her. The knight thanked him for waiting, and warned them that they had better not create problems, otherwise they would be thrown out of the city, since they only had temporary passes. Looking around, the main character already knew what needed to be done at the very beginning. He suggested that they all eat together. They went to different shops and bought whatever they liked. The meat was as tasty as the one Layla had cooked, and the soup was even tastier than hers. The demon suddenly noticed that Laffy now looked like an ordinary person. Yuki immediately wondered if it wouldn't be easier for her to hide her horns and tail all the time. The girl gave an analogy. Wouldn't a young man feel strange if he lost his arms or legs? That's how she feels now. The protagonist noticed that a magician was performing on the square. The girl wanted to look, but because of her height, she couldn't see anything. Then the guy lowered himself to lift her up. Leafy could see everything well now, which made the young man happy. The dragon began to tease and embarrass her friend. The hero felt awkward looking at them, but after observing for a while, Nell realized that the pair got along well. The girl suggested going to the guild after the show, so that her companions could get their ID cards. Adventurers are people who kill monsters and other races. Yuki was looking forward to going to the guild, but after Leffy's comment, he realized that he was also a target. An adventurer's main job is to subdue monsters, but they also work as bodyguards or collect precious herbs, so they don't spend all their time killing other races. However, in the past, Leficios was attacked by a large number of adventurers. The demon assumes that they mistook the girl for a monster. Then the dragon suggested that they destroy these impolite people. Nell asked not to do this. The system window shows that the Adventurers Guild is a place that acts as an intermediary between those who have work to do and those who are willing to do it. You can get an ID card there. The girl at the counter greeted the newly arrived guests and wanted to know how she could help them. The hero asked to register her companions. The girl asked if that young lady needed it. The boy mimicked the dragon, calling her a young lady. Leafy hinted that he should keep quiet. At this time, Nell was negotiating about the license, and the girl gave her the applications that she had to fill out. It turned out that Leafy could only write in the ancient language, so Yuki offered to fill out the form for her. First, they wrote their full names. Then, they had to write the class. The problem was that if they entered their true class, a war would break out. In order to avoid danger, the demon asked what a class was. The girl explained that class determines the role a person plays in battle. In the questionnaire, one can indicate the class that, in their opinion, suits them best. You can find out your class using the analysis skill or the crystal in the guild. The system window showed that it was an evaluation crystal that allows you to view the status in addition to combat and non-combat classes. The young man immediately refused. Yuki realized that if there were such magical tools, he should hide his status just like Leffy. Then he asked his friend what status suited him. The dragon suggested the baggage carrier class. After all, he was still weak in combat. The boy agreed with her, but the hero warned him that the baggage carrier was a non-combat class, so he was not suitable. Then, the main character suggested writing down that he was a swordsman and his girlfriend was a mage. After that, they started arguing, but Nell continued filling out the applications. The last point is the skill that a person is best at. Only an attack skill is needed. For Yuki, it's magic. The heroine didn't understand what the sword had to do with it, so she changed the guy's class to a mage. Leafy chose the skill Breath and explained that she can shoot beams from her mouth that burn everything they touch. And if she shows this in the city, at the request of the demon, it will be destroyed. Nell, frightened, wrote down just magic in the skills. The administrator said that she would register the couple with the information they provided. All that was required of them was to put their hand on the magic instrument. This completes the registration. The plate will act as an ID card, so it is not recommended to lose it. The demon was surprised by the simplicity of the process. Then the girl explained that if they made the registration more difficult, then few people would go through this procedure. Yuki called out to the dragon, informing him that it was finished. Now, they could officially enter the city. The boy wanted to know if it was possible to use the item box in the guild. The girl replied that storage magic was rare, of course, but there were people who could use it, so everything was fine. The guy felt ashamed that the girl was paying for everything, and he had just been told that the guild was buying materials for monsters, so he would sell a couple of those that were easy to hunt. At the guild, Yuki immediately showed the difference in their strength. Leafy wanted to buy food instead of looking at her friend's strange face. Nell didn't believe until the very end that she could take all the money the demon gave her. The guy explained that it was for the food the girl bought, exactly half of the profit from the monsters. The protagonist looked at the map and asked the hero what the pattern was. It turned out to be because of the pulsation of his magic. People call it a magic crest. Everyone has their own pattern, so it is used for identification. The young man cast magic through the card and it glowed. Only the owner can make the card glow, so no one can pretend to be someone else, even if they have someone else's card. Then he asked a counter question. What about people without magic? Nell was surprised because there are no people without magical powers. It is true that there are people who have problems with the circulation of mana, and there are special certificates for them. The young man quickly realized that his question sounded strange. So far, only the city they were in the capital required these certificates. The pattern also showed which element the user had the strongest affinity with. The dragon has the element of fire, as it is what she is best at. But since fire has low versatility, Leafy has not shown it to the protagonist yet. It can only set fires. Yuki thought it was pretty cool and was sure that her fire had amazing heat. Suddenly, the main character and his companions were surrounded by people. The boy wondered if the bandit had never been taught that it was wrong to point blades at people. But unfortunately, the only thing he had been taught was that the weak had no choice but to leave everything they had and run. The demon is strong enough to defeat all those monsters whose materials he just sold. Only according to the man, the guy couldn't defeat them, but simply stole the materials from someone and ran away. The system window reports that this is a man named Dorga, class, experienced axe fighter. This man seems pretty strong for a human, but the others are just weak hooligans. Yuki thought he could just kill them all and put them in the box with his belongings to erase the evidence. But the boy wanted to continue the tour, and if anyone witnessed what was going to happen, they could be kicked out of town, so the demon would try to do everything peacefully. Suddenly, the man revealed that the boy and the gray-haired girl were monsters. The magic tool in the man's hands gave them away. The friends will be in trouble if this is found out. Demons are enemies for people. If a bandit does something to them, no one will complain. And if demons attack people, soldiers will immediately come for them. The man set a condition that if the monster wanted the people to remain silent, they would have to give all their money and the woman here and disappear. The bandit said something else nasty to Leffy and burst out laughing. Then, quite unexpectedly, he began to groan from fear. Holding the ill-wisher in the air, Yuki threateningly asked what the bandit had said about his woman, and while the demon verbally punished the enemy, Leafy experienced a whole range of emotions. When the dragon came to, the hero and Yuki had already dealt with all the bandits except the main one. Dabre threatened the team that they shouldn't have forced him to use the weapon. The system window showed that the man's stats had increased. The demon didn't understand what had happened. The enemy's status had increased somewhat. Nell guessed that he had a demonic weapon in his hands. The axe of anger and resentment has been used for countless murders, and as the blood of its victims seeps into it, the resentment and hatred will gradually become one with the axe. Its wielder will slowly be consumed by madness, and his status will rise. Although it is an axe, it is called a demon blade. The heroine was worried about what was happening, and the demon was only interested. In response to such a weapon, Yuki decided to show his ace up his sleeve. The hero's holy sword is also a kind of enchanted blade. But this is the first time Nell has seen such a huge magical power. The system window shows that an enchanted blade is a weapon that has somehow received a magical effect. Weapon description: Fortress Destroyer, a pitch-black sword made by the demon lord Yuki. It is extremely heavy. No normal person can lift it. Weapon quality is A+. This sword is supposed to be harder, sharper, and heavier. Because of this, it cannot be enchanted, making it a purely physical weapon. The protagonist provoked the enemy, and Dogra became even more enraged. The demon was able to repel the bandit's attack and was already preparing for his own attack. Yuki attacked, and unlike his enemy, he hit the target straight on. They parried each other's attacks, but the attacker was still weaker. The desperate man decided to cheat and released a smokescreen. The Dogra attacked the young man, shouting threats. The demon parried the attack and dealt a crushing blow, saying that it was bad, but he still saw the bandit. Yuki has a magic eye skill that can perceive the flow of mana. The attacker did not understand how this was even possible. The guy explained to him clearly that Dogra had a chance to escape, but he did not take it. The protagonist indifferently brushed the dirt off his sword and turned to the dragon. If the boy becomes berserker, Leafy must stop him, even if it means cutting off the boy's arms. The girl agreed to this. By this point, Nell realized what Yuki wanted to do and tried to stop him, warning him of the danger. The main character took the axe in his hands, and it responded flexibly. Voices began to fill the demon's mind and push him towards hatred. Yuki told them to be silent. He didn't care what people thought when they died. Their damned souls belonged to the demon lord now. The dead must be silenced and used by the guy. When they returned to the castle, The young man will reforge the axe into a really cool weapon. Nell was worried that the demon might have changed. He reassured the girl that he was a demon lord, so he understood negative emotions quite well. The hero awkwardly noted that she, as a hero, should be able to handle this better. The boy was fine. The curse had not consumed him. Leafy was absolutely sure of it. The dragon was only interested in Yuki calling her his woman. She wanted to know what it meant. It had been quite a while since the demon had looked so angry. He didn't even remember saying something like that, but the hero confirmed Leffy's words. The guy began to apologize and explain that it wasn't the woman who wanted to say it, but his companion. But Yuki couldn't finish the sentence. The girl did not want the young man to ask for forgiveness, because she was even glad. Nell suggested leaving the scene. Leafy supported her. She just wanted to eat shashlik again. The hero was surprised by the dragon's gluttony. Gemdia suddenly appeared with a detachment of soldiers and warned that if the three of them did not stop, they would be considered enemies. The demon lord and the knight Gemdia lost and recognized each other. Yuki didn't want the knight to talk about his status. Lawson understood and asked what the purpose of his visit was. The demon wants to have a little chat with the local governor. Nell was surprised because the young man hadn't said anything about it. The man asked why the people were lying on the ground. They were trying to rob the protagonist, and he was simply defending himself. One of Gamdi's subordinates confirmed this. All people on Earth are bandits. Each of them has a crime. The commander decided to believe the demon. Lawson sent soldiers to take care of the criminals. He apologized for the trouble they had caused, and if the team wanted to speak to the governor, the knight would take them to the mansion. On the way to the landlord's mansion, Leafy still wanted to eat shashlik. A little later, they arrived at the place and met Luvia. Yuki greeted Rayler, who in turn became tense due to the demon's appearance. The old man was sure that the demon lord had come to take revenge for the fact that he had failed to fulfill his promise and the people had invaded the cursed forest, but he begged to spare the inhabitants and take only his life. Yuki began to calm him down because he had come just to talk. Rayler once again made sure that they had not come for revenge, after which he calmed down. The young man explained that he did not have a hobby of randomly killing people. He came with his companions to find out who their common enemy was. The boy came up with a theory that the king was pulling the strings. The governor wanted to hear what gave the demon that idea. They can not only send an army, but also put pressure on the church to bring in a hero. Anyone who can do this is in the highest echelons of power in the country. The old man was interested in the hero theme. Yuki was surprised that the governor did not know about the hero and pointed him to Nell. The girl asked him not to use her status in such a way. The hero introduced herself as Luvia. The man was taken aback and immediately apologized. He recognized the girl as a hero and wanted to know why she was accompanying the demon lord. Nell lost to the boy, and after listening to Yuki's version, it turned out that the church had lied to her. That's why the girl came to town to make sure. And the demon needed to do something, so he went with her. The old man agreed and felt sorry for the hero who had to face many difficulties lately. He couldn't believe that the hero was sent on such a mission because of a trifle like this. Rayler was furious at the mere thought that the country's greatest asset was being used so thoughtlessly. Yuki calmed the old man down because he needed information about who was behind all this tyranny. Luvia couldn't answer the demon's question, so the boy activated his frightening aura. Yuki threatened to destroy the city if the governor didn't tell him anything. But the old man said fearfully that no matter how the young man looked at it, he was still the governor of his country. No matter how angry Rayler was at them, he could not give out information that could threaten his own country. Then the demon answered with frightening calm that this only meant that he no longer needed the old man. Yuki called Levy back to the city. The dragon did not expect it to end like this, but the boy offered to buy her a kebab, so there were no further questions. The old man asked uncertainly about the boy's intentions. The demon explained that Luvia wouldn't say anything to the boy, so it was his loss. He would just go sightseeing and then go home. Yuki looked back and asked about Nell's plans. She decided to stay and talk to the governor. The demon suggested meeting the next day in front of the mansion, because there were still several places he wanted to visit. The girl happily agreed. After they were alone, Rayler was able to breathe a sigh of relief, since the boy had indeed left without doing anything. Nell commented that the demon lord was rather strange after all. Today, the heroine saw the main character fight for the first time, but his strength was something else. Yuki doesn't intend to use this power to attack people. Rather, the boy uses his power to protect himself and those around him. The girl couldn't believe that someone like him could be an evil demon lord. After thinking about it, the governor decided that he could tell the hero about it, the one who sent the army and then the hero. The one who is trying to conquer the cursed forest is Prince Ryuto. The girl clearly hadn't thought of such a candidate. The cursed forest has been untouched for a long time, so he believes there must be a lot of natural resources there. Livia is convinced that the prince believes that the country will be rich if they can conquer the cursed forest. There is not a single noble who would disagree with this, so now the number of their troops is large. Unfortunately, the king does not know about this. They would have been stopped if the governor had been lowered to the king. But the upper echelon of the army dismissed the old man, considering him a coward. The current king is undoubtedly a good man, and because of this he cannot notice the bad intentions of other people, which makes him a very bad ruler. The depressed lord did not understand why no one realized that this incident could lead to the destruction of the Alicia kingdom. Nell promised that when she returned to the church, she would immediately consult with the captain of the Holy Knights and the priest. This made Livia happy, and he hoped that the church would find a way that would lead to the best outcome for the country. At this time, the young man was walking between the food stalls and realized something. Yuki overheard and learned that the person pulling the strings was the prince. The evil ear is a dungeon monster. It can receive sounds and words up to 10 meters away and send them to its owner. Due to its ability to store charge, it can be used even outside the dungeon, and it is difficult to detect. The guy was glad that the product was worth its money. Leafy noticed that her friend liked the strangest products. The demon has a total of 27 secret devices. The prince was difficult to deal with. Yuki thought about responding the next time they invaded, but if he was in the capital, there would be many guards there. And if the demon openly killed the prince, it could escalate into war. Killing is too risky, because someone else might stand in his place. The young man was sure that everything would be fine with them, because the dragon would be with them, even if a war broke out. Yuki wanted Leffy to be able to just laze around in the dungeon to her heart's content. The protagonist came to the city to protect the peaceful daily life of each of his friends. If the demon starts a war and depends on the dragon, it will contradict his original goal. He had to defeat the enemy with his own power. If Yuki did that, he would have to destroy everything from the top down. As a demon lord created by the dungeon, he had to do something. Suddenly, he was called out. Leafy wanted to help the guy by eating his food. This only made him laugh. The demon had no intention of giving the food back, but the young man did not want to upset his girlfriend, so he promised to buy her another kebab. Morning came and the friends were walking to their destination. Yuki liked the hotel, but Leafy still liked their house more. The food and service were good, although the guy wished they had another bed. Finally, the couple approached the governor's mansion. The demon immediately saw Nell and called out to her. Then they noticed Rayler. He looked tired, and then the boy offered to take a walk with them. Livia politely declined. He came to ask about the cursed weapon. The boy calmly pulled out an axe. Everyone was scared, and the old man asked the demon to put away the weapon. The governor was worried, but the boy calmed him down by saying that he had tamed the axe. Livia still insisted that Yuki put it away, since it was making the soldiers nervous. The girl stood quietly. This made the main character think, because Nell was calm. Leafy played with the sword in the evening. Maybe it was because of the difference in statuses. The previous owner was quite strong compared to the average bandit. The weapon probably allowed him to level up a bit, but he still had some control over himself. So Yuki thinks he hadn't used a weapon for a long time. Judging by the reactions of the others, this is a rather dangerous weapon. This is what worried the governor. Rayler begged the monsters not to cause any trouble in the future. Yuki just wanted to explore the city, and Livia thought it would be better if they just went back to the forest. Leficios told the old man that the food in the city was excellent, so she would not allow it to be destroyed. After her words, the man felt obliged to reward the food sellers. The demon couldn't understand how the hero could walk with his enemy. Nell realized that it would be much better if she could keep an eye on these two. Besides, she is not from this city, so she does not know how to behave well. Yuki wanted to go to a weapon shop and a bookstore. The dragon's desire was constant, the need for sweets and delicious food. The girl listened to their wishes and led them to the nearest store. The company first went to the gun store. Even knights shop at the armory, so they should sell a lot of high-quality equipment there. The analysis skill was created for such cases. There were axes with A and B plus skill hanging on the walls. However, the guy noticed discounted goods. Sword of an ancient hero. Long ago, a nameless hero took up a sword to protect others and defeated countless powerful opponents. However, this sword retains only a fraction of its former power. Quality: unknown. The young man found an amazing thing. It was in the category of ancient weapons. The dragon also appreciated the friend's find. The guy dreamed of how he would combine both weapons and create something impressive. When using alchemy, if you learn to channel mana, you can use any number of materials to combine them into one weapon. The guy immediately caught fire with this idea, offering Leafy to choose something. But she wasn't interested in the weapon. The dragon just wanted to eat. The demon played with the shield while his friend watched, reminding him that they still had many places to visit. Yuki resigned himself and suggested the hero to go to the next place. But she froze, examining the weapon, despite the fact that she already had the holy sword. I had to forcefully pull out the girl, who wanted to examine the swords a little more. The protagonist gave the hungry Leafy some money and went alone to the store, where he could take his time to look around. It was a small bookstore with lots of shelves. The young man smelled the books and came to the conclusion that books were popular in his new world. After searching, he finally found the book Basics of Magic and Magic Circles. This is a 3-volume series: Beginner, Intermediate, and Advanced. The demon's enchantment skill was good, but he couldn't make enough circles. With this book, Yuki can make the most terrifying weapons with paralysis, poison, arson, sleep, and freezing. But after he opened the book, everything became more difficult. The demon can read this with his skill, but he does not understand what is being said at all. At first, he was overcome with despondency, but then he realized that his ardor would not be extinguished by this obstacle. The young man will begin to study as soon as he returns home. In the system window, the main character found the location of his companions and headed towards them. The strangers started pestering the girls with their questions, and as a responsible guy, Yuki realized that his friends needed saving. The demon turned to the strangers, explaining that he was sorry, but these two were his companions, so if they wanted to meet girls, they should do it elsewhere. The hero was immensely happy to see the young man, and Leafy almost ate his portion of meat. Yuki took his piece of meat and called his friends to go somewhere else. The stranger wanted to stop them, but the guy threateningly asked what else he wanted. The group of boys ran away in fear. The demon wanted to hear their words of gratitude because he saved their wallets from the voracious dragon. Nell approached and thanked the guy. He only replied that she should not take such people seriously, because they only think about themselves. The hero understood this, but it seemed to her that the guy was too soft about it. It was because of his experience in his past life. To switch off, the guy wanted Nell to take him to a good restaurant. Leafy fully supported his desire. The girl was curious about her companions eating so much. The boy was hungry most of the time after arriving in the city. The dragon explained that after all, there is less mana here than in the forest, so the body tries to compensate for the lack that it cannot produce on its own. The boy is not particularly sensitive, so he does not feel the change in the amount of mana in the environment. Human food does not contain enough energy to support a demonic body. The protagonist wanted to know what the governor said about the cursed weapon, so he asked Nell. Actually, there was one case similar to this. More precisely, cases where someone kind suddenly became cruel and started killing, or started to rage and destroy everything, happen often. And it doesn't really seem like a coincidence. Since the beginning of the month, the number of such cases has increased greatly, and when the governor could not understand the reason, the story of the cursed weapon emerged. And when these people were questioned, they said that they received this axe from one person. Nell was worried about the dragon. The demon told Lefiziosa directly that she should be more careful. There was no need to worry about the girl overeating, since she once ate a large poisonous king snake, and that was only because it was colorful, and the girl thought that it was guaranteed to be a tasty dish. But it turned out to be the opposite. The heroine asked what other places her companions wanted to go. The guy had completed all his tasks for today, and he just wanted to know if there were any places for tourists in the city. Unfortunately, although it is quite crowded with travelers, it is not a tourist city. Although the girl came up with an idea, the team came beyond the walls of Alfiro. 2 quests from the Adventurers Guild. Kill 3 giant spiders and kill 5 orcs. Yuki decided to take them to try his hand. The girl knew that the demon was strong, but the level of danger of the monsters he chose was a disaster, which made her start to worry. The guy calmed her down and thought that, after all, they were weaker than the weakest monster in his forest. This is a great chance for the hero to train. But the girl only agreed to a one-on-one fight. But unfortunately, the monsters they need only move in groups. The young man began to speak strangely and arrogantly, which enraged the dragon. By this time, the dragon had already found enemies nearby. They came across goblins. Leafy immediately started using fire magic to finish everything off quickly. Yuki barely managed to stop her, because this magic is capable of burning the entire forest at once. Then the dragon suggested using a water ball under pressure. The demon calmed down a little, but then an explosion thundered. This magic erased all signs of life in its path. The guy started scolding the girl because she compared her water ball to his dragon. She explained indifferently that she uses compressed water and creates a vortex, increasing the pressure, so if there is an external impact, the ball will explode. Nell was impressed that Leffy turned out to be a very strong magician. She only acknowledged her talent and added that she could easily destroy the city without magic. Then the hero wanted to know the girl's race. Leficios was an ancient dragon. Nell was completely confused, and Yuki added that she is also the supreme dragon. She has the appearance of a child and such a character, so it is not surprising that the hero did not notice. Leffy asked the young man with a hidden threat what he meant by such a character. The demon immediately rattled off that she was a great person and had great power. It was impossible to describe in any words. Nell didn't understand why the Supreme Dragon was following the Demon Lord. The guy wanted to tell the truth, but Leafy interrupted him. Since she has a reputation, it should not be ruined. The young man turned on the fool, and the girl took it as a challenge to a duel. That's why, no matter what happens, everything will be fine. There's no reason to worry. The dragon confirmed this, assuring that she will protect him. Leafy doesn't want to protect Yuki. The guy started to mock her, saying that it was so ruthless of her. Looking at this picture, the heroine laughed. Nil finally understood what these two personalities were like, and she said that she would count on them. 4 hours later, the first assassination quest had failed. The boy scolded the dragon for the fact that all the monsters in the forest, except for the stupid goblins, had fled because of her powerful magic. The girl did not take a drop of blame. At a secret meeting, it was announced that the cursed weapon had been stolen. It was suggested that the governor had done it, but it turned out to be a tourist. Then came the counter question about the fate of the last user of this axe. You can't blame that man for losing, because few people can stay sane while holding that damned weapon. He remained a simple bandit. Someone suggested brainwashing that same tourist. From what the speaker heard, he didn't seem to be affected by the sword at all, so that's impossible. He seems to be strong too, so it's better to forget about that weapon. The plan will change, because there's no need to hold back anymore. The ritual began. They sang about the great sacrifice for their homeland. A couple of monsters said goodbye to the hero, and then went for a walk. They noticed that Nell had already gotten used to them. It was a shame that those who stayed at home weren't with them. The guy was sure that it would have been more fun and interesting. But Yuki didn't expect the girl to say something like that. The day came when the Supreme Dragon was disappointed by someone's absence. The demon admitted that he liked just walking around with her like this. The young man thought that it had not even been half a year since they had met, but he felt as if they had lived together for decades. After all, a lot had happened, even though the dragon was often idle. Leffy needs to conserve her energy for emergencies, so she can't afford to do housework. Suddenly, they heard a woman screaming and a girl running away in terror. The evil spirit came out with a disgusting roar. Yuki didn't fully understand what was happening, but he didn't like the spoiled mood. The guy threw a stone at the evil spirit, but it had no effect. The guy, on Leafy's advice, used the magic eye and saw that their opponent was wrapped in some kind of threads. The girl explained that he was already dead, but someone was using magic to control him. She suggested that he use the young man's analysis skill, and it turned out to be right. The girl fought the necromancer in the past, and to defeat him, she burned all the zombies to the ground along with the caster. The guy started looking for the caster, but he was not nearby. The protagonist decided that if the corpse is being manipulated, it can be solved with the help of magic. Yuki will simply break the caster's control with his mana. There is no caster nearby, which means that either the zombies were controlled remotely or he got out of control. In either case, whoever uses necromancy cannot be a good person. Even though necromancy is also a form of magic, the dragon finds it disgusting to think that there is such a person who desecrates the dead and treats them as tools. Yuki suggested calling security, but then a deafening bell started ringing and everyone hurried outside away from this place. A man told the boy to run faster because it was an emergency evacuation warning. The last time the bell rang, a flock of dragons flew into the city. The demon decided to take advantage of the general panic and inspect everything from the sky, having asked his friend in advance to wait for him in the same place. The hero cast a spell and drove out the undead. A person with regret in their heart, after death, can become undead when exposed to mana. Mainly appears in combat zones or places with dense mana. Undead exorcism is a sacred magic that specializes in combating undead. It's not typical for zombies to just show up in town. Maybe someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Nell regretted that she had parted from her companions just before the commotion began. But the heroine changed her mind. She needs to think and move independently. Her duty is to save as many people as possible. Near the governor's estate, Gamdia gave orders to the soldiers. The mansion became an impregnable fortress where people were evacuated. One of the soldiers found a surviving girl. Railer wanted to know the state of affairs. Gamdia conveyed that the knights should soon regain full control of the area. After the evacuation, the governor ordered them to go to the city center because of possible trouble. Luvia is also going there. Lord Railer was giving a speech to the soldiers. Their city had faced many dangers in the past. Sometimes it was a horde of monsters. Sometimes it was a group of bandits. Sometimes it was an army of another country. However, this city has never fallen, and now their homeland, Alfaro, will not fall. They just need to retake the city from some undead. Loston praised the governor's speech. It had been a long time since Luvia had last stood on the battlefield. But he too had once been a soldier. The old man knew that it was most likely the prince who had started all this. He had decided to take revenge for the city, refusing to send soldiers back then. But that didn't matter now. Right now, the governor must swing his sword to protect his citizens. The hero sees zombies wandering around the city and says that it is terrible. The zombies chase passers-by with their arms outstretched. The young man notices that the adventurers are giving a worthy rebuff to the undead. He realizes that they are cutting off their limbs and pouring holy water on them. The hero comes to the conclusion that there is a reliable way to fight the zombies and thinks that they will cope even if they leave them alone. He wonders who did it and why. The young man thinks that there are no monsters here except zombies, which means his goal is not to take over the city. He believes that in order to gain time, or because of his human nature, the necromancer must be somewhere nearby and observe. In his mind, he discovers a lonely tree and 5 dark figures beneath it. He realizes he has found it. The girl fights fiercely with zombies. She commands the soul that is strayed from the law of nature to return to where it belongs. Zombies surround her from all sides, and she attacks them with her sword. Blood splashes in all directions. Yuki appears and helps the girl fight. He asks Nell what she is doing here, since she can just cut them and run away. The girl replies that she can't do that because she is protecting the shelter. The young man threw a bottle at her and ordered her to drink its contents. Nell is shocked. She recognizes the bottle as a high-grade mana potion and considers it a luxury item. Yuki asks her to be patient a little longer. He is going to call Leafy here. The girl asks what will happen to him. The hero tells her that he has discovered a group that may be behind this, so he will go and beat their faces up. Nell intends to go with him. Yuki says that she cannot leave this place and asks to just leave it to him. The girl agrees and promises to do anything in return. The young man is interested in what exactly she means. Nell is confused as to what he could possibly think. That's not what she meant by everything. Yuki asks if the hero really wanted to lie. The girl, embarrassed, asks the hero not to do something bad. Yuki strokes her head. He doesn't understand what she's talking about. The boy just wanted her to show him the city one more time. Nell blushes and calls him an idiot. The hero laughs and tells her that she won't last long as she's so tense. He flies away. There is a lonely tree on the hill, and 5 silhouettes can be seen underneath it. The figures' faces are hidden behind dark hoods. There are fewer of them than Yuki thought. He flies resolutely straight towards them. The young man swings his sword at them with all his might, and one of them manages to dodge. The man in the cloak furiously asks him what Yuki is doing here. He says that his dodging will not help him and he will die. The stranger repels his next attack. The clanking of blades is heard. The stranger asks why a demon like Yuki is standing in their way. The hero replies that it is because they ruined his day. The necromancer casts a spell, calling upon the damned to rise from the underworld and do his bidding. From the magical portal that is formed, zombie animals emerge. Their eyes are glowing. Tatters of skin hang from their sides, and ribs are visible here and there. The stranger threatens the young man that this place will become his grave, as these undead are several times stronger than those in the city. The zombie wolf snarls and shows its fangs. Yuki believes that Leafy was right. Necromancers are vile. A zombie wolf attacks the young man, who repels his attack with a kick to the stomach. The second to attack is a ferocious zombie bear, who immediately meets the hero's sword. Yuki attacks the next monster by jumping, gaining speed, and plunging his blade into dead flesh. The necromancer does not believe what is happening. He does not understand how this is possible, and considers the young man a cursed monster. He casts the spell again, opening a magical portal. Yuki rushes towards him. He can't let him go. The young man falls into the trap set before him. The necromancer smirks contentedly. The hero says that he understands perfectly well that there is a trap in front of him. The boy casts a magic dispersal spell that destroys other magic by penetrating its structure. Yuki spent a lot of mana to cast the spell. The hero pierces the necromancer with his sword. In the end, it's all over. Citizens are rebuilding the capital, clearing away the rubble. Farmers continue to farm. Nell studies the merchant's papers. 2 days have passed since the undead invasion. Nell tells the girl that this city is diligent. The destroyed houses, including those destroyed by her magic, have been partially restored, and the people have promptly taken care of the corpses and wounded. The girl asks what the man he almost killed and brought here told him after using the healing potion. Nell realizes she means the guy in the black cloak. The young man says he handed it over on the condition that they would report any information they received. In his opinion, the governor is quite suitable for the job. The girl thinks that they are very lucky that the magic circle he found on the way back was the one that summons the undead. Nell agrees and adds that no matter how fun the city is, he is starting to miss home. Leafy agrees with him. She asks why he's looking at her like that. The girl points to the treat and says it's hers, so she won't give him a piece. Nell replies that he's sorry. Nell thinks for a moment, then sticks her hand into the portal that has appeared in the air. Leafy exclaims in surprise. The boy says that it is for her and holds out his fist to the girl. Not understanding what is happening, she puts her palms under the young man's outstretched hand. On her open palms is a ring. Yuki says that he saw it by chance and thought that it would look good on her, adding that this ring will not break when the girl returns to her dragon form. Leafy thinks that the young man is asking her to wear the ring all the time. He replies that she can wear it whenever she wants. The girl hands him the ring back. Yuki thinks she wants the ring back. He is nervous. Beads of sweat are running down his face. Leafy asks if he shouldn't put it on her finger. They sit on a bench, holding hands, and look at each other. Yuki puts the ring on her finger. The girl admires the ring. They turn away from each other and sit in silence for a while. Leafy holds her hand out to the light and looks at the jewelry on her finger again. Then she calls the boy by name. The girl says she is truly happy. She thanks him. Clouds float across the sky above the mountains. Yuki announces that they are home. Leafy says that they are back. They are greeted by a little girl. Aluna is glad to see them back. She happily hugs her brother. Yuki is happy to see Liu, Leela, and Aluna. Yuki looks at a little girl in a frilly dress and asks who it is. The girl sways. Suddenly, the boy realizes that it is she in front of him. She jumps with joy. Leafy notices that she now has an appearance that is entirely to Yuki's taste. The hero asks what she thinks interests him. Leafy asks Shay if she has evolved. Aluna readily explains that she wanted to transform and she told her to try, and it worked. One day, Aluna tripped and hurt herself. Shia thought the wound was painful and she touched it, trying to help. Then Shia's body began to glow. When the light disappeared, the cut disappeared with it. Yuki notices that Shia's stats have increased greatly since their last meeting. He doesn't find it strange, since Layla told him that monsters evolve faster than other races. Leffy speculates that Shia's stats grew very quickly because she was periodically giving her mana. She says that mana is delicious. Yuki thinks that this explanation is logical, since Leafy's mana is denser than others. The boy asks the girl if she ever wondered how strong her magic is. He compares it to rare Pokemon candies. Leafy replies that sometimes he says weird things. She asks the hero if he is happy about her evolution. Yuki is certainly happy and says that she has definitely grown. She exclaims that she is very happy to look like everyone else. The young man looks at her with sympathy. Leffy tells him that he's smiling like an idiot. Yuki pats Shi's head and replies that she's doing the same. In fact, the girl is smiling too. The hero explains that it is called the fearless smile of the strong. He thinks that something has changed, even though they have only been gone for a few days. Yuki recalls how surprised he was to see monsters when the plain area opened. The girl asks if he means the monsters that became Fenrir's servants. He tells her that it is a legendary monster that may look cute, but its stats are higher than hers. It is normal for it to have 100-200 servants. The young man thinks that he will hunt with it one of these days. Yuki stretches and laughs. Now he's just going to relax a bit in his nice house. Relax is the Demon Lord's middle name. Yuki and the girls are going to make a new weapon. They list the materials they can use here. After preparing everything you need, all that remains is to put your magical powers into the materials and activate the skill. They then show what the final product looks like. A sword similar to a Japanese katana, created by the Demon Lord Yuki. It is a sword of condemnation, hating sin, unforgiving and condemning sinners. Yuki says that this sword destroys sin and passes judgment. He adds that the most important thing is that this weapon will grow with you. The young man thinks that this is perfect. The girl is surprised by its large size and asks if it is a cutlass. Yuki corrects her, saying that it is a katana. The girl asks again if it is the same katana that is used in Eastern countries. She asks to hold the sword. The young man allows, but warns that it is very heavy. The girl asks him not to worry, since she is from the wolf family. But the sword really is heavy, as Yuki said. The hero is going to try out the sword in action to hunt with Fire. He promises to return for dinner. The sword is so sharp that it can cut down a tree. Yuki's expectations were met. Thanks to the sword's modification of his characteristics, he feels like his body has become lighter. He thinks that this is an amazing quality. The young man admires the sword and calls it the best. The hero assumes that the sword likes to hear such things, and adds that he is simply adorable. Yuki thinks that if you add a magic circuit, you can simply burn the enemy to death. Leela enters the room and finds the owner in a very strange position. He is reading lying on the floor with his feet up on the chair, trying to figure out how to add a magic circuit to the sin. Leela offers to help him. Yuki is happy. The girl reminds him that the basics of magic consist of filling certain frames with spells and pouring mana into them to activate them. And to activate a magic circuit, you need to use mana. She explains that if they try to express it through primitive magic, the drawing shows all the imaginary parts to activate the magic. Yuki feels like he's starting to understand. Leela gives the example of fireball magic, which can be divided into the creation, control, and throwing of a fireball. There can also be different variations, such as the metamorphosis of the controlled ball, etc. Yuki understands that if the outline is not represented correctly, then the magic will circulate incorrectly, and if it is too voluminous, then the magic will circulate too slowly. It turns out that everything is very simple. The hero asks Leela to imagine that if she creates a circuit in 3 spaces, then the circuit will be more compact than usual. He asks if this will solve the problem of magic circulation. The girl's eyes become the size of saucers. She thinks the owner's idea is amazing and has never heard anything like it before. Yuki is happy to hear this. Leela asks her to excuse her. Urgent matters await her. They will continue later. The girl leaves and the hero goes out into the yard. He sees Aluna and Shi playing ball. Tired of the game, the girls fall asleep on the bench, resting their heads on Yuki's lap. The young man himself falls asleep with his mouth open. A girl enters Leela's room. She hears the pen in her hands scribbling on paper. Yuki and the girls are fishing at the pond. The young man catches a big fish and brags. Leafy gets angry but immediately catches an even bigger fish. Yuki didn't think he would lose. Leafy, laughing, tells him that if he hadn't gotten cocky and changed the rules, Lu would have lost. The fish is grilled on the grill, making a sizzling sound. Leafy, holding a plate, announces that the loser will fry the meat. She notes that Yuki's is delicious and teases him that it would be sad if he never got to try the food he cooked. The girl gives him a piece to try from her chopsticks. She thought he would take a small bite, but Yuki ate it all and said it was delicious. Leafy orders him to spit it out, as it was the last bite. Aluna comes and says that it's enough to quarrel. She feeds her brother from her plate and asks if he likes it. He replies that it's even better since she fed him. The girl is about to bring him more and runs away. Leafy asks not to spoil Yuki even more, after all. He is the loser. Aluna and she are going to eat all sorts of delicious things together. Yuki tells Leafy that this is called kindness. The girl agrees. She feeds the young man baked vegetables so quickly that he barely has time to swallow. Leafy thinks that it would be rude to complain in Yuki's place, since she gave him all her food. The boy asks why not meat. The girl runs away from him. He chases after her. Leela offers him her portion. The girl declares that this cannot be done because it is the loser's business, and hands Leela her portion. Yuki comes to fear and asks him how he can be so cruel when he caught so many fish. The girl says she was joking and asks him to take her meat. The girls teach Leela that when eating this type of fish, it is better to cut it from the back. Yuki feeds Leafy vegetables, assuring her that he wrapped meat in them. The girl asks discontentedly why she should eat grass. It's getting dark. The twilight is thickening. The heroes are radiating light. Leela and the girls are sitting on a log. The girl is standing with four, and Yuki is feeding Leafy with her chopsticks. Nell brings sad news. The prince has rebelled. She informs Yuki that the king and princess are currently missing. The hero is upset. He has stopped thinking about him. The young man, sighing, laments how he could have let his guard down so much. Nell believes that the incident with the cursed sword and the undead attack were just smoke and mirrors. She thinks that the rebels hoped to get rid of the governor at the same time. But Yuki spoiled their plans a little. Nell thought they had achieved something after all. The soldiers here wouldn't budge after this riot. And among the cities that were against the attack on Yuki's castle, Alfiro was famous for its excellent fighters. The hero asks if they got this from the stranger in the black cloak. The girl reports that although the executioners tried various serums and suggestion magic, the necromancer never said who was behind it. Nell tells us that the prince's men have staged a military coup and seized power in the capital. They decide to urgently save His Majesty, as well as attack the city and overthrow the traitors in the name of justice. Yuki understands that as soon as this august offspring takes the throne and takes command of the army, another army will immediately appear at the gates of his castle, but this time, a larger one. After some thought, the young man asks Nell what the church is going to do. The girl is afraid that they will find themselves under the yoke of the crown with the prince's coming to power, knowing his aggressive tendencies. Nell says that's why the church wants to free His Majesty from captivity. Yuki says that even though they don't know if he's alive, it's worth a try. The hero promises Nell to help them save the king. The girl is pleased to hear this. Yuki is sure that it is better for the king to sit on the throne than his son. After all, His Majesty was against invading the cursed forest. The young man thinks that it would be quicker to just kill the prince himself, but then his vengeful minions will not give him any peace. He thinks that it is better to let the resistance forces deal with this rebel. Nell asks who would want to take the demon lord as an ally. Yuki replies that he has no intention of telling who he is. He'll pretend to be her pushy squire, for example, and even agree to a mask. The girl insists that it is a bad idea, as the mask will not work against the detection crystals. Yuki tells her not to be afraid, as he has something in mind. Nell and Yuki are about to set out on a journey. Leela wishes him a safe journey, and Aluna and she ask him to return quickly. The young man strokes their heads and asks them to be good. Someone touches his cheeks with their palms. Leafy asks him not to let other girls turn his head. She tells him not to dare to be held up by any flirtatious girls. Yuki promises, and the girl is pleased with his answer. She will look after the dungeon. Leafy moves a strand of hair, and the boy sees a magical glow near her cheek. Yuki says that he is counting on her. Yuki and Nell climb on Fear's back. The hero asks him to give them a ride to the capital. Nell is afraid and says she can walk. Fur rushes away, and the forest shakes with Nell's screams. After Yuki leaves, the girls have a night out. One of them asks if it's because of their master's energy that they feel so good around. Leafy answers yes, adding that each being has different magic. The girl says that Yuki's peculiarity is that others seem to be drawn to him. She cites Aluna as an example, saying that only a notorious womanizer could lull someone's vigilance so quickly. Leela asks Leafy who gave her the ring they see on her finger. She confesses that Yuki gave her the ring. Everyone congratulates her and asks if their master proposed to her. Leafy replies that he did not. Then they ask her who he is to her, since they get along well. Leafy doesn't know because this is the first time this has happened to her. Every man she'd met before had either tried to kill her or fled in fear. And she'd never lived under the same roof with anyone for so long. She'd never had so much fun, but she had no one to compare it to. Leafy admits to the girls that she hasn't decided yet who Yuki is to her. The girls understand her because their master's very unusual. They ask Leafy how he and Yuki started living together and if it was love at first sight. The girls ask him to tell them how they met. Meanwhile, Yuki and Nell are walking through the forest complaining of back pain. Finds herself and they arrive at the capital of Arcel. They are met by a huge fortress wall with watchtowers. Guards constantly watch who enters and leaves the city. The heroes wonder how they can get inside now. The task turns out to be not an easy one. Nell says she didn't think they'd send so many soldiers. Yuki points to a small grate at the very bottom of the impenetrable wall. The girl explains that this grate serves as a spare entrance, although it is usually not visible due to the spell cast, and adds that it was near this grate that they agreed to meet with the knight from the church. Yuki says that they have sentries there too. Nothing can be done. He asks if she has decided what she will do when she gets inside. The girl answers affirmatively and immediately screams in surprise. The hero used his camouflage skill on her and picked her up. He says that now all that's left is to fly over the wall. Nell tries to resist, but he asks her to be quiet for a bit, or she might bite her tongue. Yuki pushes off the ground, spreading his wings behind his back, and rushes towards the very top of the wall. Nell does not stop screaming for a second. The young man reproaches her, reproachfully repeating his request for silence. The girl looks down in horror and says that it is easier said than done. The guard listens to the invisible noise, wondering what it is. The guards are talking to each other, peering into the night darkness. One of them is sure that there is something in the sky. Yuki reproaches Nell for being the reason they were seen. She counters that he could have warned her before takeoff. They are glad that they were not seen after all. This time Yuki warns Nell that he is going to land. The boy likes the speed, and the girl closes her eyes again in horror. This is a great duet of the heroine and the demon lord. Once on the ground, Nell gets angry, saying that he could have been more careful with her. Yuki apologizes and points out that he warned them that they were taking off. Nell thinks that was a bad warning. The young man chuckles and suggests that they talk to her later, because now they are already being met. There's a stamping sound on the pavement. The guards are running straight towards them. Nell asks Yuki to follow her. The hero looks around and is surprised that there is not a soul around. The girl agrees that the city is usually much more lively. She assumes that the Cappy's residents also sense danger. Suddenly, Yuki is illuminated by a magical light and a mask appears on his face. Nell asks what it is. The hero replies that it is a disguise. The young man states that as a demon lord, he does not want their pious church to know his face. He is pleased with his cool mask, although in reality, he just liked it in a catalog. Nell wonders if there is any point in hiding just her face. She warns Yuki not to complain if he is not allowed into the shelter because of this mask. He asks her not to be afraid, and promises to think of something. He decides to give the laurels of victory over the rebels to the church, and he will be satisfied with just new information. Nell calls out to him. He asks if she appreciates how awesome his mask is. She says that's not the point, and asks him to look at something horrible, which makes her look worried. Hordes of stinking zombies roam the city, blocking the hero's path. Yuki says that now she understands what stinks in the city. Nell says that there are too many of them, and they will have to look for a new path. But there is no way through there either. Nell asks if Yuki can actually sense the undead. The boy answers in the affirmative. He is unhappy that the local guards are sitting around. The girl agrees with him. She also notices that the guards don't seem to be eager to exterminate the zombies. Yuki assumes that they are doing this on purpose. He warns Nell of the danger ahead. Nell casts a spell on the zombies to banish them. Yuki is delighted. The girl explains to him that this is sacred knowledge taught in the church. She suggests that it might work on the wily demon lord. The boy says he will stay away. Yuki winces in disgust. Something nasty drips from his hand. Nell addresses the zombies again, commanding them not to resist God's will and to return to the earth. The demon lord understands that the stronger the spell, the greater its power. He finds it strange that Nell, being such a coward, is not afraid of the undead. The girl asks him to shut up and adds that the undead, unlike ghosts, can at least be cut. Yuki understands what Nell means. She explains that she is afraid when her sword is useless to the enemy, although of course, it is possible to defeat them with pure magical energy. The hero thinks that it is a common thing for the clergy to drive out all kinds of evil spirits. The girl replies that her job is to protect the peace on the city streets, and driving out ghosts is not part of her duties. Finally, they come to a large house with closed shutters. Nell knocks on the door, from behind which, a moment later, the first part of the password to the exit is heard. The girl immediately adds the second part, Strand. The door opens. Someone says that they are glad that they are back safe and sound. The voice asks them to wait. Someone who knows her face will come. Yuki laughs. In his opinion, it looks like the entrance to a secret organization's base. Nell asks not to say it out loud. Suddenly, the door swings open. A girl runs out and embraces the heroine. Miss Kalat said she was very worried and was glad to see her again. Nell's face sank. She asks her mistress for forgiveness for not being able to carry out her orders. The girl asks her not to worry because it was already complete madness. The main thing for Kalat is that she returned safe and sound. Nell realizes that she still hasn't introduced her companion. At first, she doesn't know how to introduce him, and Kalat and Yuki just look at each other in silence. Then Nell calls him her servant. She tells him that she met him on the way, and that he is also strong and can be useful. Yuki introduces himself as Y and confirms that he is Nell's lackey. His mask makes Kalat suspicious, and she is unsure she can trust him. Nell assures her that he is actually good. Lady Kalat confides in the girl and says that now every warrior counts. She asks them to follow her. They pass through an unusual door for the hero. Yuki senses energy flows and hidden magical mechanisms. He asks Mrs. Kalat what it was. She replies that he is really strong to have noticed it. The girl explains to Yuki that if he successfully passed through this door, it means that he has no animosity towards them. She asks him not to strain himself so much. After all, they couldn't just let a stranger into their shelter. Mrs. Kalat examines his status and sees that he is human. She also notices that his mask is not enchanted in any way. Yuki says that he just wants to help the heroine. The three of them walk down a long corridor. The girl asks them to go inside. The hero is happy to himself that he has upgraded the skill Pretend. He was able to change his name, race, level, and class. So from the king of demons, he became a human. Nell asks in surprise how he did it. Yuki replies that he did some magic in his status so that they wouldn't ask unnecessary questions. He encourages the girl, saying that everything is fine, and the girl decides that she worried in vain. The hero wrote down his characteristics worse than Nell's and left only the most common skills. Yuki understands that he needs to be careful with the pretense. An opponent with a higher level than him will see through this masquerade in no time. Mrs. Kalat leads them down the corridor, her heels clicking on the wooden floor. The girl approaches the wall and stretches out her hand in front of her. She casts the spell, Path to the Lord, and everything is illuminated with light. Suddenly, a door appears in front of them. Yuki can't hide his delight at the secret door. He's always dreamed of going through one. The door swings open and the heroes see the impenetrable darkness of the dungeon. Mistress Kalat warns that the road ahead is a bit bumpy, so they should watch their step. They don't know what awaits them ahead. Leafy is in her bedroom thinking about Yuki. She believes that no matter how far he is, as long as their feelings are one. Yuki and his friends walk through a hidden passage. The hero asks Carlotta when the dead began appearing in the capital. She tells him that they were first seen about 2 weeks ago, just when the prince started the rebellion. The young man asks her if she thinks the prince is behind this. Carlotta replies that if you look at how the soldiers are fighting them, you can assume that this is also the case. Yuki ponders that even if the prince can control the dead, it is clearly not something that the country's elite should be doing. The young man cannot understand what he is planning. The girl says that there are too many of them and they can't cope. The reconnaissance squad was given the task of finding their lair, but they failed. Nell asks Yuki to look for them himself, but he is not omnipotent. The hero promises to try a little later. The heroine thanks him. Finally, they approach the exit from the hidden passage. The heroes find themselves in a huge church with high ceilings and stained glass windows. Yuki is speechless from surprise. Nell, seeing that he is impressed, says that she was also very surprised the first time. Mrs. Carlotta explains that the church is under constant surveillance, so they cannot use the main building. They hold strategy meetings here. She invites them to join. Carlotta begins the meeting by addressing the assembled group. She states her name and introduces herself as the captain of the Holy Knights of Faldian and takes charge of the current operation. Yuki is impressed by what he hears, realizing that this is no ordinary person. Now confirms that Carlotta has outstanding sword and magic skills and is the support of all the knights. The girl says that even if she wins her status, she will lose in a fight with her. Yuki thinks that Carlotta can't even be compared to other people. The hero studies the status of Captain Demire with interest. She has many skills related to weapons, and the level's very high. Her proficiency is extremely high, as is Nell Sumpanum. The boy remembers Leafy's words about how he can't win with just his stats against someone with experience. She said that without training, you can be a genius, but you are destined to lose. The captain says that the country is now in a desperate situation and the capital is in turmoil. She calls for unity and the liberation of Alceel, and then they will return peace to the capital. Carlotta starts the meeting and presents the plan. According to Captain Demire's plan, the main task is to save the king and princess. Studying the plan, Yuki realizes that the king is being held captive, and if he wants to enlist his help, he can save him himself. The girl says that they will start tomorrow at midnight with the ringing of the church bells. She dismisses the people and ends the meeting by calling for good luck and victory. Nell praises Mrs. Carlotta for her excellent work, saying that she was wonderful. The girl thanks her and asks if they are tired. She wants to show them a place where they can rest. The guards sound the alarm. The dead have infiltrated them, and their numbers are growing. The captain asks what the chances are that they didn't attack on purpose. The soldier believes that the undead were reacting to the sounds of fighting near the sewers that were their hidden escape route. Nell explains to Yuki that the shrine connects to several other sewer entrances. But without knowing the exact route, it can be difficult to find. Carlotta thinks it would be great if they could find and destroy the lair of the dead. She tells Nell that they need to fight. Yuki is ready to go. He is the hero's companion after all. The heroes repel the zombie attack. Nell is surprised that the young man uses it as a weapon. The hero replies that it is very practical. Yuki asks Carlotta how the dead appear. The captain replies that there are several ways to summon them. She believes that a magic circle is used for summoning now. According to the girl, this is why they cannot find their lair, but most likely they hid it somewhere else. Yuki senses an aura similar to a demonic sword from the dead themselves in the sewage. He wonders if he can find the magic circle if he follows this trail. The hero tells Mrs. Carlotta that he knows where the magic circle is. He cannot say exactly, but he feels a magical flow. Captain Demare ponders his words. She turns to Nell, telling her that they are going to go check out a place that might be the lair of the dead. Yuki says he's not entirely sure himself. The girl assures him that they'll be glad of any lead, even if it turns out to be false. She urges them to go and check it out. Nell and Yuki are impressed. They find themselves there. Carlotta says he's right. The density of magic is higher here. Even with her sensitivity, she can feel it. Yuki says that there is no way further. Captain Demire turns to the soldiers and says that now it is their turn to work. They are ready to carry out her order. The soldiers find a keyhole in the wall. Carlotta praises them for their excellent work and asks them to move a little. She swings her sword with all her might and brings it down on the wall. A huge hole appears in the wall. Nell is amazed at how easily Mrs. Carlotta has broken the wall. They peer into the gaping hole. The darkness stares at them from within. Captain Demire covers his nose with his sleeve, trying to protect himself from the foul smell coming from the hole. She orders the soldiers to stand here and guard the entrance. Carlotta asks the heroes if they will go with her. They both readily agree. She asks them not to let down their guard. Strange sounds are heard from the darkness. This crowd of stinking dead people wanders in the darkness with heart-rending screams, not yet knowing that they will soon be destroyed. Leafy and Aluna brush their teeth together and wait for the demon lord to return. The group finds themselves in a crowd of living dead and wonders what to do next. Mrs. Carlotta feels like the corpses are carried here by the currents of water, and then they turn into undead. Yuki notices that the prince's group is quite cruel. Nell asks if the magic circle is responsible for them. Suddenly, they notice glowing pillars. Captain DeMeyer realizes that the circle is based on a hexagram. 2 triangles in the pillars must be destroyed. To destroy the circle, at least 2 pillars must be pulled out. Nell asks how to break them when they are in such a crowd of dead. Yuki replies that he will deal with the dead and the pillars on them. He throws a stream of water at them and wishes them to enjoy the water slide. Carlotta compliments him, saying he's not bad. She directs Nell forward, letting her know that those on the left are on her. The girl understands. They continue to fight. Finally, all the undead were defeated. The dead fell, covering the stone floor. Nell shouts happily that they did it. Carlotta says that she didn't think it would be so easy, and expresses her gratitude to them. Yuki is happy to hear this, and thinks to himself how easily they dealt with the pillars. They wonder why some zombies are still moving. Maybe they've been in that state for too long, so they've turned into monsters. Carlotta suggests that they can turn a blind eye to them, since the source of the problems is broken. Nell thanks Yuki, and the captain apologizes for not being able to thank him right now. She promises to take them to a place where they can rest. The necromancer did not expect the magic circle to be broken. He believes that the dead have done their job, and now he can begin the final part of the plan. The sun shines brightly in the sky above the capital. Yuki scares the children by telling them that the demon lord will catch them. The children scatter, and one girl falls into the grass. He helps her up, asking if she is hurt. The young man wants the girl to promise the demon lord to be more careful when she runs. The boys picked up the game and shouted to him that they would defeat him, and he would receive a blow from the sacred sword. Nell notices that the boy enjoys playing with them. Yuki, laughing, says that he can't win when there are so many heroes around. He invites the girl to join the game, promising to give her a mask. She refuses, smiling. The hero says that if she joins him, she will become popular with the kids. Fernie Orphanage. Carlotta asks for forgiveness for coming without asking. The woman answers that they are ministers of the church. It is appropriate for them to help in difficult times. Fernie is upset that she has nothing to treat them with. The child comes to her and says that he is hungry. She asks him to wait a little. Yuki says that they are at war after all. Nell understands that they are not giving donations to the shelter, and there is very little food left. The hero asks the girl to help him. He creates a portal in the air and pulls something out of it, making great efforts. Yuki pulls a huge ham out of the portal and says that war is war. But lunch is on schedule. They cook a big pot of stew from it. Nell tries the meat and tells the children in line for food that everyone will get some. The meat is ready and a whole line of orphans is formed to try it. Yuki commands everyone to form a line. Nell explains to people that they should go straight to the brother in the mask, and he will give them meat. A girl Yuki already knows tells him that his mask is cool. He tells her that she has beautiful eyes and treats her to 2 pieces of meat. The children thank him. From all sides, he is called the best and amazing. Captain DeMeyer asks if this is not monster meat. Farney wonders who these people were who used such expensive spices. Yuki answers their questions by saying that he can easily hunt monsters and that he makes his own spices. They can consider this his gratitude for resting here. Carlotta, noticing how well he takes care of children, asks Yuki if he has a child. The young man replies that he does not, but he takes care of the one who is like a little sister to him. People on the street notice the delicious smell. Passers-by recognize the smell of spiced meat, and their appetite is whetted. Yuki notices a crowd of people approaching. He says they are just in time and asks to leave them to him. He smiles and asks the people if they are hungry. They answer in the affirmative. The young man asks if they want meat. The people shout that they want meat very much. Yuki promises that in that case, he will let them taste it. But he has one condition. The hero wants them to cut him up. The people agree. They willingly cut up the meat. They already have 20 portions ready. The people bring even more plates. Yuki looks at the ham in his hands with delight. He wanted to try the meat, but he was too lazy to deal with it. He appeals to the people again. that they will get more meat if they continue to work like this. All the people are fed. They eat meat, drinks, play musical instruments, and socialize. Nell tells Carlotta that it reminds her of a festival. The girl agrees. Captain DeMeyer can't remember the last time she saw the capital's residents so happy. She wonders who the guy in the mask is. Their conversation is rudely interrupted by displeased questions about what kind of gathering this is. The guards state that according to the decree, all food belongs to the country's administration, and ask the girls if they want to become rebels. The guard says that while they are stuffing their bellies, the soldiers are fighting for them on the battlefield. He demands to see the rebels who are hiding the food. Captain DeMeyer replies that they had better take back their words. Yuki is in trouble again, but the castle is quiet and peaceful as always. The girls are having fun and waiting for their master to return. Mrs. Carlotta tells the guards that she hunted these monsters herself and asks what they have against her. Yuki stands next to her and listens silently. The guard asks her if she has heard of the decree, and another guard adds that ignorance of the law is no excuse. The girl replies that she has heard, but has never seen food given to the people. The guard notices that she has the gift of speech, but she has no sense of honor. They arrest her for breaking the law. Carlotta objects, saying that the villagers are very upset about this. The villagers support her, asking why the army needs so much food, and saying that they will not accept any excuses. They do not trust the guards. The girl looks closely at the guard and says that if they tased him too, because with his body this job would suit him much better than being a knight. Yuki thinks and doesn't understand why Carlotta allows these freak soldiers to talk to her like that if she is stronger. On the city map, he notices that someone is watching them and they want to provoke them with these soldiers. The hero guesses that they want them to attack first. Suddenly, the girl accidentally runs into a guard. He yells at the girl, swinging his sword at her, and tells her to watch where she's going. Yuki immediately kicks the guard in the head. He can't stand it. The soldier is furious. He asks how they dare to attack them. The guards try to defend themselves, but they are soon overwhelmed. They did not expect the attack. Nell says that they started it first. The hero apologizes to Nell for having to leave the guards with them. She asks what he will do. He wants to find those who are watching them. He thinks it will be bad if they succeed in what they have planned. As he says goodbye, he turns around and orders that the girl be given more meat. Carlotta tells Nell that he is indeed good in many ways. She thinks he is worth the girl lying to her and bringing him to them as an ally. The heroine is amazed that the lady understood everything. Captain DeMeyer explains that he knows that Nell has no one she would call a brother. The girls assure Carlotta that Yuki will not harm the church, even though it seems a little strange. The lady believes her, since he has earned Nell's trust. She gently touches the girl's hair. Carlotta says that she always worried about her, because she followed any order without thinking. She thinks that Nell has grown up. She asks her if Yuki has her own reasons for fighting. The soldiers report their arrival. Their commander announces the start of their plan and orders that this be relayed to the others. Carlotta announces that they are going to the palace. The girl decides that it is time for her to take action. At this moment, in the Demon Lord's castle, Liu has a wonderful idea, and she hurries to tell Lady Laffy about it. She suggests that the girl get closer to the gentleman. She's amazed by the suddenness of this idea. Liu says that since Laffy doesn't know what kind of relationship she has with Yuki, she wants to help them get closer. She offers to narrow the gap between them while he is away. The girl is indignant and asks what Liu is talking about, adding that she already has an advisor. Aruna appears and declares that she will make Laffy cast a spell on her little brother. The girl thinks for a moment, then asks Liu what it means to be witch. She explains that it is when a guy likes a girl so much that he becomes crazy about her. Iruna says that it sounds incredible. Laffy reproachfully asks Liu what she is teaching the child. The girl is pleased. She knows what her brother likes and wants to tell him about it. Iruna excitedly tells Laffy that Yuki likes fluffy things and that her brother is bewitched by Rira's fluffy things. Liu laughs and tells the girl that she is mistaken. Then Iruna suggests that he loves his sister's wings because his brother's face changes greatly when he strokes them. Laffy thanks her for the information. But that's not all. She adds that the master likes it when they all have fun together. Iruna is sure that he himself becomes happier when he sees it. Liu thanks the girl, and Laffy, already tired of what is happening, says that she did not know that Liu is so persistent. According to Leela, she doesn't understand anything about psychology, but she can also give some recommendations. She advises Leafy to tell him straight out that she was lonely while he was gone when the Demon Lord returns. The girl is outraged. She can't believe her ears. Does Layla really want her to say such words? Leela, not noticing her indignation, continues to tell her that if she wants to get a man, then small touches to him can have a positive effect. Leafy, stuttering, asks again about touching. Lou welcomes Leela's recommendations, which she found informative and helpful. Leela says that she also wants a long and happy life for Lady Leffy and the Lord, which is why she is now trying to implement Liu's plan. The girl asks if Leafy is ready. She doesn't understand what she means and is visibly worried. Everyone is wondering if the invincible dragon will be able to withstand Layla's training. Carlotta tells the people that they have seen the state of the capital for themselves. The captain reports that right now, the king is being held captive by a rebel prince, and if he takes power, the country will have no future. She declares that the church will go to free the king to take back the capital. The girl asks everyone who can hold a weapon to join them. Carlotta is sure that they will succeed, because God is on their side. Yuki runs through the capital, pursuing the suspect. The hero activates the stealth skill. He would like to catch him now, but he thinks that the suspect is heading to the royal castle. The young man thinks that it is better to follow him and then free the king. Yuki hopes that the church will not wait until nightfall. The fight was small, but there were enough witnesses. He runs past the guards guarding the entrances to the royal palace. The hero finally almost catches up with the suspect, who quickly hides behind one of the doors. The young man pulls the door handle and realizes that it is locked. A voice is heard from behind the door, asking the guard what happened. Yuki knocks out the pursued man with a blow to the head, and now wonders which of the entrances leads to the king's dungeon. Captain Carlotta de Meyer is informed that they have captured the western gate and the barracks, and all the soldiers have been detained. The soldier says they have completed 70% of the main gate. The girl asks what their losses are. She's told that 5 people are dead and about 6% of the people are unable to move. But they will not interfere with the plan. Carlotta says that she thought so, that even they would not be able to suppress such a number of enemies. The soldier replies that the civilians have also rebelled, and the losses are less than expected. She lets the citizens go to rest in the rear. The captain asks the soldier if anything strange has been noticed about the enemy. The man replies that only a few unknown mages. He adds that they may be necromancers. The soldier explains that the soldiers were not informed in advance and were frozen in horror when they saw them resurrecting the dead. The girl realizes that the dead in the capital are indeed the prince's doing. She thinks that if they hadn't destroyed the magic circle yesterday, the losses would have been much greater. Carlotta decides to thank the masked guy. The captain asks Nell, who has not stopped fighting all this time, to come with her. They set off for the next target. Yuki can't find the entrance to the dungeon and studies the virtual map. He is sure that even if the guards don't know about the secret passage, it should still be displayed on the map. The young man examines the soldier lying on the ground. He thinks that some kind of magic was cast here to stop those who invaded the castle. Yuki looks for something on the soldier that would confirm his belonging to this place. The hero finds a magical authentication device, thanks to which he learns that the owner of this device is not susceptible to magic. Suddenly, a maid comes out from behind one of the doors. The girl is frightened by his mask and screams. The young man covers her mouth and asks her not to scream. He promises not to harm her, and says that he is only looking for the king, and that the soldier is not dead. Yuki asks the girl if she's going to scream and removes his hand from her mouth. The maid asks if he is really here to save the king and Lady Errol. The hero confirms and clarifies who Lady Errol is. The girl begs him to save them and promises to take them to the dungeon. She shows him the entrance to the dungeon. Yuki realizes that the entrance was from the outside. He thanks the maid and advises her to take her family and friends and get out of here as quickly as possible, as sooner or later this place will turn into a battlefield. The girl blesses the boy as he leaves. Yuki fearlessly enters the dungeon. He walked down the stone steps and thought the king was useless, but he seemed to have charisma. The young man reflects that if he were a prince, he would kill the king. He wonders if the prince is keeping him for a public execution, or because of his feelings for him. Yuki is walking through the dungeon and suddenly he hears strange sounds. In one cell, a guard beats an unfortunate girl in a dirty, torn dress. He puts his foot on her back and raises his hand with a whip for another blow. The guard laughs nastily and tells the girl that she should blame her intractable father for everything that is happening to her now. He swings his arm and beats her mercilessly in front of the king, who begs him to stop. The king clutches the iron bars of the grate and demands that the guard stop, but he laughs so hard that drool runs down his chin. The girl has no strength to resist. Only tears quietly flow down her face. Suddenly, the demon lord appears behind the villain. An ugly grimace freezes on the guard's face. He definitely doesn't like Yuki, and the hero dealt with him by piercing him through. Now he must save the girl who is subjected to someone else's carnal desires. Aruna is confident that their demon lord will do everything to protect their smiles. The guard beats the girl in front of her father. She is in great pain. The girl thinks that she should help her father because she is the princess of the kingdom. She believes that everything will be fine. She hopes that if she can endure all the beatings and abuse, then everything will be fine. They will come to save them. Suddenly, the girl notices that the pain has stopped. She is surprised and finds the strength to raise her head. A stranger stands in the doorway before her and assures her that everything will be fine. He says that she tried hard. Yuki carefully takes the princess in his arms. She calls the gentleman a hero. The king looks closely at his face and asks who he is. The young man greets the king, who recognizes him as a demon. The king angrily demands that he leave his daughter. The demon lord says that it is cruel of him, especially since he went through all this for him. He calls the king a useless man who could not raise his son properly. Yuki tells the king that he is in trouble because of his foolish son who has set his eyes on his forest. He promises to help, but in return demands that he never touch his forest. The king cries out, "Is the demon lord of the cursed forest in front of him?" Yuki confirms it. The king says that he is just a foolish old man who did not look after his son and cannot guarantee it. Yuki declares that his people will then pay for his sins. He promises to kill anyone who comes to his territory. The king listens to his threats in silence. Then the young man asks him if there are no people here who believe in him, referring to the townspeople and the maid he met in the palace. The hero reports that even the church is coming to save him. The king can't believe his ears. Yuki reproaches the king for preferring to sit in a cage, silently awaiting his fate. The king believes that parents should be responsible for the actions of their children. The demon lord frees the king and asks him not to regret his words. Otherwise, he will kill him, the people around him, and those who will call themselves his children. His Majesty rushes to his daughter, examines her, and realizes that she is unwounded. He asks if the demon is blackmailing him with the words, "I will kill you and your daughter if you disobey me." Yuki asks what he said. The young man leaves the cell and hears the king thanking him for saving his daughter. The hero suddenly attacks the guards. He tells them it's time to run away. One screams that he's been beaten. Another calls for a doctor. Yuki is dissatisfied, believing what he saw to be poor acting. He is certain that they want to get injured in order to escape the battlefield. The demon lord laughs and tells the king that they seem to like him. The young man decides to accompany the king even though he doesn't need help. The guards are outraged by what he is doing and give the order to capture him. Yuki thinks that it won't be a big deal if he kicks the guard a little. After the captain of the royal guard is beaten, the soldiers decide to retreat. At first, the young man wants to know the whereabouts of the prince. He notices that there are not many of the prince's soldiers here. The soldier confirms this, saying that the prisoners have also come to help them. The man thinks that the prince is most likely in his office or throne room, and the prince's soldiers are not paying attention to the noise and commotion outside. Yuki asks the soldier what the commotion is about, and assumes it is because of the church. He confirms, and the young man thinks that they are not wasting their time. The soldier asks to be allowed to deal with the prince's soldiers who remain inside. The hero allows it and intends to escort the king to safety. He asks him to be careful. Yuki tells the king that everything is going as planned. The church worked quickly. He is sure that he needs to hurry and hide. The king, holding his daughter in his arms, asks what will happen to his son. The demon lord promises to kill him with his own hands. His Majesty understands him and says that he wants to go with them. He promises not to disturb them. Yuki doesn't object. Captain Demeyer greets the king. She is glad he is alive. Nell asks Yuki in surprise what he is doing next to his Majesty. The young man explains that he freed him, although he did not know that he was the king. Carlotta asks the king to go and hide, assuring him that their soldiers will take him to safety. The king is pleased with this offer. but asks that it be better to take his daughter. Captain DeMayer is alarmed. She reminds the king that they are now on a battlefield, and if he is captured or killed, the country will no longer have a future. His Majesty apologizes for the inconvenience caused. He wants to see everything with his own eyes. Yuki uses the danger detection skill, and Carlotta asks the king to reconsider. As the level increases, the danger detection area increases. Suddenly, an unfamiliar fighter attacks the young man, but he manages to parry his blow. The man is surprised that Yuki managed to block his attack. The hero points out to the fighter that attacking from behind is a bad habit. The fighter laughs and says that he heard that there is a woman and a hero fighting on the church's side. He states that he is lucky. The demon lord realizes that a strong fighter has appeared before him. Leafy wants Yuki to remember her face when he's lonely. Nell asks the young man if he is okay. He asks them to be careful because the fighter is very strong. The man swings his heavy sword and says that it is better not to approach such small bugs. The demon lord understands that he will have to deal with him. Carlotta DeMayer offers him her help. He politely refuses and says he will figure it out himself. The captain gives the order to take the princess to a safe place, and the rest will have to help her. The soldiers are ready to protect their king at any cost. Carlotta warns Yuki that they have gone to the prince and asks him not to die, as she has many questions for him. Nell asks her brother to be careful. The young man promises. The demon lord asks the unknown fighter if it's okay that he let the king go. He replies that he was ordered to kill only strong opponents, and the strongest of them is him. The stranger is sure that he is lucky. He did not think that there are such people here. Yuki asks him to take a break. The sounds of battle are heard. Carlotta asks Nell if she is worried. The girl asks if he really is an adamantite adventurer. The captain confirms this, adding that she thought the guild would remain neutral. She says that the fighter's nickname is Warfan. According to the girl, he is so crazy that he can't live without fighting. But even with his skills, he must be an Orkalak rank, because his reputation is very bad and the guild has a lot of problems because of him. The captain says that if she left soldiers there, they would only hinder the masked guy from fighting, so she can only believe in his strength. Nell thinks about it, but still agrees with her. The fighter laughs. He is impressed by Yuki's strength and the speed of his counterattack, which amazes him. The young man orders him to shut up and stop making such a face. He scans the fighter's status and finds that he is strong. Yuki notices that his stats are about equal to his, and his skills are generally higher. The hero understands that he did not come here for battles to the death. He only hunted monsters and was busy stroking Rear's fur instead of fighting. The fighter asks if Yuki is too calm, since he came here to fight. The demon lord punches the man in the stomach with all his might, and he complains of pain. He then summons a stream of water and, directing it at the fighter, wishes for him to drown. He actually chokes when the water covers his head. Yuki realizes that the battle is not going in his favor, as he has little experience in real combat. He can only win by using skills that he does not have. The hero quickly attacks the fighter. He deftly dodges the blow, attacking himself so unexpectedly that he takes the man by surprise. The young man plunges his sword into him and takes out a pistol. Yuki then fires, causing the weapon to shoot out a multitude of sparks. The fighter is unbreakable. He is ready to attack again, and this time the blade of his sword stops very close to the face of the demon lord. He puts his palm out to meet the blade, and blood splashes in all directions. Yuki deflects heavy sword strikes in melee combat. He finishes off the fighter with his bare hands, and the fighter, falling to the ground, says that it was fun. The young man breathes a sigh of relief. The hero remembers Leify's cute appearance and thinks that the fighter is 1,000 years younger than the one who can challenge him. At the demon lord's castle, Lou asks Layla where Lady Leify is. The girl replies that she hasn't returned yet. Leela notices that she's been leaving too often lately to be alone. She supposes she has her own problems, but she will come back when she is hungry. Leafy sits on top of the hill, and a new question is born in her mind. She wants to tell Yuki when he comes home that she was too lonely without him. The battle with the dead man is coming. The hero washes the wound and winces in pain. He thinks that if it wasn't for the enhanced potion, he would be in trouble, because he has a broken bone and can't move some of his fingers. Yuki doesn't want to get involved in that. The boy admits that the magic circuits that Layla made are simply wonderful. The magic circuit accumulates mana poured into the blade and emits a bright red flame that burns everything the blade cuts. Yuki admits that the guy was strong and that he only won because of the difference in race and characteristics. The young man thinks that the fighter's characteristics are almost equal to Nell's, and he could become a good hero. He approaches the royal castle and then flies up to the roof. The hero looks at what is above. In one of the windows, he sees the prince. Captain Demare tells the prince that he is suspected of treason and asks him to come with them. He calls them traitors who have decided to stage a coup and orders them to be captured. The guards rush to the call of their prince, and here they are met by Nell. The prince looks at what is happening with a clouded gaze. Nell notices that the prince's eyes are strange. She thinks she's imagining things and decides to focus on the fight, otherwise it's only a matter of time before they're captured. The girl realizes that she can't wait, because unlike them, Yuki is fighting an adamantite ranked warrior. Nell thinks only about how she must go and help him as soon as possible. And at that moment, one of the windows breaks. The fragments fly in all directions. Yuki flies in and attacks the enemy. The girl recognizes him. The demon lord realizes that he attacked too early, but he destroyed the item that was interfering with his skills. A necromancer appears before him, who did not expect that he had an analysis. Yuki turns to the prince, looking at the figure in the black cloak. Everyone looks at his highness and his eyes clouded with darkness. Captain Demare orders to protect the king and not retreat. One of the soldiers pierces the prince with a sword. The young man warns everyone that he is already dead and that they need to move away from him. The prince rises into the air, gradually turning into a black, cloudy shadow. He then turns into a monster and attacks Yuki. The demon lord fears that the necromancer will escape. The necromancer leaves through the broken window. The young man looks after him, and Nell calls out to him. She asks what it was. Yuki replies that the necromancer most likely controlled the already dead prince, and the ring he broke changed his status. He tells her about the Ring of Truth and Lies, which allows false changes to be made to the user's status. The hero says that the magic that emanated from the prince was the same as that guy in the stable. Yuki asks Nell to distract the others, as he now wants to fly up and catch up with him. But his plans are disrupted by the loud stomping of huge feet. They learn that before them is an artificial dead man, the one whose name must not be spoken. The heroes realize that they won't be able to take a break. They wonder how they will fight such a big monster in such a small place. A large, muscular monster appeared before the heroes. It looks like they will fight this giant. The name of this monster is Deadman. Its class is Spirit whose name must not be said. It has superhuman strength and regeneration, which makes it a serious opponent. Yuki was getting pretty fed up with all this. He swung his weapon and, with a scream, he rushed at the giant. With great speed, the protagonist cut off his hand with his black katana. The severed arm fell to the floor with a noise. Meanwhile, the enemy was not going to give in. He, speaking words in an incomprehensible language, swung his remaining hand to attack the offender. Continuing to speak frighteningly strange expressions, the monster tried to hit the guy. The demon lord barely managed to dodge the blows, jumping back. Yuki mentally noted that despite its size, the monster did not suffer from a lack of speed. At that moment, the masked guy noticed something with excitement. Some kind of fibers began to grow from the giant's severed hand. As these fibers lengthened, they approached the monster's hand and connected with it. This was regeneration. With a frightening smile, the protagonist noted the skills of the spirit whose name must not be spoken, thinking of his next move. At this time, a girl stood behind him with her arms crossed over her chest, worried. Then the demon lord pointed his hand forward, reciting the words of the spell. The boy directed magic at the monster, trying to drive out the undead. The enemy was illuminated by light. However, this had no effect on the monster. Yuki was already standing next to the girl. Noting that the magic had no effect on the giant, Nell asked the reasons for such a reaction. Reflecting, the protagonist assumed that the reason was that the monster was artificially created. Then he turned to the girl, asking if she had a more powerful spell. Nell answered affirmatively, but warned that she would need time to prepare. Raising his sword, the demon lord decided to hold off the monster and try to burn it with his weapon. The soldiers behind him decided to join in and help the guy. At this time, the girl began to whisper magic words, illuminated by light. While the others tried to damage the giant from behind, Yuki rushed straight towards him. Having cut the spirit, the protagonist could not help but notice the fast speed of its regeneration. Besides, it cannot hit quickly, for it is much better to have one, but powerful attack. Even the red flame did not work on the spirit whose name must not be spoken, which made this situation hopeless for the guy. Looking at the people behind him, the demon lord noticed their helplessness. They couldn't even scratch the monster. Under the bright light, a loud order to retreat was heard. The light came from Nell's magic as she raised her sword and resolutely attacked the enemy with her spell. The magical energy hit the enemy hard. Then, the monster flew noisily across the hall and crashed into the wall, leaving a hole there. The demon lord couldn't believe his eyes. Then the commander, reacting with lightning speed, ordered the soldiers to attack. Everyone rushed at the already risen enemy. Yuki tried to cut off his arm with his long katana. However, with his muscular hand, the spirit grabbed the main character's sword and spun him around and threw him into the air. The guy hit the ceiling painfully. After this, shaking from pain and rubbing the bruised area, the demon lord asked Nell, who had come up to him, to let him rest. The girl excitedly said that she could try again. Carlotta and the rising protagonist, to Nell's sadness, dissuaded her. The commander emphasized that her magic was very strong. But there was one but. The woman explained that Nell's spell had done almost no damage to the monster, and its regeneration rate had not even slowed down. But then, Yuki came up with a plan. He asked if the girl could repeat her spell one more time while handing her a bottle and offering her a drink. Nell answered affirmatively. The boy began to explain the plan to his team. The demon lord suggested that the girl attack the monster with magic words again, and then when the enemy falls, he will quickly cut it into pieces. Charlotte and her soldiers are supposed to quickly pick up these units, and then move these pieces as far away from each other as possible. The woman noted the strangeness of this plan, but decided that they had no other choice. Meanwhile, the old man leaned over the wounded man. The commander continued her thought that they could not kill him and did not know how much longer he would regenerate. She added that maybe the guy was right, and the spirit whose name must not be spoken would not be restored in this way. Leaving Nell behind to prepare the attack, Carlotta and Yuki confidently rushed forward to distract the monster. Suddenly, the demon lord struck the soldier in front of him. He fell from the impact, and the main character angrily stepped on him with his foot. It turned out that the soldier had decided not to fight. Yuki angrily yelled at the cowardly fighter for this, warning that the others would also be in trouble if they did not fight. The people behind were digesting this thought with excitement. At that moment, someone called out to the guy in the mask. It was Carlotta who noticed that the giant was heading straight for Nell. The demon lord came to the conclusion that the girl's holy magic did not please the monster. Then the boy rushed forward to meet the enemy. The protagonist found himself in front of the spirit whose name must not be spoken in an instant, cutting off his leg. The enemy fell with a bang. Carlotta, who had been watching this, became serious. The woman quickly struck the crawling giant, turning it on herself. The monster crawled after her, and she began to run away. The people and knights in armor were inspired by their captain's actions, deciding to join her and help. While the people distracted the monster, Nell continued to recite the magic words with her sword at the ready. When the spell came to an end, the guy in the mask noticed. Light attacked the roaring giant with pain. Taking advantage of his weakness, Yuki jumped up and cut the spirit who must not be named in half. The two halves of the monster were clearly unhappy with the contented protagonist circling around him. Suddenly, the demon lord reacted to something. To the guy's surprise, the hand of the severed monster suddenly grabbed him and squeezed him into a fist. Yuki threw his hands up in anger. The protagonist began to furiously push apart the spirit's closed fingers, cursing that he would not be able to defeat him, having been cut in half. The weapon that the boy had dropped was lying next to him. Worried, Carlotta asked if Yuki needed help. As the demon lord continued to try to break free from the giant's grip, he responded in the affirmative and left the other half to the commander. The main character was already quite fed up with this enemy, and he began to slowly move forward. The guy, cursing, dragged the monster along with him to the hole. Nell, noticing this, threw Yuki his katana. Then he quickly spread his arms and freed himself from the monster's fist, managing to catch the weapon. To the spirit's dismay, the demon lord quickly cut it into small pieces. Then, throwing aside the sword, the protagonist, cursing, threw these parts through the gaping hole in the wall into the night sky. The girl who ran up to the masked guy excitedly asked if the enemy could start regenerating there. To this, Yuki replied that since the pieces were small, it shouldn't. After that, stepping on one of the parts trying to recover, he noticed something. Meanwhile, The soldiers threw one of the pieces out into the street through the window, and the other commander met it with a sword at the ready. The protagonist continued his thought, noting something that was important. To the delight of everyone present, Yuki proclaimed that they had defeated a strong opponent. While the ruler was fighting, they were having dinner in his castle. After the battle, the prince's soldiers quickly surrendered. He had many local lords as allies, so it would take some time to reorganize the country, and the vacant positions will be filled by people from the church. The king took his rightful place again. He came to the conclusion that one of the demons was controlling Ryuta. In the living room, next to the old man, sat a masked guy. Thinking that since the problem was solved, his business was also over. But he was very tired of the behind-the-scenes games of those demons. The main character mentally reassured himself that thanks to the mask and hiding his skills, they would hardly understand who he was. But if they did guess, there would be big problems in his forest. Yuki was worried that they might even try to use Leffy to destroy this country. At that moment, someone interrupted his thoughts, greeting him as a hero. A little girl approached the guy with a smile. The demon lord politely inquired about her condition, but forgot her name. The girl happily reminded him of it. Errol. Sitting down on the sofa, the princess thanked the kind hero with delight, as did the king. Yuki, looking gloomy, made it clear with feigned pathos that he was not a hero at all, but an evil demon lord. As if to confirm this, he spread his wings, which greatly surprised the girl. To the bewilderment of the protagonist, Errol was only touched by his wings. After confirming that the boy was indeed a demon lord, the girl shared that she had heard that they kidnap princesses. She expressed genuine joy and hoped that he would be the one to kidnap her. Smiling awkwardly, Yuki asked again if she really wanted to. Standing up and leaning on the table, Errol resolutely declared that she would wait for him. Then the king addressed her kindly, asking her to go and play in another room for now. The girl obediently agreed. The protagonist awkwardly asked the old man to teach his daughter to be less frivolous. The king quickly apologized, explaining that she had previously been surrounded by people who would never harm her. At this, the guy noted the princess's strength of spirit. The king confirmed this with concern. He then apologized for not being able to thank the hero properly, and said that if he needed anything, he could tell him at any time. Beaming and crossing his arms at what he heard, the demon lord warned that he would not be afraid to ask for whatever he wanted for his work. As a result, the reward for the work was, firstly, a document confirming the inviolability of the cursed forest. Secondly, the issuance of an identity card to its residents. Yuki was happy that he would finally be able to walk around the city with everyone, imagining this sweet picture. The king enthusiastically promised that people would not know that they were demons, and the main character agreed. Mentally Natta were demons, and the main character agreed, mentally noting that his friends were of a completely different race. After that, the monarch invited him to dinner, promising that it would be delicious. However, the demon lord politely declined, citing those who were waiting for him outside the kingdom. But in fact, he did not care about the old man's offers and just wanted to go home. Then the king suggested inviting them too. The boy joyfully greeted the giant wolf, Weir, stretching out his hands to him. The king and his daughter were amazed. The girl lovingly rushed to hug the cute beast. The monarch recognized him as the legendary demonic beast Fenrir. Meanwhile, the wolf was embarrassed by the princess's caresses, and the main character, who noticed this, encouraged him. The king decided to register him as Yuki's companion, thus ensuring their safe passage through the streets of the capital. The demon lord thanked him for this. Meanwhile, Iro continued to happily pet the wolf. This sight brought a relieved smile to her father's face. Returning to the house, the king asked the guests to make themselves at home for the rest of the time. Nell was amazed by the beauty of the chambers. The main character behind her also looked around in admiration. Bowing, Carlotta thanked His Majesty for the invitation. The king, embarrassed, noted that he should thank them and asked to omit the formalities. The commander agreed with a smile. The princess, meanwhile, pulled the girl and Yuki along with her, trying to show them their places. Hearing the girl address the boy as the demon lord, Nail skeptically whispered to the protagonist if it was okay if she called him that. He reassured the girl that Ira was a child and no one would take her seriously. Amazing dishes were presented to the guests. Nell was delighted with the delicious dishes. Yuki was also impressed. The king and princess were happy with such a reaction. The girl, barely holding back her saliva, thought that she had hardly ever eaten anything like it. Ira laughed and noted that their chef had done a great job. Meanwhile, the monarch, raising his glass, thanked them for the work they had done. Then he called on everyone to drink, which marked the beginning of the celebration. Everyone was having fun and chatting. After 2 hours and a fair amount of alcohol, Nell began pestering Yuki to have a drink with her. She began to pour him some, but he noticed with confusion that the girl was pouring too much. Having noticed this, Nell decided that the main character could no longer drink, and then she had no other choice. The girl with a blush grabbed him by the neck and pulled him towards her, offering him a drink from her mouth. The demon lord awkwardly noted that the hero should not have gotten so drunk. However, he decided to have a drink with Nell and drain the glass. Nell was happy about this, but now she forced him to eat, poking him in the cheek with a fork of meat. The guy clearly didn't like it. To Yuki's discomfort, Iril was leaning against his chest, drooling. She was giggling and enjoying the demon lord's scent. After some time, the sleeping princess was picked up by the butler, who decided to take the girl to her room. The main character thanked him with relief. Turning around, something caught the guy's attention. Yuki was surprised to find the king sleeping behind a chair. He remembered what he had been through and decided not to touch him, just like Carlotta. At that moment, the commander was petting the embarrassed wolf. She was also drunk. Noting the animal's softness, the woman regretted that it was not in the service of the church. Carlotta sheepishly promised that she would make sure Rur had good food for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, Yuki, who had discovered them, was surprised by this picture. Night fell. The main character was taking his beast away, embarrassed to note the mess that was going on here. However, the guy admitted that he still had fun, and he even received wine as a gift. The demon lord noticed that Nell had fallen asleep on the chairs. Remembering the girl, Yuki noted that no matter how good it was here, there was one thing. The main character remembered his loved ones and decided that home is always better. Hugging the beast, the boy asked if he agreed with him. Together with the wolf, they walked towards the exit into the darkness of the night. Finally, after the battles, the demon king goes home. Suddenly, someone called Yuki from the night castle. The commotion was over, and it seemed like it was time for the hero and the demon lord to say goodbye. At this time in the castle, the girls were carefully braiding the hair of the reading Leafy. It turned out that the call came from Nell, who, having run up, desperately tried to catch her breath after a fast run. Stopping in front of the guy, she surprised him by waking up. In response, the girl only laughed, still struggling to restore her even breathing. The demon lord expressed concern, telling her to be careful, especially when drunk, when boys could indulge in excess. Nell countered with the certainty that Yuki would never stoop to such actions. However, she added that if anything happened, she would immediately inform Leafy about everything. The mere thought of the enraged dragoness plunged the protagonist into horror at the cruelty of his friend. Then, gently patting the girl's head, he told her that she was welcome to come over any time to soak in the bath and socialize with the rest of the house. Nell nodded in response, assuring him of her determination to become a hero that the demon lord himself would fear. Yuki, to the girl's happiness, promised that he would look forward to it. Then, to Nell's amazement, the protagonist summoned a small portal. He rummaged around in it with his hand, pulled out a knife, and handed it to her as a gift. It was a perfect white dagger named Moonflower, a creation of the demon lord himself, whose shining blade was said to be able to cut through the thickest darkness. Unfortunately, the boy himself admitted his complete inability to handle such a weapon, and so he decided to pass it on to someone who would be better suited to it. At worst, the girl could use it as a backup. Carefully examining the new blade in her hands, Nell expressed her sincere gratitude to Yuki, her face glowing with genuine joy at the gift she had received. Behind her, the bright stars of the night sky sparkled, illuminating her figure with a soft light. Touching the weapon, she inspiredly promised to keep it with the utmost care. The full moon shone high above them. With the first rays of the morning, the demon lord was already crossing the threshold of his home, where he was met by his loved ones, overwhelmed with joy at his return. He patted the girls' heads warmly, pleased by the obvious rapprochement that had developed between them during his absence. The children nodded cheerfully in response, and Yuki announced that he had brought them presents. He then thanked the maids for looking after the house. They, happy to see their master, immediately got ready to run to prepare a bath and food. To ensure that he was properly cared for after his journey, the girls happily clung to the boy's hands as he told them a story about thieves he had met along the way. The children asked him to tell them more stories, to which the demon lord laughed cheerfully, unable to refuse them. It was at this moment that the protagonist's gaze caught sight of Leafy, silently standing at a distance from the general merriment. As he approached, she demonstratively turned her head away. Confused by her behavior, he leaned toward her and loudly announced his return home. This seemed to bring the girl back to reality, and she greeted him quietly. Suddenly clutching Yuki's shirt, the High Dragon muttered with noticeable awkwardness about how lonely she was without him. Leafy was okay, wondering if she had eaten something inedible in the forest, as often happened to her. The girl sheepishly rejected this suggestion. The guy suggested that she had broken something, but she loudly denied this too. Then, gathering her courage, Leafy decided to ask the guy the question that was bothering her. It turned out that the High Dragon simply wanted to be near him, and her condition was explained only by longing in his absence. These words immediately caused Yuki to blush heavily. Lu and Leela, who were watching this from behind, could not hide their delight and quietly encouraged their friend. The guy himself was completely confused, wondering what had happened to her while he was gone. However, he couldn't help but notice how cute she looked now. The girl turned to the main character again. He, still agitated, stretched out his hands to her, wanting to know the reason for her condition, and suddenly remembered that he had not washed for a long time. A restless tail appeared from under the dress of the supreme dragon. The dragoness was clearly furious, having smelled a feminine scent on the boy, which clearly belonged to more than just the hero. This remark greatly upset the demon lord. Drenched in sweat, he quickly justified himself by attributing the smell to the presence of an intrusive child, but was still immediately called a loakan. But Aunt Leafy switched over, as if remembering something. She shook her head, as if trying to clear away the intrusive thoughts. After that, she turned around abruptly, changing her anger to mercy, and asked conciliatory whether the guy was hungry. He, awkwardly moving his hands, answered affirmatively. The High Dragon ordered him to sit and wait here until she brought food. The protagonist was only perplexed by such a sharp change in her mood. The next day at Yuki's house, Leafy, noticing that the boy had something stuck in his hair, pulled it out. The demon lord thanked her for it. Then the girl sat down next to the main character, who at that moment was looking at his sword. The guy didn't understand the reasons for her sudden clinginess. As Yuki checked his stats, he noted with embarrassment that the High Dragon didn't seem to be too interested in watching this. She then suggested leaving, but the demon lord protested. Leafy accompanied the main character everywhere. This behavior really embarrassed the guy. Eventually, he pinned one of the maids, Lua, against the wall. Yuki was absolutely sure that she knew the reason for Leafy's strange behavior. It turned out that even the demon lord could be pushed to the limit. The master's demanding and sharp tone clearly frightened the girl. Lu glanced at both of her master's hands, which did not give her a chance to escape. The servant's heart was pounding wildly from the demon lord's Kabadon, who was demanding an answer from her about Leafy's behavior. The girl tried to convince Yuki that the mistress was the same as always. However, it did not work. The protagonist said that she spent most of her time in her bed, eating, playing, or talking about something. Her past lifestyle was in sharp contrast to what she does now, not leaving the protagonist's side for a single step. The maid remarked with delight that it was cute. Embarrassed, the guy agreed. Lu began to loudly assert she knew nothing, wondering why the guy approached her and advised him to ask Leela. She was indignant why he always blamed her. The demon lord ironically remarked that he still had to think about a maid who didn't even do her job properly. Lu loudly protested at this. Then the guy was right in his guess about the maid's involvement in Leafy's changes. The maid continued to be indignant, and the protagonist had to use blackmail. If she did not tell what happened to the High Dragon, Rear would never approach Lu again. It seemed that this argument worked perfectly. The maid extracted a promise from Yuki not to tell anyone. Only after this, sighing heavily, did she reveal that the lady was very worried about him. Remembering the quiet girl on the ottoman reading books, the main character was perplexed. It seems that Leafy really was thinking about more than just the book. Lu continued to explain that before meeting the guy, she always lived alone, so she doesn't know how to express her feelings. Now that she's attached to Yuki, she wants to show that she cares about him. The demon lord thought about it seriously. The maid continued and clarified that they were merely giving advice on how to get closer to Yuki. After that, the protagonist came to Leffy, who was sitting thoughtfully over a table on the floor, with a bottle and glasses in his hands. The guy offered her a drink. Meanwhile, Lou was getting ready for bed and humming a simple melody, happy. Leela asked the reason for her friend's mood. She smiled cheerfully and replied that nothing special had happened. The maid attributed it to her good work today. Leela obviously didn't believe her, but praised her, while Leo tried to convince her that it really worked. As she climbed under the blanket, she mentally noted her mistress's worries and was glad that she seemed to have dispelled them. She continued her thought by saying that the master was no longer a stranger to the supreme dragon. At that moment, the demon lord was telling the girl that dragons drink a lot and many of them attack cities when drunk. Holding a filled glass in her hands, Leafy noted that she does not drink much because alcohol is quite bitter, and she likes sweet taste more. However, noting the good smell of this drink, pouring himself, Yuki said that this wine is very tasty and easy to drink, advising to drink in moderation, recalling Nell's experience. In response, the girl said that she was the strongest dragon in the world and there was no need to worry about her, advising the main character to take care of himself, because he himself did not like alcohol very much. The guy replied that he would not say that he loved or hated it. The demon lord said with excitement that at least he would definitely not lose to the dragon who was now bragging about his resistance to alcohol. The girl responded with the same expression, saying that it was well said. They clinked glasses and drank. After several empty glasses, Leafy's condition with concern, quite drunk and hissing, tried to convince the main character that everything was fine, noticing her unnaturally elevated mood. The guy mentally noted with surprise that she was even weaker than Nell. The demon lord offered her water. The high dragon greedily drank from the glass, not stopping, taking sip after sip. She pulled away and exhaled noisily. Then she lay down on Yuki's lap with a blissful smile. Seeing Leffy lying on his lap, the guy asked ironically if it was really all over. However, the girl was not going to give up. She just needed a break. The protagonist looked at her with a smile. After stroking her head, he turned to Leafy. Continuing, he, to the girl's surprise, asked her not to force herself. Having risen, she began to excitedly convince the demon lord of the opposite. He noted with a smile that they had known each other for 6 months, and she could not deceive him. Reminiscing, Yuki said that he doesn't know Lou and the others, but he knows her well enough. Leafy is always lazy, doing absolutely nothing but playing. With a smile on his face, the guy admitted that he likes to watch the girl and her actions, so he knows when she forces herself to do something. The boy and girl sat opposite each other, and the demon lord ran his hand over her face. He said that he was having fun teasing her, but he didn't say why. He was interrupted by Leafy, who said that she really doesn't force herself and is aware of her actions. The high dragon made it clear that she would never do something she didn't like, but now she was doing it of her own free will. With embarrassment, the girl sincerely admitted that she enjoyed spending time with Yuki. In response, he only blushed in silence. Then Leafy, jumping away from the main character, tried to awkwardly justify herself, soon quickly redirecting the guy's attention to their argument. The high dragon reminded him that she would not lose to him. The demon lord doubted it with a smirk while the girl said that she had been giving in to him all this time. When morning came, they were discovered by surprise maids. Lou couldn't help but notice the fun of yesterday, and Layla was glad that the two finally talked to each other. Lou asked if they would clean it all up now. Leela confirmed, emphasizing, however, that everything needed to be done quietly and quickly before Aruna woke up. Leela asked her friend to start for now, and she, with some book in her hands, decided to return to her room for a while. After some time, the maid woke up the mistress and master. The main character opened his eyes in surprise. Lou stood over him with a wide smile. Yuki hesitantly wished her a good morning in return. Leafy sleeping on it. The demon lord had his arm around the girl's waist. Soon the supreme dragon also stretched and woke up. Sleepy, she found herself a millimeter away from Yuki's face. He sheepishly wished her good morning. She also blushed, and Lou covered her eyes with her hand from this awkward sight. Then Leafy asked for something. The girl asked to let her go. The protagonist hurried to fix this. The sun rose, announcing the arrival of a new day, and the distance between the two became smaller and smaller. Yuki and Leffy's carefree time in the bath was suddenly interrupted, reminding the demon lord of the unpredictability and danger that comes with messing with a dragon. Later, as Yuki delved into his statistics, he solemnly noted the impressive strength of the human heroes. Memories of past grueling battles made him fear that another encounter with such brutes or special demons could lead to final defeat. A thorough analysis of the situation led him to the unambiguous conclusion that he urgently needed to raise his own level. After bidding farewell to the group of girls frolicking on the sunny lawn, Yuki thought about the double benefit of the upcoming lesson. In addition to leveling up, he saw an excellent opportunity to test new abilities designed to strengthen the defense of his dungeon. Soon, his figure was already dissolving in the dense thicket of the forest chosen for this purpose. One of his abilities is to control traps, entrapments. The second one is controlling monsters, summoning. The third is the management of plant effects, poison. Having assessed the potential of his skills, Yuki came to the conclusion that his combat effectiveness would increase significantly if he did not fight alone. For now, he decided to limit himself to training with his faithful wolf rear, internally noting the need to find 3 more reliable allies. A plan was born in his mind to create an absurdly difficult dungeon, insurmountable for any adventurers. The idea was to immediately appear 4 powerful bosses behind anyone who dared to cross the threshold, which should make uninvited guests run away in terror. However, the harsh reality of the lack of DP to summon so many creatures forced him to regretfully put this grandiose plan aside and return to leveling Roborun. The big turtle became the first victim and was killed with a gun. Stroking the mighty wolf after a successful attack, Yuki expressed satisfaction with the progress. He did not forget to warn the beast about the universality of the traps, which are activated by any target, and advised Ruru not to fall into the nets set himself. Climbing onto the back of the giant wolf, the demon lord continued his hunt, aiming to raise his companion a few more levels. Yuki then dealt with the chained flying monster. The other forest creatures fell after that. Yuki noted to himself how easy the victory had been, thanks to the binding power of the chains. A glance at the map, however, revealed the presence of a far more formidable foe in the immediate vicinity. Heading towards the source of the threat, the guys soon discerned the silhouette of a giant winged lion among the trees. It was a ferocious manticore, a monstrous hybrid with a scorpion sting, membranous dragon wings, a powerful body, and a lion's mane topped with sharp horns and fangs. Its level was 96. The high level made the demon lord uneasy. He prepared for a tough fight. Meanwhile, in the royal chambers of the capital, the king listened to a report on the research of the weapons worn by demons and the country of their manufacture. The findings clearly pointed to the Rogold Empire as the manufacturer of this weapon. Sitting at the massive table, the king was deep in thought about the eternal conflict between humans and demons, with Rogold holding the palm for the longest feud. He wondered if it was possible to work together with demons. Rogold Empire, a group of small states, the Kingdom of Alicia, the Demon Forest, and the Land of Demons. This led him to believe that Rogold was a warring country, and since the demons were not their allies, their alliance for profit was obvious. While Yuki fought fiercely alongside his wolf, the ruler thought that they needed to strengthen their position. As the king of this country, he would not allow its people to suffer, and he was very lucky to have met someone who could help them. The monarch was aware of the illusory nature of hope for this help, but in case of defeat, he cherished one last request, that powerful someone would take care of his daughter. At that very moment in the forest, Yuki, having managed to activate a powerful trap under the claws of an enraged manticore, with the passion of a fighter, he raised his katana for the decisive blow. Meanwhile, in the silence of the office, the king continued to hope that the one he was mentally calling out to would prove to be a worthy ruler. His hope coincided with the demon lord's triumphant smile that lit up his face after the monster fell. Yuki let out a deep sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead and giving an encouraging wave to Riru, whose tail was happily whipping the air. Turning to his katana, Flame of Sin, the protagonist felt the blade visually change, acquiring a darker shade. Inwardly, he turned to the weapon with this observation, meeting in response a wave of doubt projected into his consciousness. This sudden telepathic communication left the demon lord genuinely surprised. He noted with excitement that never before had a weapon communicated with him directly through thoughts. The sword insisted that such a connection had always existed. Yuki categorically rejected this assertion, internally arguing with the blade. He considered this to be a so-called promotion. Demanding an explanation, Yuki raised the katana before his eyes, examining it. The flame of sin responded with a wave of confusion and a request to give him time to collect his thoughts. The protagonist waited patiently. Noticing the obvious confusion emanating from the sword, Yuki relented, suggesting that they postpone the conversation for later. Katana, clearly relieved, agreed. The realization that weapons in this world could have a personality of their own filled the demon lord with an unexpected sense of guilt. He was plagued by the thought that the katana might not like the way he had been using it all this time. Wondering if the weapon had become sentient, confused, the boy decided to make a sheath for the flame of sin, wondering what kind she might like. The characteristics of his powerful katana appeared before Yuki. Returning home, he enthusiastically decided to pick up a scabbard for the sword. It seems that the flame of sin didn't like the black scabbard. The pattern ones were also not successful. To the hero's annoyance, she asked him to stop, stating that she didn't like anything. Suddenly, the demon lord had an idea. Finally, after much trial and error, a design was found that elicited a wave of warm approval from the katana. It was a bright red sheath with a blade inserted into the tip to prevent it from breaking under heavy load. Looking at the finished work with admiration, Yuki couldn't help but notice that in such a bright design, the flame of sin looked more like an exquisite work of art than an instrument of death. Laughing ominously to himself, he pompously declared that such a contrast would only increase the horror of his enemies when the deceptively cute appearance was followed by inevitable death. Katana responded by calling her master strange. He then leaned thoughtfully over his sword, asking if he could call her En. Katana remembered her existence as the flame of sin, filled only with the all-consuming rage and despair of those who wielded her. The weapon had to feel only the negative emotions that consumed her. But Yuki, without even realizing it, became a shield for her, protecting her from this sea of darkness. He gave her a new purpose, a different reason to exist. Flame of Sin assumed that this was what humans called a fateful meeting. So she mentally prayed for the demon lord to not ask any more questions and allow her to serve only him. Katana looked at the determined Yuki. After that, she extended her hand towards the light. Suddenly, right on the stunned Yuki's lap, a miniature girl dressed in a stylized dark kimono materialized. The protagonist froze in mute amazement as a system message about unlocking a new skill appeared in his field of vision. Weapon anthropomorphism. It seemed that another mysterious girl had suddenly appeared in the demon lord's domain, looking at herself with childish curiosity. The girls were happy to meet En. To this, the new girl responded quite phlegmatically. Yuki was delighted that he now had 3 little girls. However, the serenity of the moment was immediately broken by Leffy, whose face darkened with suspicion and demanded an immediate explanation of what was happening. Despite the striking differences in their backgrounds and temperaments, the children surprisingly quickly found a common language. The High Dragon, without taking her gaze off the miniature figure in the kimono, asked Yuki directly where he managed to steal this new girl from. The guy was outraged by such an accusation and hastened to clarify the situation, pointing out that before them was none other than the embodied soul of his faithful katana, Flame of Sin. Looking back at the weapons, the changes were obvious. The demon lord continued his explanation. He'd only recently learned that his katana was an intelligent weapon, which is why he had unlocked the anthropomorphism skill for DP. Leffy only shook her head, expressing silent amazement at the depth of his as she considered perverted fantasies. As if 2 girls weren't enough for him, he had also turned a weapon into such a thing, while Yuki was trying to justify himself. As if 2 girls weren't enough for him, he had also turned a weapon into such a thing, while Yuki was trying to justify himself. Lu, watching the scene, enthusiastically exclaimed that the master had misbehaved again, but immediately hastened to assure him of her unwavering loyalty and service, no matter what he had done. Leela, standing nearby, mentally supported her colleague, confirming her readiness to give her life for the master, despite his, as it seemed to her, rapidly changing and very specific tastes in girls. Such reasoning clearly did not please the protagonist, whose face showed a shadow of annoyance. The guy's face darkened, and he squatted down and began to sullenly insist that he was not a lolicon. He tried to clarify that he did like cute girls, but not in some other unacceptable context. At that moment, On herself cautiously approached him, listening attentively to his excuses, finding out if something was wrong. Yuki answered in the negative and explained that he was simply being misunderstood a little. Here, En's expression became serious, almost stern. The former weapon, now a little girl, mentally proclaimed the inadmissibility of any abuse of her master. With a determination unexpected for her fragile appearance, she stepped forward and hugged Yuki, standing between him and the others like a human shield. This gesture of sincere protection deeply touched the protagonist. A warm smile appeared on his face. Aruna, not wanting to create misunderstandings, hastened to explain that they were not mocking her brother at all, and doubted. To this, the girl said with a joyful smile that they were all friends here. This made Katana think. Meanwhile, the children began to establish contact. The boy, seeing their efforts, waved his hand, allowing the girls to do whatever they wanted, as long as they were happy. Leafy, who was standing to the side, only snorted and mentally commented that he had finally openly admitted his nature as a pervert who collected cute girls. The Demon Lord immediately objected, but his words were drowned out by the general merriment. As the happy girls led Anne away, she turned around. A barely noticeable but unmistakable smile flickered across her usually impassive face. It was a clear, sunny day outdoors under the shade of trees. Aruna, holding her new friend's hand, asked about her interests. Ain thought about what she liked. The cheerful girl began to list examples of what she might like. Then, the katana replied that it liked to move. Aruna said that she likes to take a warm bath after a long day and then sleep soundly. She asked her friend what else she likes. With her mouth open, Ain was unable to answer. Katana replied that she didn't know. Upon hearing the answer, Aruna suggested that they go look for something she might like. Aruna, in the middle of the clearing, spread her arms and answered with a smile that if she liked something, then she would be very happy every day and would anxiously wait for the next day to discover something new. An's eyes lit up at this speech. Inside, she always thought the world was terrible. Katana believed that he was binding you with his chains and placing you in a place like a dark castle. Iruna, taking Ain's hands in hers, suggested that they find something they liked together. This gesture meant a lot to the katana. Yuki happily watched the children play while Leffy yawned behind him. The maids were smiling too. Anne came to the conclusion that the world was completely different. The afternoon sun shone on her new family, who decided to have a picnic in the countryside. Meanwhile, in the mountains, far from the serene sunlight above the peaks, the blind fury of nature raged. A furious thunderstorm brought down on the rocks. The darkness of the cave receded. Stalactites and stalagmites wrapped in rope began to appear through the darkness. In the center of the cave stood a massive stone platform, upon which an ancient dragon lay curled up, sleeping. Its light mane and wrinkled skin spoke of its advanced age. Suddenly, for no apparent reason, the old man's whitish, blind eyes opened. His head turned slowly, unerringly detecting the presence of an intruder in the pitch darkness. A voice rolled through the cave, asking what Kyoga was looking for here. In front of the platform, not bending under the weight of the ancient's gaze, stood another dragon. Young, with black scales and eyes full of cold calculation. On his forehead, like a third eye, a huge ruby blazed. Kyoga maintained an icy calm when the blind old man reminded him of the ban on appearing in this sanctuary. Without directly answering the rebuke, the black dragon asked his own question, which sounded like a challenge. He asked how the elder, who possessed the power rumored to be able to bend the entire world to his feet, had not yet done so. The blind dragon growled, and for the first time there was anger in his voice. He retorted that Kyoga, who had never left the confines of their village and had never experienced the true world, did not dare to reproach him. Standing at the bottom of the platform and spreading his wings, the young man wanted to know what the point of ruling the world was if it was not interesting to him. The elder chuckled. He reminded the impudent youth that he himself had once been accepted into the village, raised, given shelter. He was too young, too spiritually blind to understand many things. After this, Kyoga called the dragon, who responded a pathetic old man with no ambitions. The next moment, the cave was filled with inhuman roars and the clanging of claws on stone. Blood was running down Koichi's face. The black dragon slowly spread his wings to their full gigantic width, filling the cave with shadow. What came out of his chest was not a roar, but a thunderous, victorious laugh that echoed off the walls. He was jubilant, having finally taken the life of the pitiful old man. From now on, he proclaimed himself the king of dragons. It was a black cry that would shake the world. The girls welcomed N to the Demon Lord's research classroom. Yuki appeared before everyone in a white coat, deciding to introduce his assistant first. She and Aruna thought the clothes were strange. Leafy appeared in a robe that was too big for her. She set the price at 4 chocolate bars. However, the main character managed to bargain down to 3. Leela asked with interest what science was. The main character found it a bit difficult to explain in words, so he decided to show. Taking a match, the guy struck it on the box. Then he lit a candle in the jar. Placing a candle in front of the audience, the demon lord asked why they thought it was burning. Iruna raised her hand and claimed that it was magic. Yuki smiled and replied that he had expected such an answer. He then turned to the yawning dragon and asked his assistant to identify the magic here with his abilities. Leaning over the jar, Leafy confirmed that this was the simplest flame. The children were surprised and asked questions. Then the main character covered the jar with a plate. After this action, the candle inside went out. Leela suggested that if the candle was the source of energy, then the fire should not have gone out after closing it, and therefore closing the lid creates some kind of magical influence and it goes out. The guy asked for an expert opinion. Leafy claimed that there was no magic there at all. The demon lord then explained that fire burns because of the oxygen in the air. It is the combination of the 3 components, fuel, oxygen, and heat, that allows the candle to burn. However, once the candle is closed, no more oxygen is supplied, and when it runs out, the candle goes out. Yuki initially thought that since magic exists in this world, the nature of things would be different. But it turns out that the physical laws and basic principles of this world are similar to the one he comes from. Taking the jar in his hands, the protagonist made the candle burn with renewed vigor despite the closed lid. He asked again about the nature of this phenomenon. The correct answer was magic. After that, the guy summed up that they now know more about some things other than magic. He also gave the example of oxygen, thanks to which they breathe. Aruna was happy with the new information. The other children were wondering after the statement, namely Shi and En. Walking up to Shia and placing his hand on her nose, the demon lord remembered that she had no lungs, as she was essentially one solid stomach. He wondered if she could breathe like them, for example through her skin, or if there were those in this world who did not breathe at all. Then Yuki decided to check with En. It turned out that the katana didn't need breathing either. The girl looked at him questioningly. Having confirmed his conclusion, the protagonist came to the conclusion that those little ghosts also do not breathe. Not knowing what to do with the hand in front of him, En decided to bite it. This made the boy scream, to the girl's surprise. Throwing En onto his shoulders, the demon lord playfully declared that he was now under her command, and that he was an evil scientist who would show them true fear. Yuki, smiling, chased after the children, who, laughing, ran away from him with feigned screams. The katana on his shoulders phlegmatically supported the general atmosphere. Laughing evilly, the protagonist ran up to Leffy and hugged her. He announced that she was now his, and her brains were washed, after which she would become the evil scientist number 2. The girl was indignant, but he persuaded her to go to the dark side, because they had cookies. After such an argument, Leafy also joined the game with a smile, promising to catch and conduct experiments. The girls were horrified that their sister was now also evil, and called on the good scientist Leela to their side. The maid smiled tenderly in response, deciding that now she would have to protect everyone. However, she then turned to researcher Lu, who would help them. She was surprised, but readily accepted this role. Meanwhile, the girls circled around Leela, and so they continued playing until lunch. Suddenly, someone called Yuki. The protagonist, immersed in reading, responded. Leaning on the table, Leafy asked the guy out on a date. The demon lord calmly agreed. Then the context of the situation slowly began to dawn on him. Yuki was shocked that Leafy had asked him out on a date. With renewed embarrassment and enthusiasm, he hesitantly agreed. Leafy suggested going to the mountain that is behind their mountain. The main character happily agreed to go, while the dragon suggested not to go, but to fly. The guy didn't understand the girl's proposal to fly, and then she explained that there was an excellent beehive on that mountain. Leafy told him that their honey was very tasty. Then the demon lord realized. The dragon spoke with delight about the upcoming sweet treat and decided to ask Leela to make some goodies from this honey. Yuki did not share her joy because he realized that the date was just an excuse, and sweets were the main goal. Full of happiness, Leffy hurried the guy, but he suddenly turned around on his pillow and said that he had changed his mind. The girl was surprised by the refusal. The demon lord, indifferently running his finger across the floor, said that he did not like honey and sweets. Leafy jumped on the sprawled guy and shook him, screaming, trying to persuade Yuki to go and help her beloved partner. But he only calmly replied that she was only using him as an excuse to go to the bees. After this, the dragon, embarrassed, offered to sleep with the main character today, hoping that this argument would convince him. However, the demon lord remained adamant and, to the girl's stunned reaction, asked why this should interest him. Not knowing what to answer, Leafy awkwardly fell silent. Then she awkwardly stated the real reason why she called Yuki. The girl wanted to be alone with him. After this, the main character smiled with relief. As he walked outside, he said that he would not only sleep with the dragon today, but also cuddle and hug him. Together, they flew to the right place. Leafy gestured where they were going and told them that she used to live there. The guy was glad that he would be able to look at the girl's den because he was interested in how she lived before. His companion, embarrassed, agreed. Soon they were already in the mountainous area. Yuki tried to catch his breath, noticing that even the air here was different. Leafy's previous place of residence with surprise. It was flat, bare mountain terrain, except for a mat of leaves and a few bones scattered on the rocks. The girl calmly said that there was nothing to see here. However, the main character was still glad that he had looked. Then he pointed to something and asked what it was. Right outside the lair was a giant pile of all sorts of weapons, shields, and armor. Leafy made it clear that these were the remains of the fools who came to fight her, and the dragon allowed Yuki to do with them as he wished if he was interested, because after all, they were not hers. The guy thanked him and decided to exchange them for DP. With a displeased expression, the girl said that there was a time when people thought that her blood would help them become immortal. The demon lord noted with irony how fun she had been living. Then the main character noticed something else in the distance. Yuki had a fleeting thought that her part seemed quite strong, and then he turned to Leafy. He asked the dragon if he could take her scales and other parts that were lying in the lair. The girl did not object. It turned out that the guy had long wanted to create blades for Aruna and the others, just in case. The demon lord found Leafy's particles very powerful and suitable for this. He added that he naturally wanted to do the same for himself. This made the dragon embarrassed and began to praise her scales, which were stronger than divine steel, and only she could break them. The girl allowed the protagonist to take as much as he needed. He warmly thanked her for this. The next stop was a lake with a meadow and trees, sparkling in the sun. A small cave was visible behind it. Yuki admired the beauty of the scenery. Leafy couldn't help but confirm it. The demon lord didn't understand why the water was golden, though. At that moment, his hand slowly began to reach for the girl's hand. The boy smelled a sweet scent, wondering where it came from. His attempt to hold Leafy's hand, meanwhile, was unsuccessful, because she raised her hands, happy that they had found honey. However, something excited the main character. A myriad of aggressive bees appeared right above the beautiful lake, and Leafy explained that, having found a suitable place, the swarm immediately makes a hive there. After which, under the loud questioning cries of the excited guy, the dragon called on Yuki to kill them, and then the honey would be theirs. It seems that the sweetness turned out to be a trap. While the high dragon Leafy, in a state of bliss, was licking the remains of the precious honey from her fingers with obvious pleasure, a sight that could terrify even a seasoned warrior arose before the eyes of the stunned Yuki. Bees were flying out of the thicket, but not ordinary ones, but monstrous creatures the size of a large motorcycle. The stunned protagonist instinctively gripped the hilt of the katana, mentally ordering the blade to mobilize all reserves, to raise all parameters to the absolute maximum. Behind him, growing like a thundercloud, a swarm of enraged insects was approaching. The flame of Sin blade responded immediately, a wave of intensifying light running across its dark surface, the blade humming with accumulated power, ready for a furious fight. The guy attacked the numerous enemy with lightning speed. The steel screeched as it met the sting of one of the bees, and a chilling thought struck the demon lord, accompanied by a nervous, almost hysterical laugh. Weapons of his type were practically useless against insects. At this moment, drooling over the deliciousness, without taking her eyes off the upcoming pleasure, the dragon told about the true danger of the sting, which easily breaks metal. Bending over the prey, the girl continued, explaining that the stings were poisonous, and if anything happened, Yuki would have 5 minutes to regret it. Meanwhile, the protagonist, attacked from all sides, was indignant that she had deigned to tell him such critical information only now, when he was already in the very epicenter of the nightmare. While helping herself to another portion of honey with an unperturbed look, Leafy casually recalled out loud that she had once been a frequent and uninvited guest here, which apparently had forced the local bees to evolve, developing remarkable intelligence and combat skills in endless fights with the impudent dragon. The girl, illuminated by a blissful smile, even mentally thanked the guy for the fact that he so conveniently distracted the angry swarm, allowing her to enjoy the trophy. The demon lord was seething with the realization that he was simply being used as lacave bait. Then Leafy, finally turning to the exhausted Yuki, with brazen nonchalance asked him to move away, citing that he was dirtying her honey. The protagonist, still fighting, furiously shouted at her to get ready, because when they got home, he would take full advantage of her. The guy, surrounded by defeated opponents, tried to catch his breath from fatigue. He wondered why there were so many of them. Leafy, lazily getting to her feet and shaking off non-existent dust, mentally called the demon lord pathetic, to which he immediately became indignant. The dragoness only smirked and began to tease him, stating that she had now changed her mind about helping him, although she was just about to do so. Then Yuki, feeling that his strength was running out and new enemies could appear at any moment, sincerely begged her, asking her to demonstrate the true power of the supreme dragon. The main character managed to persuade the girl, and she activated the roar. It was a dragon roar, a magical beam, the greatest and most powerful attack of dragons. It broke not only numerous rows of bees, but also a stone, forming a giant cliff for many kilometers ahead. The impact sent dust flying into the air, and Leafy bragged about the strength of her scream. The boy noted with irritation that she should have done that right away. In the evening at home, the girl lay on her bed, uttering muffled groans and convulsively clutching the blanket with her fingers. Her cheeks were flushed with a bright blush of embarrassment. Her breathing was heavy and ragged. With tears welling up on her eyelashes, she mentally begged Yuki for mercy and forgiveness. The main character, sitting next to her, with genuine interest and obvious pleasure, was fingering the base of her huge, sensitive wings, ignoring all her pleas to stop this immediately. To Leafy's deep embarrassment, the demon lord suddenly buried his face in the soft membranes of his wing, declaring that he was purposely not hearing her protests. He enjoyed tormenting her. With the excitement of an explorer, he mentally wondered if her long, flexible tail had the same pleasant, soft texture as her wings. The dragoness only shuddered all over, continuing her fruitless exhortations. Then the guy decided to compromise and go back to the wings. Leafy screamed in indignation. This action continued until the morning. The next day at the demon lord's castle, her usually impassive eyes are wide open in silent admiration of the structure. The former katana was genuinely amazed by the scale of the building. Girls were crowding around her. A cheerful girl, noticing her friend's interest, proudly explained that this castle was built by Yuki himself. Without waiting for an answer, Aruna grabbed N by the hand and pulled her along, eager to show her new friend all the wonders of the castle from the inside. Inside, everything was luxuriously furnished. At that moment, she saw 3 ghosts. The children introduced the ghosts to N. Their names were Rei, Rui, and Ru. They greeted the guests with a smile. N, maintaining her usual phlegmatic demeanor, nodded silently in response, uttering a restrained greeting. The ghosts were clearly surprised by her completely calm reaction to their appearance. Then Iruna shared with them what they had told their friend about the castle and suggested that the ghosts show her everything together. At that moment, Ro, the most mischievous of the 3, with a mischievous sparkle in her eyes, decided to test the newcomer's strength. She suddenly rushed forward and passed through N, hoping to cause at least a slight fright. However, this trick did not make any impression on the weapon's soul, and Aruna shuddered in fear. To the children's surprise, Ro quickly flew away. At that moment, Yuki ran up to the girls and called them to eat. Coming closer, the protagonist saw only In. She made it clear that they were playing hide-and-seek. Bending down to the girl, the guy asked with a smile if she had made friends with everyone. Katana answered in the affirmative. The demon lord was happy about this and gently patted the embarrassed In on the head. His fingers gently touched her dark hair. The others came out of hiding, hearing that it was time to eat. Yuki also called Rei, Rui, and Ru, and then wondered if they were eating it all. He was about to remove his hand from En's head to go to the house. But then the small hand of the former katana suddenly reached out and grabbed his palm, clearly not wanting to let go. Seeing this silent but eloquent gesture, Yuki picked up the girl in his arms without further ado. En was pleased. Iruna, noticing this, said with a smile that the girl was lucky. She nodded thoughtfully. The ghosts, children, and the boy moved away from the castle. The cards were scattered on the floor. Leafy and the demon lord were playing cards. The dragon challenged him to draw a joker. Yuki then asked what the point was, and the girl boldly replied that she would make him her servant. But the guy did not agree. Suddenly, something caught Leafy's attention. She stood up abruptly, looking towards the door. Yuki looked at her questioningly, trying to understand the reason for such a sudden change in behavior. Here a map appeared in front of the main character. He was surprised by what he saw. The dragon made it clear that this seemed to be her old friend and decided to go talk. Then the demon lord immediately stood up, insisting on walking with her. Stopping at the threshold, Leafy mentally warned Yuki that this dragon was known for its hot temper and unpredictability. But the boy interrupted her, firmly stating that this was precisely why she should not go there alone. The girl said that he shouldn't worry, because she was the supreme dragon. However, the guy was not going to give in and insisted on his own, reminding her that he was her partner. Leafy, seeing his unwavering determination, only mentally sighed with a slightly tired smile, resigned. There was a noise in the forest. Yuki and the high dragon stood at the cave ready for battle. At that moment, a large shadow appeared on the rocky ground, blowing up the dust. A large black dragon with a diamond on its forehead landed there from above. It seemed to be Kyoga. He glared at the pair standing before him. Apparently, they had a new opponent. Leafy and Yuki looked up at the sky, where a giant dragon was descending towards them. The main character and the girl looked seriously at the monster that disturbed them. It was Jirodio Gyoga, is the new usurper king of the dragons. Turning to the girl, he said that he finally managed to find the supreme dragon, Lephisios. The dragon was confused as to why Leffy was in human form. The girl then got down to business and asked why he was there, suggesting that since he had seized power over the dragons, he had come to show off. The boy stood next to her, armed with his katana. Leafy asked the reason for his action, pointing out that the old dragons would not serve him. To this, Haoga replied that he had solved the problem by killing them, and now the dragons obeyed him. He roared with pathos, declaring himself the king of dragons. He then loudly proclaimed that his goal was to take over the world, and that was why he had come to the High Dragon. Leafy was confused and irritated by his behavior. The Dragon King wanted the girl to join him so they could rule the world together, but the idea only made her laugh. Then the Demon Lord stepped into their conversation and rudely ordered him to shut up. Yuki got tired of him talking about conquering the world and asked who this dragon even was. The protagonist irritably noted that conquering the world requires a lot of time and effort, so Leafy would never participate in it. The girl was surprised by such a reaction. However, this brought a slight smile to her face. After this, Leffy confidently confirmed the correctness of his words, advising the impudent fellow to return and brag there that it might help him find a girl. This angered Goku. He menacingly declared that he understood that she was not pretending to be human, which meant that she had chosen death. This enraged the Demon Lord, and Leafy turned to her partner and prepared for battle. The High Dragon explained that he was a fool, but Yuki was an even bigger fool, so he should survive, and then they would go back to sleep. The protagonist asked with a smile why she was now taking him down to the very bottom with her words. Leafy answered that they had known each other for a long time, so she knew what she was talking about. At this time, their opponent was laughing at their squabble. It looks like Golgo has made a decision. He struck the Demon Lord with all his might. The Demon Lord clearly did not expect the blow, but managed to extend his katana to defend himself. This did not help him stay in place, however, and he flew far back, and his spread wings helped him to hold on. The usurper thought he would crush the boy like a pathetic insect. Yuki, with his wings spread and his sword at the ready, cursed the dragon. After that, the girl reacted with excitement, fearing for her partner. Then Gyelgu said that she had become very weak, and having become human, she lost the right to be with him. Turning around, Leafy cursed angrily and decided to teach him a lesson. Suddenly, to the girl's surprise, the main character appeared in front of her. who advised the girl to calm down and confidently said that he would deal with him himself. The Supreme Dragon wanted to object, but Yuki enthusiastically said that he wanted to protect her. Then Leafy touched the back of her hand to his. She allowed him to intercede for her and pass by, telling him to try. The Demon Lord thanked her for this trusting gesture. Sitting at a distance, Leafy advised Huaj not to go against the boy. He, ready for battle, asked the girl to rely on him. The dragon confidently stepped forward, doubting that this bug would make him fall to his knees. He said defiantly that it was funny and that the man would not succeed. Yuki, with a displeased expression on his face, asked him to shut up already, as he was fed up with this. At that very moment, the opponent struck a blow that cut the nearby pine trees in half. The protagonist already regretted the words he had spoken. Looking at the fierce, toothy enemy flying towards him, the Demon Lord mentally assessed his chances of winning. The dragon's level was 5 times higher than his own, so the chance of defeating it was 1%. Continuing his thoughts, Yuki noted that Guoje didn't seem to consider him a weak opponent, thanking his Demon Lord body that at least allowed him to dodge his attacks, noting, however, that if he weakened his defense even a little, he would turn into mincemeat. The panel that popped up in front of the guy reflected that all stats increased by 1.5 times if the enemy had the status of a criminal. As the dragon attacked, he laughed at where the Demon Lord's courage had gone. The blow almost hit the main character, but he managed to dodge. Then the man quickly struck him. Smiling at his opponent, Yuki teased him, asking how it felt to be cut by an insect. But suddenly, something surprised the boy. He received a serious wound and was thrown up by the blow. Having recovered, the Demon Lord was already looking at the flying away Guoji, who was calling at the top of his voice for Lephios to look. Approaching the girl who was watching from afar, he declared that this man was just a weak loser and that he was more suitable for her. Leafy looked at the dragon with tension. Yuki, meanwhile, decided that it would be better for him to turn his attention to her for now while he recovered, since Guoge was too strong. But then the main character noticed something. He quickly dodged the sharp spear that flew towards him. What he saw excited the guy. To his surprise, dozens of copies were pointed at him. The Demon Lord's frightened cry rang out over the grove. The girl continued to sit. Leafy peered into the distance. Yuga grinned evilly. Breathing heavily, Yuki grabbed the spear in an attempt to pull it out. He was badly injured and lay on the ground, trying to catch his breath. His opponent noted the man's resilience, not thinking he would survive his attack. The main character just grinned at this. It was still daylight over the mountain. The Demon Lord stood up and began to laugh hysterically. Hyuga thought he had lost his mind, calling it a pitiful sight. Having landed, the dragon appeared before Yuki. The guy stood confidently in front of his opponent, and with a wide smile, advised him not to speak, but to look at his feet. At that moment, to the dragon's surprise, the ground beneath him disappeared and a deep hole appeared. There were peaks sticking out at the bottom of the trap. But Huag managed to fly up, albeit with difficulty. However, there too, an unexpected attack awaited him. Magic signs began to appear near him. An explosion thundered in the air. The charred monster, with a frightening toothy smile, noted that the man was smart for an insect. Yuki was already up there as well, chuckling and telling him that he had wasted a lot of DP on this trap. So he asked him to stop clinging to life already. The protagonist recalled that he had set up a lot of mines while dodging him. The Demon Lord hoped that he could make up for the difference in strength between them. He then approached the dragon with a proposal for a second round. Hyuga immediately snapped, declaring that another such dirty trick would not work on him. However, a pentagram appeared in front of the enemy and hit him painfully, causing his head to fall back. This angered the dragon, who began to gather energy in his mouth. Yuki realized that he was using a dragon roar and began to lean to the side. Seeing this, Gyuega said that he would not let him escape. Suddenly the magic was activated again. There was a loud explosion. Looking at the fiery smoke in the distance, the protagonist was glad that the dragon had fallen into another magical trap. He mentally noted that his strength and speed were astounding and quite comparable to Leafy. But Gyuga was much more rude. The only thing the Demon Lord regretted was his lack of combat experience. Leafy, meanwhile, looked up. In her mind, she turned to Yuki with concern, advising him not to be so careless. While choosing the desired value on the panel, the main character decided that this was his chance. But at that moment, his opponent suddenly appeared in the sky with a deafening roar. The dragon moved at high speed toward the calm man who lost his vigilance, opening his toothy mouth. The guy was scared. Yuga dealt him a serious wound. The demon lord fell down with a painful grimace, hitting the rocky ground hard. After that, he coughed up blood. After the previous powerful blow, the dragon rushed towards Yuki, lying on the ground with lightning speed to finish him off. The demon lord managed to jump back at the last moment. When he flew away, the place where he was already studded with dozens of spears, which, fortunately, never reached their target. Looking there with tension, the main character had a thought that he probably really enraged his opponent. The guy hadn't even had time to catch his breath when Hyuga's tongues of flame were already flying towards him. The fire clearly did not please Yuki. Flying higher, he thought with despair that the dragon would now turn him into coal. However, he noticed that he was faster than his enemy. The protagonist rose to the bright sunbeams, which involuntarily made the dragon close his eyes. When the demon lord realized this, he decided to attack Gyogu from above. He let out flame again, but it didn't stop the guy. He managed to fly to the side and strike from there. The dragon roared from the wound on its face left by the flame of sin. Suddenly it swung its tail, and the man noticed it with a curse, trying to dodge. Yuki realized with horror what was about to happen. His opponent's tail painfully slammed right into his back. Blood splashed in the sky as the protagonist screamed. At that time, the girls and maids in the house were putting together puzzles while sitting on the floor. Yu and Leela were worried about their master. They recalled that before leaving, the demon lord warned them not to leave here until he and Leafy returned. Leela noted with concern that there were many earthquakes outside, and Liu confirmed this grimly. The girl anxiously crumpled her dress. She, crying, was afraid that Yuki was hurt, but Iruna reassured her friend that In went with him, so the main character should be okay. She noticed something with a gentle smile. She began to slowly stop crying. Iruna said that she was sure that her brother and sister were fine. At this time, the demon lord was lying on the ground without an arm and with serious damage to his wings, and his katana had fallen from his hands. The children fell asleep hugging each other. At this time, In called her master. He moved heavily. Katana was glad that Yuki was alive. At that moment, he opened his eyes and looked at the sky with tiredness. Then the main character stood up in pain. The weapon lying nearby reminded the boy with concern that he was wounded and advised him not to move. The demon lord laughed weakly and apologized to In, saying that he couldn't. Meanwhile, blood was gushing out of Huao's mouth. Confidently stepping forward onto the battlefield, Yuki said that he was not finished yet. Breathing heavily, he took the flame of sin in his teeth. Without his left arm and two wings, the main one held a katana in his mouth, clenching his fists for battle. He summed up that until he won, it was too early to rest. The dragon screamed and bleeds. Then, trying to fly up to Leafy, he hit the rock with a loud noise, losing his coordination. The high dragon looked at him calmly, calling him a fool. Then Gwoga angrily asked the girl to stop because he had killed her man. Leafy asked with a confident smile who he killed there. The demon lord appeared behind the dragon, surprising him. A trail of blood was left behind him. Guga turned around in surprise and saw the protagonist, who stood before him with determination, through pain and tears, unwaveringly. His opponent roared in rage about how he was fed up with the human, then shoved Yuki away with his tail. However, the boy stood up again. The dragon angrily scolded him not to get up and not to come to him. The opponents stood opposite each other. Hyuga said with excitement that the main character was worse than a dead man, so the dragon decided to crush him into dust with his roar, starting to collect him in his mouth. However, it didn't work. Some force knocked down the stunned opponent. The demon lord grinned with the blade in his teeth, glad that his plan finally worked. Swaying, Yuki remembered that everything that was within the owner's area of influence was under his control, and he helped him with this. It turns out that there were carbon monoxide vapors in the atmosphere, tasteless and odorless, lighter than air, but in sufficient quantities it causes severe headaches and vomiting after just 10 minutes. But in addition to these symptoms, this element causes poisoning already when it reaches 1% in the body. The protagonist used wind magic to create a pure air shell around himself, so he did not use magic. The boy mentally noted that Leafy noticed this and moved away, but Gyogyu did not, because he had muscles instead of brains. The demon lord slowly approached the lying and trembling dragon, who was trying to say something. His opponent fearfully asked the man to stop. However, Yuki had already moved the katana from his mouth to his hand. It seemed the battle was over. At that moment, the protagonist plunged into darkness. After some time, he began to come to his senses. Leafy's calm face towered above him. Yuki called the girl by name. Then she noticed that he had woken up. The protagonist was lying on the lap of the supreme dragon, and her hand was gently holding his head. He asked slowly if he had lost consciousness. At that moment, his defeated opponent lay lifeless in the distance. Leafy answered his question in the affirmative and added that, as a caring woman, she made a pillow out of her lap and laid his head on them, calling him to gratitude. The guy raised his hand in delight, calling the girl the best and sharing that the feeling of her soft lap was simply wonderful. Among other things, he sincerely thanked her for her care, turning over and rubbing himself against the high dragon's lap. The demon lord stated that he had only been evaluating her wings as pillows before, unable to decide which was better. Leafy noted that Yuki seemed to have returned to normal. Having stopped fidgeting, the protagonist thought about the wounds and did not find any. He asked if the girl had a hand in this. She replied with a smile that he would owe her, although it was not difficult for her to heal him. It turns out that the high dragon also dispersed his carbon monoxide, and now the boy can breathe freely. However, with a grateful expression, Leafy noted that although the demon lord's wounds were healed, his condition left much to be desired, because he had done a great job protecting her, and now he needed to rest more. Yuki worriedly asked if he really was able to protect the girl. Running her hand over the protagonist's head, Leafy sincerely answered in the affirmative because the enemy was killed, and she was proud of him. The guy decided that her reward was worth the effort. The girl sadly said that she was actually worried. Then the demon lord laughed, asking if she was offering to give her to him next time. The high dragon began to be indignant. The sun was breaking through the foliage. Yuki turned to the high dragon. She responded. To her silent surprise, the main character confessed that he liked her. Leafy blushed at such unexpected words. The guy said, with a feeling that he knows that he is not worthy of her now, but therefore he tries to become stronger every day to be on the same level as her. Reaching out his hand to her face, the demon lord asked if the girl would be with him now and until the end. Approaching the smiling Yuki, Leafy said that since he wanted it. After that, she leaned towards his face and closed her eyes to kiss him. Leafy promised to be with him until the very end. It seemed their deal with each other had reached a new level. The girl noted with embarrassment that it was the oath of the Dragon clan, so she did not know. Yuki asked her again with a smile. However, after some time, Leafy finally agreed. The protagonist enthusiastically asked if she was his wife from that day on. The high dragon awkwardly considered her new status. The guy smiled with a blissful expression at this new meaning, which caused confusion in the girl. She ordered the demon lord to stop, because she was still ashamed. Approaching Leafy, Yuki declared that now they can make children. The girl, however, noted with embarrassment that he was scaring her. Now the couple will be together forever. N, frowning, remained silent. The main character of the house apologized to her. He repeated again that he was sorry. Sitting on his lap, the girl said that she was worried about him. The guy again apologized with excitement. It turned out that the katana, as soon as she saw that he was on the verge of death, came out to save you and found a loving couple kissing. Trying to make amends, the demon lord promised to spend the whole day with her, asking what she wanted to do. Then In decided that she just wanted to sit here with him. Yuki was surprised that this was all. Suddenly her friend turned to her, calming In down so she wouldn't worry. Aruna recalled her surprise when her brother was seriously injured or tired, and he would come and sleep for days on end. Then the girl said that she was also worried about him and wanted to hug him. She also reached out her hands to the main character, and 3 ghosts flew up behind her with the same intention. Leafy approached them, who was surprised by her husband's behavior with condemnation. The guy did not see the problem. However, the demon lord was pleased to be called husband. Then, opening the tablet, he saw a new skill, Fortitude, which allowed, when HP dropped below 20%, to significantly reduce the damage inflicted by enemies, and all characteristics were multiplied by 1.5, provided that the owner of the skill wanted to continue the battle. The second ability was the Monarch's Intimidation, thanks to which its owner could use intimidation on all enemies within a certain radius around him, slowing down the movement of the target. And the effect on this very target depended on the difference in status between the owner and the inhabit enemy. It turned out that the main character received the skill of intimidating the monarch due to the title of the Lord of Demons and Dragons. This was in addition to his past, due to the murder of the Dragon King. The boy was confused about his new status, not knowing what to do if he didn't want to rule the dragons. The girls nearby watched his actions closely. Among other things, the Demon Lord received the title of the consort of the Supreme Dragon, the description of which said that it was a strong man who took the Supreme Dragon as a wife. It seems that such a madman in this world is no longer afraid of anything. Then, Yuki became curious about how titles appear, assuming that this is the desire of the local side. Meanwhile, the girls sat on his sides, and the three ghosts formed a tower above his head. The main character decided to figure out the reasons after. The most important result for him was increasing the level of the dungeon and processing the dragon's corpse into DP, and also increasing the rating level to 10th. The guy was interested in what status Leafy had in that case. The level of the highest dragon was as much as 987, and in the titles it was added that she was now the spouse of the Lord of Demons. Yuki noted with pride and surprise that his wife was very strong. But he was still glad that he could now see at least a couple of numbers in her characteristics. Sitting in a yoga pose with the children sleeping on his lap, the protagonist thought that it was painful for him to watch this, and that he was saddened by the fact that he had lost all his DP accumulated with Leafy. But at the same time, seeing the result, he felt good. At the same time, seeing the result, he felt good. At that moment, Leela approached him. The maid carried away the sleeping girls, and Liu prepared a blanket. Liu looked at Yuki with a smile. The maid said that the gentleman was amazing, started talking about the ring, but he laughed and started pulling her cheeks, hinting that she was joking. She quickly apologized. It was a wedding ring made especially for the Supreme Dragon Leficios. Lying in bed, the girl asked Yuki not to force himself because he had not yet fully recovered. Suddenly, Leafy woke up. Meanwhile, Liu began to shyly catch the couple's lovemaking in the bedroom. It seemed like the Demon Lord had climbed into the dragon's bed. Meanwhile, the main character called N. Yuki held the katana and the material with a serious expression. The boy decided to try to fuse his sword and parts of Leafy, hoping that this would increase the skill of granting magic. Then the Demon Lord opened and looked at the characteristics of the roar of the explosive flame. He then turned to N, asking if she would mind if he gave her new magic. Katana did not mind. The Flame of Sin, after the upgrade, acquired new special effects, namely, increasing magical and physical strength to the maximum. At the same time, it retained its previous characteristics, the race of a magic sword with incomparable quality and unique telepathy and vampirism skills. Among other things, and also got the title of Dragon Slayer, since she is the sword that defeated the Dragon King, which increased all characteristics by 1.5 times. Yuki was glad that the katana had already reached the legendary class, which is the highest in the hierarchy of weapons. The main character rejoiced that if he added the ring he gave to Leafy, then with the magic of self-healing and enhancing magical power, he would become invincible. The guy's HP was already almost 20,000, which made him laugh joyfully, declaring that now nothing would destroy his health. Then he decided to test his new skills with N. The katana obeyed without question. Just because the Demon Lord had become stronger, he immediately took advantage of it and brutally killed the Manticore, hunted with Rear, who was looking at his madness with concern, and used Ain's wind magic, which greatly enhanced his flight. The guy, smiling madly, was having a lot of fun with the new power in his hands. Yuki suggested that the wolf should now kill every living thing in the forest every day. This statement excited Rador. However, the main character, embarrassed, admitted that he had been hasty. Evening came. Happy Leafy read, lounging on the ottoman. She thought about the big world, full of adventures, which, even after many years, she could not fully explore. At that moment, the girl saw that her husband had returned home with N, who was sitting on his neck. Yuki boasted that they had won the Manticore and Alicorn today, remembering their acquaintance. The dragon reflected that only thanks to the main character did she learn what it meant to truly live free. Without the Demon Lord, Leafy would just live on top of the mountain doing nothing. The boy looked at his wife with a smile. The girl smiled warmly and sincerely. She summed up that the world is beautiful by approaching her loved ones. The dawn was visible through the foliage. Yuki turned to his wolf. The protagonist asked Rear decisively if he was ready. He barked affirmatively in response. Opening the panel and walking forward, The guy proclaimed that the pets would be his. The guy ordered the general to appear. The hero said that he was their ruler and was glad to meet them. He wants them to live in that dungeon, hunt monsters and intruders. But the monsters around are too strong, and there are also many traps. So he leaves Rear in charge for now. They must listen and follow all his instructions. The guy said he was counting on Rear. The girl drew attention to herself. The hero asked why they were looking for him. He assumed they had come to see his new comrades. The girl said that she was afraid that he would do something funny again, and that there would be another little girl at home. Aruna said that everyone was big and strong. She introduced herself and said that it was nice to meet you. The girl named one of the monsters Smooth and Shiny. She asked the monster if he wanted to give her a ride. He nodded. Aruna said that he lifted her very high. The hero called the girl very brave. She said that she was just like him. The guy replied that it embarrassed him. The girl said that he should learn the rules of behavior from her. He asked if she wanted him to sleep all day. She told him to hurry up and take the girl off. If anything, she would catch her from below. The girl said that if the monster threw the girl off, she would destroy him. The heroine said that they were late and the ball was hers. However, he was in the sky. She said that it was not fair. The guy replied that he considered it fair since it was football in another world. He asked her about the zeal with which she spoke of defeating them all single-handedly. The girl replied that the game had just begun and she could still win. The supporters were telling the team to defend the goal. They were watching the score. The girl said that his cruelty towards them had crossed all boundaries. The hero asked what she would do in that case. She told him to hold on tight. They decided to interview the Demon Lord. They asked him how he spends his days. He replied that he began to lie on the bed with his wife more often and use her as a pillow. Those who invade his forest are driven away by his generals and traps. Because of this, the number of attackers has now decreased. The hero asked what the royal guard from Hell wanted from him. The girl noted that he immediately recognized who she was. Although she expected nothing less from the Demon Lord who had destroyed the plans of one devil tribe in the kingdom of Alicia, he asked what the girl wanted from him. She replied that she'd come to talk. The girl said that her words would be important to him. She had information about the enemy that would soon attack them. The hero asked about the price because it can't be free. Considering that she came straight from Hell to him, she replied that she had come to talk to him about forming an alliance against their common enemy. The girl said that she brought their tea. The guy thanked her. The demoness recognized Leela from the Sheep-Horned clan. She was a demon of knowledge. Leela said it was a nickname from her youth. The girl said that she heard that she left the demon world to go look for research materials that only exist in the human world. No one has heard from her since. Leela was asked why she became a maid and how she stooped to such a low level. She replied that a lot of things had happened. The other girl kept asking her, but Leela replied that a lot of things had just happened. The girl asked to tell about the Demon Lord and what business he has with the main character. The woman replied that she wanted to talk to them about the regions that their king ruled. The guy said that the underworld now looks like a civil war is about to start there, and he doesn't want to interfere. The girl said that it is worth assuming that the enemies already know about him and about that dungeon. She added that given what they had done in the alliance, wouldn't it be better for him to form an alliance with them then? The guy asked Leela what she thought about it. The girl replied that it seemed like Hell hadn't changed much since she left. The hero thought that he would not be very pleased if they came there to take revenge on him, them for wanting to use the Leffy as a weapon. The girl said that they were their common enemy. That's why she came to ask for help. The guy asked what would happen to him for that. She replied that they would monitor their movements and report everything to him. The girl apologized. She added that she had nothing to offer him except information. For such questions, he would be better off going with her and talking to their king. The boy asked why he had not come there himself. She replied that the king could not leave the country while she was in such a state. The hero asked if she could wait while he discussed the matter with his wife. He did not mind if she stayed the night. The maid said that in that case, she would prepare a room for her. The girl said she refused. She said that's not what she meant, and as she just didn't want to go there. The hero said that he thought that only a journey alone with her could heal his aching heart. He apologized and said he thought she would appreciate the compliment. The maid asked him how long he was going to help. The guy replied that he didn't know, but he thought it would be for about 3 weeks. Well, if she didn't like it there, he'd come back right away. The hero thought that in any case, he had an emergency way to return to the dungeon. The girl asked if he was sure, because she thought that he would quickly find a common language with the king there and agree on everything. The guy said that she didn't have to worry about protecting the dungeon because the girl would take care of everything. He listed the people dear to him and said that he did not want them to have to fight. The hero said that he wanted to protect his wife more than anything. The guy said that the word love confuses him. The maid said that he had left. The girl said that since he had taken Leela with him, everything would be fine. She thought that the hero's powers shouldn't be too dangerous, but she still worries. The girl asked why he was trying to help every girl. The maid laughed, saying that the girl didn't like that he was looking at more than just her. The heroine answered whether she thought that the job of a maid was to take care of the house and not to chat. The maid said that everything would be done, and besides, Leela's duties were now on her. The girl turned to the hero and said that if he tried to do something wrong, she would tell Leafy everything. Today they decided to stay at a hotel and tomorrow go to another city. Haloria told the protagonist to rest. The guy asked the girl if the speed of his pets made her sick. She replied that it did. The maid said that in the city they always use carts and they are pulled by different monsters. The guy asked In if she liked Leela's stories. The girl replied that Leela always tells interesting stories. The girl said that on the way she would tell many more interesting things. Haloria apologized for keeping them waiting. Naya saw the guy and said that it was he who was staring at them all the time. The hero began to deny it. The girl called him a bad boy. She asked if the girl was her biological child, as they looked very similar. N asked if she was his child. The guy asked if she liked it. The girl said that she was very happy about it. Naya asked if they were really relatives or not. She was told that it was bad to ask such questions. The hero said that the girl had a very large staff. In her hands was a list of what needed to be reported to Leafy. The girl said that it was their tool. They, witches, always carry it with them when they become adults. She said it made magic easier to control. The hero asked if she was an adult. The girl asked if he meant to say that she was still little. He asked the girl how old she was now. She answered that she was 15. The hero said he thought she still had room to grow. The list of things to tell the girl included details about the guy. Louise said that witches don't grow very big, but she thinks it's cute. The hero said that it was time for them to get out, since there were robbers behind the carriage. The boy told the girl that it was not what she thought. The carriage was pushed, and the girl herself fell. He couldn't help but catch her. The hero said that they were just pathetic and weak bandits. The girl asked him if she needed to transform. He replied that she had to protect Leela. The boy used magic and attacked the Earth Dragon. He turned to Leela and said that he had a powerful spell. She praised him. The girl was surprised that for magic of such a scale he did not even read the spell, and said that he also wanted to learn it. The girl said that she would not mind dating such a strong man. The guy said that since there were bandits there, it meant that hell was unsafe. The girl replied that they had appeared only recently. The hero thought that he couldn't leave things as they were. He had a duty to make hell safer. The boy said that thanks to the bandits he was not bored. The girl said that it was fun. He asked Leela if she had ever been to the capital. She replied that she had been there several times for research. The guy asked what she studied. Leela said a lot. The girl said that it covers a wide range of research and scientific works. The hero said he didn't know she was a great scientist. Leela said she was just curious, so she tried the research. He asked if that meant that when she lost interest in them, she would leave them. Leela said she would only tell him one. She was not with them for fun. The man guessed that the guy was a demon lord. He introduced himself and said that his name was Final, and he was the Lord of Hell. Final said he was glad to meet you. He assumed that the hero had already heard of their situation from Haloria. Lord Ada said that since the hero was tired from traveling, he would get straight to the point. He said that he was very good at plotting and covert operations, but was very weak physically, so he was of no use in combat. That is why he wants the hero to become a symbol of their country's military might. The guy said they wanted to make him a scapegoat. He asked why they thought he was strong and how they knew. The hero asked what his benefit would be from that deal. The demon said that the answer to question 1 is simple. The girl with the appraisal skill he sent came to him and said that she did not see anything, so the difference in their levels is significant. He said that since the guy defeated him, it means he definitely has strength. Question 2. First of all, he will receive information. As far as he knows, the hero was born in a labyrinth, which means he doesn't have enough information about the world. That's why he can give him not only that, but also everything he wants. The demon said that he could ask for whatever he wanted. The boy said he wanted gold, silver, treasure. The ruler said he understood that. He said that he would also organize excursions for him and provide a guide. He heard that he had recently gotten married. He thought that he would enjoy spending his honeymoon there. The demon said that he could give him girls, because he heard that the hero is very loving, but it seems that his wife is very strict. The guy thought the demons were hostile to him, but there was no point in acting alone. He would be well paid. He asked the last question. The hero asked about the demons that were active in the capital and whether they were subordinates of the Lord. The demon answered that he had not given such orders. And even if he had, the guy would never have known about his plans. The hero thought that if he did anything suspicious, he would kill him. He said that he agreed to cooperate. The guy asked to first consult with his maid about all the nuances. The ruler allowed it. He said he was glad to have a hero on his side. The man said that he had kept them waiting. The hero apologized and said that the conversation had been long. The guy did not agree to help them because there were very few demons like him. He introduced him to the Lord of the Mountain Dwellers and the King of the Dwarves. He also introduced the ruler of the forest, the Queen of the Elves, and the ruler of the Beastmen. He also introduced the main character as the master of the dungeon and the Lord of Demons. The man said that he did not agree to welcome such a greedy and worthless demon lord. The dwarf agreed and said that he also refused to trust him. The king said that there are exceptions everywhere, and he is special. The girl said that the rulers are stupid and she is afraid only because she does not see the characteristics. She said that if he says he can be trusted, she will follow his orders. The king remembered that she had an appraisal skill. The protagonist saw that she had appraisal level 9, and it seemed that she could see all of his characteristics. She asked if the demon lords in the dungeon could leave it and come to hell. The boy thought that he would gladly not come. The hero told them not to worry. He left it with his wife. It was the safest place in the world now. They began to talk about the supreme dragon, about whom legends are made. The girl said that the elves were always open to an alliance with him. The dwarf also agreed. The guy thought about how monstrously strong his wife was. The man laughed and said that he looked far from his characteristics. The king asked if he could then be friends with Yuki. The man said that friendship is when you can exchange fists and not something that can be easily accepted. He said they needed to have a competitive fight. The king said that since they had met, the meeting should begin. The girl said that the Queen of the Elves gave it to her. It is a proof of trust and a symbol of partnership. Just showing this thing to the elf, he will be honored. The guy said that for his part, he gave the elves and dwarves elixirs. The girl said that at the meeting, he decided that he would cooperate as a dungeon demon lord as military aid for the Hell demon lord. Another meeting would be held soon to settle some details. Leela asked if he was sure he wanted to help them with his military force. The hero answered negatively. He said that demons had already brought him surprises in his life more than once, so it was better to get rid of them right away. The guy gave her a gift. It was a device for returning to the dungeon. The girl was surprised by the teleportation device. The guy said that to activate it, you just need to pour mana into it. He called an a beauty. The hero said that if anything happened, she needed to leave him and turn into a human, activate the necklace, and teleport home. He asked Leela if she needed such an item too. She said she wouldn't refuse. The girl said to keep it a secret from Mrs. Leffy. Leela made them a lot of money in negotiations. The girl said she thought the hero should rely more on others. The guy said that he would really like Leela to be with him during the negotiations. The girl saw him and was happy. The guy asked her if she realized that her identity-revealing items were not working well for evaluation. The girl replied that the church gave them to her. The hero said that he knew her because they had a common business in the capital. Nell introduced her friend. The hero said he was glad to meet her. The girl said that Ronia speaks badly to people and asked not to be offended by her. She replied that this is not the case and that people usually do not understand what she says. Nell said it didn't mean she was talking badly to them. Ronia said it was their faults. The guy thought she was very stubborn. The girl said she was glad to see Leela again and asked who the girl was next to them. The guy introduced her and said that she was his daughter. He told her to remember her weapon and said that the girl is a spiritual reflection, a weapon. He modified it with a part of Leffe, so it can be considered that she is also indirectly her mother. The girl said she had never heard of such a weapon. The hero said she just tried something and it worked. The girl said he had stupid ideas as usual. Nell said she thought the main character was crazy sometimes. The guy asked why they always make him look bad, and said that no matter what they say, he is a good person. The guy was surprised, because recently the girl did not like him either. Nell handed the letter to the guy. It asked how he was doing when the weather got warmer. Every day she thinks about him, and not a day goes by that she doesn't think about him. The other day she slipped out of the castle to go to him and tell him about her overwhelming feelings, but she was immediately found by her father's soldiers. Someday she will get to him, but before that, she would be very grateful if he would come to see her. She looks forward to the day when she can see him again. Nell said that she would stay there for a little while longer, so she asked me to write a letter back. She said that if he doesn't write, then he will write, and then the girl will definitely be sad. The guy asked her what she had forgotten there. The girl said that she thought no one would be angry if she told, but he should know that no one else should know about it. They were sent there to find the one behind the chain of dinners in the capital. There are many people in the capital who can move freely in hell and who can be trusted. That's why they sent her. The guy thought that the hero was sent into the heart of the enemy. He said that the demon lord invited him there. The boy also noticed demons in the capital, and the demon lord invited him there to help him get rid of them. Nell said that she heard that the two parties in hell had a strained relationship, but she didn't think that he would join their cause. The hero said that the enemies of the current ruler are their enemies, so there shouldn't be any problems. The girl asked if the guy could share some information in that case. She asked if he was sure that his information was reliable. The hero answered that he himself did not know everything, and he was not the intelligence of the Lord of Hell. And also, the finale itself told him everything. The guy said that he trusts the girl, so he will tell her everything. She thanked him. He suggested that she call him handsome brother. She said she would refrain. The guy suggested that they meet there next time. He gave them a warning ball and said it might come in handy. The girl said that these were unusual technologies and did not know that he was capable of such things. The hero said that the white light is needed for communication, and the red one is for danger. Nell noticed the ring on his fingers and asked if it had any effects. The guy said that Leafy gave it to him. Because he married her, the girl was surprised that N was actually a sword. The boy told her to get ready because something was coming. He said that he felt like he had seen something like this somewhere before, just like that time in the capital. Leela said that after using it, he continued to absorb mana. This substance enhanced a person's magical and physical abilities and increased the amount of mana. Once consumed, they will not be able to stop absorbing mana and will reach a state where the amount of mana exceeds its own limit. A similar case happened about 10 years ago. They quickly sorted out the tenderness and the entire production of substances. The current demon lord has banned it. The guy said that the effect of the substance is incredible regeneration and strength. He was told that no other features were noticed. He said that this meant that all such monsters should be at level 1. The girl said that now was not the time to chat. The hero asked how they fought such creatures 10 years ago. Leela said they cut them into pieces and burned them. Those monsters were people, so they had the same weaknesses. The guy realized that it was impossible to simply kill them. The girl used the magic of the deep, dark swamp. The hero was surprised that the distance between them had decreased. Now the undead could stretch their limbs. Asked about the main character's health. He said that he was fine and thanked her. The guy was surprised that the monster had lengthened its limbs and simply broken its bones. Each time it became more and more difficult for the girl to hurt him. He saw the thing on the creature's legs that was a defense against the girl's magic. It evolved and adapted to the current battle. The guy thought that the former owner of the body couldn't do that. He was terrified that the monster could continue to adjust. The girl used magic to save those turned into undead. The guy used wind magic. He said it would be madness to fight him without Nell. The girl said that regeneration didn't seem to be going well. The hero said that they did a great job. Someone started shouting that the guy had gone crazy. The hero told Leela to run after him. The guy said he was okay, but he thought they should break up. The girl said she agreed, but remembered that they hadn't paid for the food. Leela said she had paid in advance, so they shouldn't worry. They were pleased that she had done this, and said that this was what was expected of her. In that case, they suggested that they separate. Nell said that the hero was very strong, and even stronger than before. Even if they fight him seriously, they will lose. The girl couldn't believe that he was stronger than her. Considering the previous conversations and the fact that he knew the girl, he must be the one who played a decisive role in the Civil War wearing a clown mask. She realized that this is what real demons look like. The girl said that the king would do his utmost to avoid that person. She said she knew she trusted him, but she didn't know what to expect from him. Nell said she shouldn't worry, because he was their comrade. If she talked to him more, she would realize he wasn't their enemy. The girl gave him a report. She wrote down everything she could see. He said that as promised, he would pass on false information about the elven forest. It would help her for a while. The man saw that the main character had many titles, and he found this interesting. The girl said that it was the title of Dragon King that bothered her. She asked if he knew everything before her. The bishop replied that he simply had no evidence. He said that she could not see all the characteristics. The girl confirmed this and said that it had been a long time since she had encountered such individuals. She said that if possible, she would like to maintain a good relationship with him for quite a long time. He may still be useful. The stranger said he had a report for the demon. He asked him to tell the story and not pay attention to the girl. The man said that Yuki had made contact with a human hero. They had met the artificial undead and defeated him. He asked if the girl who came to their land a couple of weeks ago was a human hero. They told him that she was. But it didn't seem like a special meeting, most likely an accident. The man thought that they would both be useful to him since they had successfully fought the artificial undead. He said that as for the hero's party, they are not hostile to them, but are hostile to the other faction. So he is thinking of leaving the hero to Yuki. He realized that the artificial one was not alive, was preparing to attack them, and it would be necessary to correctly place guards at least in order to delay them for a short time, and then send a special squad to different places, but the enemy should not know about it. The girl said she was surprised he had learned so much from just one report. The king said he specialized in mental work. He said it was very tiring for him to just sit on the defensive and not show it. Leafy asked how long they would be flying, and she was already tired. He replied that there was still a little left. She said that he spoke as if they were lost. The guy laughed. The hero called her a goddess. She was glad he acknowledged it. He said it was just his imagination. They arrived at the place. The girl said that this is the place where they used to hang out with their friends. The guy said that it was, but he changed a few things. The hero said that they took the dragon's oath, but these were just words, so he decided on a place for the ceremony in his own style. He asked if the Lord of Demons would agree to take Lephisios as his wife and be with her in sorrow and in joy, in sickness and in health, until death do them part. The guy replied that he agreed to love her and be with her until death do them part. The girl said that he scared her. The hero replied that in his homeland he has such traditions, that's why he does it. She said that his second voice is just terrible. Leffy said that he didn't need all these formalities with her. He just had to finally say his real words. The guy said that they fool around every day, always argue about stupid things, and sometimes it is difficult for them to get along with each other. But he tries his best to keep peace and harmony in their life, as a husband should. He told her that they will live, so they will continue to love each other. The girl said that although they begin to measure their strength every time they quarrel, she swears that she wants to live with him until her death. And as long as she lived, she would keep the peace in their family, as a loving wife. She told him to swear to the world that it would always be so. He said that she copied half of her vow from him. The girl replied that these were sincere words and asked what to do after the vow. The hero said that since they already had rings, they needed to finish it all off with a kiss. The king said that the boy had had a hard day yesterday and asked if he was tired. However, he noticed that he looked quite well. The guy said that he slept soundly and had a very good dream. The Lord said that he heard that he refused the help of the succubi. The hero was surprised that he was called only for this reason, and he thought that they wanted to talk to him about yesterday's events. The king said he would talk about it a little later, but he wanted to start by saying that he had a request for the hero. He said that he wanted him to take part in the tournament. This is their traditional event where demons measure their strength. In addition, this year there will also be a meeting of the alliance of 4 races. So it will be more festive than usual. The demon sends a large number of his followers to the tournament to increase the number of supporters, which is why he wants him to participate and defeat everyone. The hero thought that they were making fun of him, because there were strong demons there and it was unlikely that he would defeat them all. The king told him not to worry, because he had already checked everything. There was no one stronger than him there. The boy said that he was abusing his power. The man said that he could tell him about his opponent's skills, fighting style, and weapons. The hero said that he was starting to feel sorry for his subordinates, and since he had such information, no one would forgive him for losing. The king said it was fun to know all this. The boy thought he should have refused. He said that the meeting is in 2 days and the tournament is in 5 days, but there are already a lot of people. The girl said that since the capital was celebrating, the girl should have fun too. The guy said that he didn't want her to work all the time. He thought that next time he wanted to come there with everyone. The hero saw that the girl took 3 pieces of meat and said that for her alone it was too much. She said not one. The meat was very tasty. In asked if she would eat. The girl answered that it was delicious, so she ate a lot. The girl said that they should become friends because she also liked meat. Nell said that she found someone who was friendly to people, and he promised cooperation and they would have a meeting soon. The guy wished her to be careful, and he said that he hoped that he would be on their side. The girl said she wanted to see him compete in the tournament. He said she shouldn't worry. He would win, and his name would spread throughout hell. The guy stole meat from her. The hero said he would give him 70 points. He said that they would see each other later. If something happened, then she should look for him. The girl said that, as she thought, it was the young lady, and she was glad that she was safe. Leela said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The guy was surprised that it was someone who knew her again. The girl said that she was like a little sister to her. She taught her a lot when they were together. The hero asked the girl to calm down. She said that he had stolen her sister's innocence and destroyed her honor and dignity. The girl scolded him for working as a maid. The guy said she was insulting him. Leela replied that she had a very rich imagination. The girl recognized him as the demon lord in the dungeon. The hero asked if she was in her right mind. Leela replied that she was worried about her future. Ain said that she was not Leela's child, but just a friend. The girl said that she thought that she was the child of the Lord and Milady. She said that only a fool without a brain and a grain of reason, true to his principles, could retain common sense in the face of Layla's beauty. Leela said it was rude and the main character is a very good person. Maou apologized and said she was sorry. They called her baby and asked her not to worry. She was outraged by such a nickname and said that one day she would become as beautiful as Leela. She said it had never happened before. The girl said it made her nervous too. M said it was outrageous and it hurt her. She asked if Leela was planning to return to the academy. The girl replied that she was tired of it. It was a closed place, so it wasn't suitable for high-level research. She was thinking of doing research for the main character. The girl said that she would then convey her words to the old men and told them to rely on her. The boy asked her if she should at least go home once, because someone might be worried about her. The girl told him not to worry. As far back as she could remember, they were members of the Sheep's Horn clan, those who rushed forward with curiosity. In any case, if she wanted to go home, she would have talked to Lu first. She ran away from home and was captured by people. Her parents are probably very worried about her. The guy said it was the first time he heard about her running away from home. Leela said she forgot that she had promised to keep quiet. Leela assumed that the girl had come to watch the tournament. She said that everyone was saying that the festival would be amazing this year, and she had come to watch. But most of all, she was happy to see Leela. The girl asked if she had come one. Maou said that she had come one, but had taken good luck charms with her. Leela said that the master's talismans were as amazing as always. She said that they would be there for some time and would be living in the castle, so if they needed anything, she could come. The girl was surprised that she was talking about the Demon Lord's castle. Leela said that she was just accompanying the protagonist. The guy saw Naya, who also came to the festival. She said that today she is not with other girls, and besides, they do not always need to be together. Naya saw the main character's companion and called him a heartthrob. She asked why he didn't go with her, and he replied that he was married. The girl began to persuade him. The hero said that he would refuse because he was still an employee and, besides, his wife had a good nose, and she would find out anyway. Naya said that in that case, she would first ask his wife for permission. The guy said that she shouldn't do that. The girl said that she was joking. Leela said that the guy seemed to like talking to her. The hero said that it was not what she thought. The man said that because of the Demon Lord of Hell, they couldn't observe everything properly, and the stats increased dramatically. He thinks that they have reached the limit they wanted. He would like to test them further, but the Demon Lord is ruining all their plans by increasing the Guardian. They were told that the Demon Lord is dangerous. The man asked if he was sure he wanted to contribute everything to their plan. He replied that it was the only thing he could do to help. Although he wanted to do some more research to test them better in combat, that will no longer be the case. So he hands them over to him. He regrets that he cannot be sure of their completion, and he wanted to give their leader the best. The monster said that he needed to hurry, because time was running out. The king said that it changes the color of his eyes and hair as soon as he puts it on. He is worried that his enemies might recognize him, so he asked him to wear it. The hero thanked him and said that to activate it, he needed to pour mana into it. He was surprised and said he liked it. Leela giggled. She said that he now looked like his wife. The hero said that he didn't do it on purpose, because he just wanted some bright color for himself. In one day, 24 demons were destroyed, and he personally destroyed 12 artificial dead. And then the enemy entered the castle with more than 20 artificial dead. Their plan was to conduct a full-scale attack on the castle and the lord. But the finale had calculated everything in advance and ordered them to return to the castle in time. With his help and the castle's forces, they destroyed all the undead and captured many demons. Their goal was to return alive to their comrades and then rise again with renewed strength. Their leader said that they must survive at any cost because their goal is to control the army. He said he heard from the finale that someone had to control the dead from the shadows. The guy made the right decision after looking around. He said that fear makes people so weak and stupid that the one behind the mask knows his business well. The king said that his plan was brilliant. That's why he stayed in the castle. He was surprised that the opponents didn't figure it out. The guy asked if he realized that the others went wild while he was sitting it out. The man said that he had said that he specialized only in mental work, and besides, he could not imagine a ruler on the front lines. He said that the passages were already empty, and he learned this from the prisoners. So the Lord thinks that soon they will find and destroy them, and there he will need the help of the heroes. The guy asked him to rest a little. The Yard said that he needed to build more muscle and eat meat, training his body. All the demons around him were very strong, but he was frail. The girl fed the main character. Layla said she bet she tried the food she thought she wanted the hero to try. The girl said that food tastes better when you share it with someone, and so she suggested that Layla try it too. The man asked if the girl was his child. He said it looked like it and said his daughter was about her age. The man said that children are good. Just being around them calms and warms the soul. She said that her name was Sinful Flame. The man asked if that was really her name or if she made it up to appear stronger. He asked her if she liked meat. She said she was happy when she ate it. Devore said that even a little girl understands that meat is the basis of life, and then it becomes muscles. The man said that you need to eat well, exercise and rest, and then you will grow up very strong. The girl called him uncle with a fluffy beard and said that he would eat a lot and grow. The dwarf laughed. The man said she had a great future. The boy said she did because he was the one who raised her. The woman asked why she needed a strong, muscular body. She asked to look at her and said that she was the ideal woman to whom she should strive. The girl said that the main character would take part in the competition. He will enter the arena, and there the opponent will be chosen randomly. The preliminary competition will be held in the format of a royal battle, where about 40 people fight at the same time. The hero said that 40 people was quite a lot. He was told that there were many people who wanted to take part, so he should be able to pass the preliminary selection. There are a few of the management staff who have slipped in. If he needs anything, he should ring the bell she gave him. The guy said that if something goes wrong, then you need to immediately return to the dungeon. He asked the girl to take care of Leela. The girl saw that he was participating on the recommendation of the bishop. She asked him to touch the ball and pour mana into it to confirm its registration. He was shown to a waiting room and told that he could take anyone and wait for the moment. He thought there was a good atmosphere there. The registrar told him that there were 40 participants in one fight, so he would be in 3 fights. The girl said that in the afternoon, the Lord of the Final himself would come to them. The Lord would also be present, and they just had to wait. The guy thought that it was not planned for 2 different faction leaders to come at once. The girl turned and said that they were starting the first fight, and she asked the participants to come out to the arena. In said that she was a much stronger guy. He said that was true, but you shouldn't underestimate some opponents, and it's better not to let your guard down. The girl said that she often told him that the guy was losing his guard. The girl announced the start of the 3rd fight and asked the participants to enter the arena. The guy said that it was not possible to stand out. He suggested meeting Leela and having dinner. People were asking about the guy in the mask. One of the men said he was called to the final a few days ago. Another man said that his abilities were truly amazing, and this is the one that the tree mentioned. They wondered why he was there. The man assumed that he had come to destroy them, or that there might be some other plan. The man said that he had no ideas, but they had already puzzled all the analysts and were waiting for a report from them. Another replied that in any case, if he got in their way, they would eliminate him. The girl asked if he was crazy or pretending. The protagonist said that he was told not to stand out and asked what he did wrong. She replied that he had defeated everyone in less than a minute and thus stood out. The girl said that because of him the entire enemy side was in motion, but the king had foreseen this course of events and had already taken action. She said that they were short of hands, and now she had a lot of work to do. The king had puzzled them all very much. Many of them thought that it was an honor to die for the king. She thought so too, but she didn't like the idea of dying from overwork. The hero apologized to her. The girl said that apologies would not help the matter, and she spoke out. Their affairs were progressing well, and in order to destroy the enemy, they accelerated. The king said he had sent someone special there and would be glad if he won. There were speculations that it was the one who quickly ended the fight. Everyone was eagerly awaiting a new fight. The man said to enjoy the tournament. There was plenty there that would surprise them. The guy thought that he looked more like a demon lord than he did. It irritated him. He also couldn't see his characteristics. The man said that the finale did not change his face. The king said that he had such a stupid face as always that he would do better to hide it. He laughed and said that he was the only one who allowed himself to be treated like that. The king said that in that case he had few friends. He considered everyone his comrades, and they communicated freely. The man said that this is why no one respects him, because he is a laughingstock for the ruler. The king said that he has a very loyal staff. The man said he doubted it. After all, he was hiring God knows who. The king said he wasn't interested in talking to him, because he considered everyone to be pawns. He was outraged that they dared to mock him like that. The girl said that before the competition began, they should shake hands. Gojum said he can't wait to see his expression of complete suffering, pain, and humiliation. Final said he is also interested to see his face at the end of the match. On one side, they have the one who, without drawing his weapon, defeated everyone with his shout, and on the other side, he participates 10 times. Palgro asked the boy if he was scared, if he had anything to say for the last time. The hero apologized and said that he was breathing so hard through his nose that he couldn't hear him speak, so he asked him to repeat it. Everyone was asking who the main character was, because his opponent was destroyed with one blow, without ever being able to get close. The presenter called the main character an amazing opponent because he was not afraid of anyone or anything and even competed with the audience. Yuki looked at his item and decided it was time to use it. The boy understood what spatial magic was because it was the first time he saw it in action. The man told him that he was quite perceptive. The hero thought about the man standing in front of him. It was a demon guard. He had good characteristics. The guy thought that this demon was strong. The man asked the hero why he had called him. Yuki remembered his original purpose. He said that he wanted him to check whoever was trying to attack him from the audience and eliminate him if he turned out to be an enemy. This man was sitting in the 3rd row if you look from his side. The hero said that he was wearing glasses and was sitting next to a bunch of children. He wanted to add something else but forgot. The guy apologized for that. The man said that everything was fine and that he had enough information. He would take care of everything from now on. The demon smiled. A dark aura hovered around him. He said that the protagonist had a keen eye. The guy said that Final has strange subordinates. The girl who announced the results said that the main character had won again. She said that Epsilon won again in the blink of an eye. Some people started to encourage him, while others, on the contrary, wanted the main character to lose as soon as possible. The guy saw that they were divided into 2 camps, but he didn't care. He was more interested in the fact that the killer had done his job. The protagonist asked Een what she thought about the tournament. The girl told him that it was very noisy. Yuki laughed and said that she was right. Anne said that she hated those who laughed at him. The guy replied that she shouldn't worry, because he didn't care what they thought. He told her to think that he was playing some role there. The girl said that he should be more serious, because he is a demon. The hero said that she was right. He thought that he still couldn't reveal his true identity. The hero was approached and asked to enter the arena. He was asked to sign something, but he refused. In asked if this is what a demon lord should look like. The protagonist answered yes. The girl who commented on the battle said that on one side they have someone who can defeat an opponent with 1 hit. and on the other side is a killer with excellent ball-handling skills. The protagonist asked the man if he was Nell's acquaintance. He confirmed it, and asked if he was the demonic helper the protagonist had spoken of. The boy was surprised that the man knew everything. He replied that he had only heard about his sword. The man said that it was a shame for him that the hero was still standing. But he was grateful to fate for the opportunity to fight such a strong opponent. The man began to take his sword out of its sheath. Yuki said that he had no reason to fight him. His opponent replied that this was precisely why it was a shame for him. The guy thought that he definitely shouldn't fight him in the middle of the tournament, because he was very strong. His sword skill was at level 10. This level was the highest. He also had many titles. The hero did not understand whether his opponent was human. He thought about his past and what he did in general. Yuki assumed that it might be some kind of distraction and his characteristics were fake, but he might actually be the strongest person. In any case, the hero had to defeat him. He turned to N. She understood him immediately. The girl commented that Epsilon had finally drawn his sword. The hero made a strong blow and the man thought he was fast. The boy attacked him, but the man skillfully cut the stone. Yuki was very surprised that he could cut magic. The man said that carelessness is his biggest enemy. The protagonist exhaled because he was able to dodge. He thought that he couldn't defeat him with just a simple swordsmanship. Even though his status was much lower, he had to find a strategy against his opponent. The main character realized that he could use wings. He turned to Een and told her to use magic. She obeyed him. The guy used red flame. The man said it irritated him. The hero said it was not for him to talk about it, and asked how badly the protagonist was injured. The guy replied that it was not a bad wound. He asked the girl how much mana they had left. Anne said they only had 1 minute left. The guy said that wasn't enough. The man said it was the first time he had seen such a weapon. He asked if it was intelligent. The boy said he guessed. The man said he didn't guess, he felt. He felt that he had a connection with the sword. Such a sword is a real treasure. The main character said that this was his treasure, and he will not dare to touch his wonderful daughter. The man asked if he could come down since he was saying that. The guy said the man was crazy, because then he would defeat him. The old man said that if that was the case, he would have to force him to come down. The hero thought that at the maximum level of sword mastery, it was possible to make long-range attacks. He once again wondered if his opponent was human. The man saw that the boy had dodged, but it had taken a lot of effort. The old man was amazed that the main character could parry attacks just once after seeing them. The guy said that now he needs to choose his attacks more carefully. He thought that he just sent a spell through the sword, and he can't do anything like that. He thought that up until now, none of his attacks had hit his opponent. He had dodged all of them with his special foresight skills. He also thought that he had a huge gap in the number and experience of battles with him. But he had an advantage in the amount of mana. He decided to release the spells. The guy just uses a lot of them at once because the old man won't be able to dodge them all. The hero said to cast a spell to end the life of the old man, who already had 1 foot in the grave. The man said that he should be more respectful to his elders. The girl commented and said that they had an amazing battle and wondered who would win. The guy made another attack, and he hoped that the man wouldn't be able to dodge. He thought that his only chance to win was to use the most basic attacks. The main character summoned an earth dragon. He laughed and thought that he had not been able to dodge the magical emina. The guy said that he definitely wouldn't lose to this man. The main character stepped on the man's chest and said that he won. The man realized that he had lost and said that everything had started well. The guy thought that if he were younger, he would hardly have been able to win it. The hero extended his hand to him and said that he was very glad that he was old. He thought that he had learned a lot. Humans have low physical abilities and a short lifespan. Well, to compensate for this, they constantly hone their skills. That must be their advantage, to pass on knowledge from generation to generation. Demons and demi-humans are strong because of their longevity. That's their advantage. The guy said that the real indicator of strength is the possession of skills and knowledge, not the numbers and the status. He exhaled and said that he was tired. The hero told the girl that he felt like he was having a nightmare. She agreed with him and said that the old man was a truly powerful opponent. He was full of energy. The guy confirmed her words and said that, apparently, he was not going to die either. The girl asked the hero how he was feeling. He said that he was fine, but he would get better later. He saw the girl and asked if something had happened to her. She replied that she had received an urgent message from Leela. He asked her about the urgency. The girl said that the ball glowed red. Nell said they are there for them, and they also asked to remain neutral. Fairies was the leader of the man wings. He said that the humans were weaker than them. He asked why they thought they would agree. The girl said she heard that they, demons, always follow the strongest. The monster said that he shows respect to those who are stronger than him. Well, if a person shows him due respect, then he is ready to listen to him. Nell asked if she could tell it like it was. Ludicreel didn't understand what she was talking about. The girl said that she was much stronger than him. One of the monsters called her little and said she was making fun of her. The man said she was too confident. He asked if she thought she could beat them all. She said she could. Nell said that if it came to a fight, she would not spare either herself or them. She said that was why they had to agree to her proposal. The girl had heard that the manwings valued duels. She said that if she couldn't win, then other people certainly couldn't. He asked if she understood that she would not be able to defeat him in a fair fight one-on-one. Nell replied that she was ready to take risks, even if it cost her life. That was why she came there. And if she wins, she wants them to remain neutral. Manwing burst out laughing and said that she had courage. He said that she was not afraid, and he appreciated that, so he agreed to neutrality. The man said that the leader had gone mad. He replied that he should shut up, because it was his decision. The leader turned to everyone and said that he forbade them to touch the girl and her comrades with even a finger, because from now on, they were their brothers and sisters. Ludwig said that he would give them a room, and that they would have a small feast in the evening. The girl thanked him. The leader asked not to misunderstand him. She and her comrades were the only ones they considered their own. Nell replied that she understood him. The girl fell on the bed and said that she was very tired. She was told that they had worked hard and the meeting had been a success. The girl said that she had tried her best. Nell replied that she had been very nervous. Makina said that now they can hold back the demon people a little. The girl said that they are going to remain neutral. This will reduce the scale of the war when two factions go to war against each other. This already means a lot. Nell replied that they still had to try hard. The girl said that she had done a good job. Nell replied that if it had really come to a duel, she would hardly have survived. Makina asked if he was really that strong. Nell said that only Remiro could defeat him. It was because even though he was an old man now, he used to be the #1 adventurer. He was an Oracle-com rank. She still had a long way to go to reach his level. Makina said that she wanted to be at least a little useful in battle. The girl said that in battles with demons, she was also just a burden, and nothing could be done about it. Nell said that they do what she can't do, and for that she is very grateful to them. The leader said that the girl had won. She thanked him for the fight. He was told that he was losing ground. Ludicreel said that it was a good experience. He was surprised that they were strong people among humans too. The girl said that Nell worked hard and won 3 out of 3. She replied that she was very glad that Remiro trained her. The leader called her a human girl, and that she showed what she was capable of. He said that this would convince the others of her words, and soon they would begin the feast, so they should rest at it to their heart's content. Nell said that since that was the case, she was not going to hold back on him and thanked him. The girl used peaceful sleep. She was glad that she had prepared in advance. Nell thanked her. Makina called her a savior. Ronia said that all this was thanks to Makina. The girl responded that she was only good at detection. Ronia said that the heroine had drunk too much, and asked if she understood that they had not come to relax. The girl answered that it was delicious there. They looked at the attackers and wondered who they were, because they were not human wings. Makina said that it was clear that they were demons. Nell suggested asking the leader. The girl looked out the window and realized that something was happening there. A real massacre unfolded in the street. Makina said that they were not the only ones who were going to kill. The girl said that she had not watched the other area and apologized to the girl, saying that it was her fault. Nell jumped out the window. She said that there was no point in apologizing and that action was needed. She was offered to activate the communication ball. Nell said that first she needed to help the leader. She hoped that the leader was safe. Makina told her that he was stronger than her, so there was no need to worry. The girl told them to stay under for her, but to know that if something happened, they should leave her and run. One of the winged men asked if they had carried out the attack themselves. Nell replied that it was not so. The leader said that they had made a neutral pact with them, and it was definitely not them. He also asked to look at the attackers. They recently came to them and offered to join. Most likely, they decided to kill them because of their refusal. The leader apologized to them for dragging them into all this. Nell said that they were allies now, so they would solve that problem together. The leader agreed with her. He said that nothing can be seen at night. She asked if they had any light sources or magic of that sort. They told her they had bird vision. The girl said that in that case she would take the problem upon herself. She used the sacred glow. The leader was very surprised. There was a mansion in front of them. The girl turned and addressed the leader. Suddenly, he was attacked from behind. One of the winged men pierced him through the back with a sword. The girl and another monster ran towards them. Nell turned to Makina. The girl understood her immediately. Ludicrol asked the other why he did this to his father. Ronya said that if she remembers correctly, at the very first meeting he was not friendly towards them. Agura said his father simply didn't fit into his plans. He told the girl that she was bothering him. The leader realized that the one who brought the murderers to them was his son. He said that this is exactly it. And these are not murderers, but they're brave comrades, with whom they will build a real country of demons. And his father is not suitable for such a role, so he will become the ruler of the winged people. The leader called him his foolish son. He said that he was tempted by demons who spoke sweet words to him, and he believed them. The leader said that he would have to teach him one more lesson. The girl turned to him. He answered her and told her to leave. She should take her comrades and leave from there, because this was not their fight. He said he was counting on her and called her a human hero. The leader turned to his subordinates and ordered them to take the rest to a safe place. They told him that they would carry out his order. The leaders asked to survive so that they could sit peacefully at the same table again. Nell said they were already at the limit and asked where their reinforcements were. The girl told Ronya to use the communication stones. The girl told the sacred arrow to pierce their enemies. People started following her and not letting the enemies pass. Ronya said that things were bad for them because the stone was broken. Nell asked which of the stones. They had a red one and a white one. The girl said that both were broken. Makina said he was strong and could handle it. She called the next one to her. Nell asked Ronya about the stones. She replied that she could fix it, but she needed a couple more hours. The girl said to let her know if you need help. Nell asked Regis about the situation of their opponents. He replied that he had set up a barrier, confusion, and that they had fallen behind them for now. He added that they would soon understand what was going on, so it was only a matter of time before they were found. And the nearest settlement was a 2-day walk from there. The girl concluded that they would not be saved without outside help. She said that Ronya was doing everything possible to restore contact. The leader asked if they could definitely rely on those they were calling. The girl said that as soon as he noticed their signals for help, he would come immediately. She said that he was several times stronger than her, and until then, they just had to hold out. The leader asked if she meant to say that only one warrior would come to their aid. One of the wingmen said that if it was true, he must be a powerful warrior. The leader said that if she didn't mind, he would like to have a training duel with him later. His subordinate said the same. The one who was sent on reconnaissance said that an enemy detachment was approaching from the southwest. He said they would be there in about 10 minutes. The girl said that was very fast, and asked if there was a place they could hide. They told her that there was a valley a few hours away. They could hide there. But with so many wounded, they would not be able to go long or fast. The girl caused an insurmountable barrier. She was asked what she was doing. She asked the leader's subordinates to take care of the others. The girls turned to Nell. They asked her not to do this and not to be stupid. The girl said that if Ronya wanted to help her, she had to fix the ball, because she was the only one who could do it. She told the girls not to worry, because she would definitely survive. They couldn't kill her. She said they had to go. Nell said that she should be allowed to be sentimental for a little while. The demon asked if she'd put up that barrier. The girl confirmed it and said that she would not let any of them through. She thought she had failed. She failed to finish off the commander with her one attack. There were too many opponents. Even with her back to the wall, she couldn't dodge all the arrows. She didn't have time to think. She had to move and defeat the enemy in front of her. She needs to dodge, cut, slice. She spent too much mana on the barrier. Unfortunately for her, the demons got help. The girl was in a bad way. She had serious wounds which caused her to lose a lot of blood. The barrier was gone, but it didn't seem like the demons had gone after the others. That was good. They had tracking skills, and the barrier of interference was useless there. She needed to run, hide, escape. She was supposed to survive. Nell is a hero. She couldn't die like this. The main character greeted her and said that the girl's affairs were really bad. She told him that he was late. The protagonist said she looked bad. He called her a ruthless killer. The girl told him to shut up. The guy said that Roni was worried about her and could barely hold back her tears. The others were worried too. The girl was glad that everyone was safe. The hero reminded her of a conversation in which he said that if he was needed, she should call him immediately. Nell said that there was no time for that and apologized. The guy said that in order to give her a healing potion, he had to pull out the arrow, otherwise it would stay in her. But it would hurt a lot. He asked if she was ready for that. The girl said that she was ready, because she was a hero and would endure everything. She laughed and said that he had the same hair color as Leffy. The guy said he was entering the tournament as a silver-haired demon in a mask. The protagonist said that he had dealt with the girl. She thanked him and said that she could now fight again. He called her silly and said the potion healed, not restored stamina. The main character told her not to worry and he would handle the rest on his own. He said that the hero should rest. The guy handed her the mask and said that if she wanted, she could put it on and be the demon lord. He praised her. The girl thanked him and said she was glad. The protagonist apologized to In and said that she would have to lie in the inventory for a while. She agreed with him. The main character said that they would all die in terrible agony. Nightmare is a powerful spell that casts a nightmare on enemies within a certain radius. Enemies will begin to cripple themselves and thrash around in terrible agony until the spell is cancelled or its effect ends. The girl announced that there were only a couple of fights left and the next fight was the semifinal. The boys were getting mad. They all became food for the worms, except for their commander. He was tough. The hero couldn't calm down. He thought that he should have made him suffer more. The girl announced that they had a winner. The guy couldn't calm down. Since he's now an evil, greedy, and arrogant demon lord, he dyed his hair, plays the villain, and even wears a mask. So he doesn't need to hold back. People started calling for Gojima. He was told that he could refuse. The man replied that he knew it. The ruler laughed and said it was a good sight. Gojima asked if this was his doing. The ruler replied that he had nothing to do with it. He was as surprised as he was. However, the spectacle was interesting. The ruler asked him if he would run away, as he always did. He said it would be bad if he got hurt. Gojin got upset because he thought he was running away and told him to stop saying that. He said that his little tricks wouldn't work on him. The guy said it wasn't a trick. It was just regular smoke. He asked if he wanted to take revenge on him for his friends. The hero said that his people had already told him everything. He said that he should be more careful in choosing his performers. The man began to thank him for the warning. But before he could finish speaking, the hero attacked him. Gojem called him impatient. He said it was even for the best, because he was the same. The boy thought about the cursed magic sword. Its characteristics are much greater than his sword. He should stay away from it. The man was glad that the boy noticed his sentient weapon. It begged him to drink his blood. The boy thought that he was strong. Gojem asked if he wanted to compete with him in willpower. The hero decided to attack him with magic. Gojem asked if he was good at magic. The guy was surprised that he also had a grade, because he had no other way to know that he was bad at magic. He said that he would then defeat him without magic. The hero saw blood, but it was not where he had struck. It was a curse. If that was the case, then Gojem was also a poor magician. He thought he needed to create a hole in his defense. The man said it was wonderful to feel pain because it meant he was still alive. Gojem said he was tired of it all. The guard said that the main character needed to be captured. The guy decided to run away, but he was not allowed to do so. Gojem said that he was sorry that they crossed paths under such circumstances. He still had to meet him. The hero told him to come back and fight him. The subordinate asked the chief if he was injured. The man replied that everything was fine. He was more annoyed that he had decided to interfere with him. The subordinate apologized and said that he was ready to humbly accept the punishment. He apologized for being arrogant. The man added that if he fought too long with that sword, his life could be cut short. Gojem told him to just clean up the mess. The subordinate said he would obey. The guy said that even though it was far from there, he would guarantee her safety. The man said he was glad she was safe, but he was annoyed that he couldn't help her in any way. The old man said that nothing could be done because the main character was also busy with other things. The boy said that Nell and the others were there by pure chance. No one knew that the winged people would also join the opposition. He asked what the man was going to do now. The old man said that he and his two companions would return to the land of demons, but first, Lady Ronia and Lady Makina would return to their homeland and report the results. He said that they both asked him to thank the hero on their behalf. The guy said to say hello to them when he sees them. The man said that he was also very grateful to him for saving them, and if he needed anything, he should let him know. The hero said that there was nothing wrong with that, and he did what he had to. He offered to let the old man teach him how to use his sword. The guy said that the man was Nell's comrade, which meant that they would see each other again someday anyway. He wouldn't mind starting training the next time they met. The hero said he wanted to learn how to better control his baby. The man said he agreed to help. He said no one could have thought that the girl would be a sentient weapon. Anne said that she was the best weapon. The hero said that they had come to an agreement and that they also needed to return home. The guy apologized to the finale for being disqualified. The man replied that it was no big deal because he had worked hard enough. He wanted to ask him for something else, but decided to put it off until next time. The hero thanked him for his care of the girl and hospitality. The guy said he saw the girl getting better. She hit him and told him he needed to knock. Leafy asked him if he knew why he was kneeling in front of her. She asked him to have a little conscience. The girl was surprised that no one cared about her. Leafy was outraged that he dragged a woman into the dungeon again, and he also did not refuse when they tried to seduce him. Nell said that the hero was nice to everyone, and then she realized that he was talking about her. The guy asked what he should do in such a case and whether he should play hard to get. An said that the head of the beastmen and another girl tried to seduce him, and he did not refuse. The main character said that he still only likes those who are in the dungeon, and more than anything in the world, he loves only his wife. He said that he was simply not interested in any other woman. Leafy told him that he should be careful with women. The guy replied that he would continue to do so. The girl hopes that he understood her. She called him her precious husband. She needed him to be brave and worthy of her. He said he would listen to her and do everything he could. Leafy said that since he was so good at flattery, she would forgive him if it came to marrying Nell. The girl said it was not too late. The guy said she was talking complete nonsense. She asked if that was why he sent her to the dungeon. He was surprised that she thought everyone there was his potential wife. Leafy said that he had been confessed to, and now he had brought a girl, so she thought so. The girl said that Nell also loved the main character. Because of this, the girl ran away and shouted that she asked to keep everything a secret. The guy asked his wife why she married him. The girl answered that it was because he always had treats. He asked her what she fed Aruna in his absence. Leafy told him not to worry. They had successfully survived a week without him. The girl said that they had been working hard every day to learn how to cook together. Aruna said she would show him what she had learned next time. Leafy said she had spoken to Nell before he arrived. She said that a couple of days ago, Nell teleported to them, all tired and beaten. The girl was very dirty and exhausted, but fortunately, there was not a scratch on her. Leafy realized that he had cured her with a potion and immediately sent her there. Nell apologized to the girl for the sudden visit. Leafy said that she was surprised, but asked her not to worry, because the main thing is that she is alive. The girl said that it was Yuki's fault because he hadn't consulted her or warned her. Nell laughed and asked why she had put salt in the porridge instead of sugar. Leafy realized that she had mixed them up again. She said she could redo it. Nell said it wasn't necessary and she would eat it all. She said the main character saved her life. Leffy said she was glad her husband had been of some use. Nell said she had heard the girl had married him. Leffy spoke of him with a smile on her face. The girl asked if she liked Yuki. She asked her not to deny it. Leafy said that Nell always acted very excited when he was mentioned, and it was evident in her behavior. The girl said that the other always had a face like she didn't care at all. Nell said that the main character really did a lot for her, and she couldn't help but fall in love. She apologized, and said she was very sorry, because those were not the words one should say to a wife. She was overwhelmed with emotion and didn't know what to do. Left asked if she remembered Race's 3 daughters. Nell answered in the negative. The girl said that there were 2 more maids about whom she knew little. Besides her, there were other girls who wanted to become the wives of the main character, and she thought that in the future this would be the case. Leafy said she didn't mind. But that didn't mean she didn't care about him or the situation. She just loved him and enjoyed her life with him. She said that if Nell wanted to marry him, she had no objection. The girl was surprised that the hero himself wanted such an outcome. Leafy thought so. She believed that he should have someone he would love in the absence of another. And she did not live in that dungeon. She told her to take her time and think it over. And tomorrow, when everyone woke up, they would talk about it. Nell thanked her and said that she liked that side of her. Livy said that if you think about it, it's not about relationships. The instincts of living beings always made the most attracted to males. He asked Iruna if she was okay with it. The girl said that this is how they came to the conclusion, but it is still up to the protagonist to decide. And she also thought that Nell had some doubts. But to be honest, she does not think that she is one of those who can just stop loving. So she will be with him forever. As she said, they would live happily ever after. But Nell was a human being, and a hero at that. Before she met him and the others, she generally didn't care what he did. But Nell was a hero, and her life could end at any moment. Her life and feelings should be familiar to the main character, because he himself was once a human. Yuki said he had a crazy wife. He said he liked her. The hero said that he loved her, and therefore he didn't need anyone except her. But he didn't feel hatred towards Nell either. Leafy suggested going and talking to Nell while she waited elsewhere. The boy gave her the sword, and the girl said that she thought that the enemies had taken it. The hero told her not to cry, because the sword was safe and sound. It was not far from the girl. Yuki asked why she had fought then. Nell replied that if it hadn't been for the dagger, she wasn't sure she would have survived at all. And since he had made it, she thanked him. The guy said she was exaggerating. The girl said she was really scared. At that moment, she was already ready to die as a hero. But Yuki saved her like a prince on a white horse. She felt relieved when she saw the guy's face, and she realized that at that moment she no longer felt like a hero, and that her feelings would bother him. She thanked him and said that she liked him. Her love for him was the love for the one who saved her life, so he shouldn't worry about what Leafy said. The girl thought that everything was fine. She would just hide her feelings like always. After all, she couldn't count on anything more. The guy said he didn't understand what she was talking about. He wasn't much different from a human. He liked it when she said she liked him, even though he didn't feel the same way about her as she did about him. He liked her so much that he was ready to kill every demon that dared to harm her. He bet she was used to keeping her feelings to herself. She was a hero after all. And he was a demon lord. The girl said that she would like to be with him forever. He asked her if she wanted to live with them a little longer. The girl agreed. The hero told her to stay as long as she wanted. The guy said that he learned to talk to people quite well from the example of that demon lord. The hero said that he was told not to come home until dinner, but he was already hungry. The girl agreed with him. Leafy said they could go back. She asked them to close their eyes and said that everything would be fine. Nell said that everything looked very tasty. The guy was surprised that Leafy had cooked it all. She said that she had done it with some help. The girl said that almost a year had passed since they met and he could consider it a holiday. He asked if she had refused to go with him to the demons to learn how to cook. Leafy said that she was learning quickly and could now help around the house. The main character picked her up in his arms and said that his wife was the best in the world and very sweet. He said he would never let her go, so she had to get ready. She asked him to stop, because they were being watched. Leffy said that they were celebrating Nell's arrival, so she shouldn't stand there, but come to them. The girl said that Nell would sit next to Iruna and she thanked them. The guy said that they should drink to the anniversary of their meeting and to the next year. The girls invited Nell to play. The guy asked the girl if it was true that she had run away from home. The boy realized that her father was a chieftain and he was forcing her to marry. She decided to run away. But on the way she was caught by an evil man. However, she told the hero something completely different during their first meeting. The hero told Lou to go home. The girl said she wanted to stay there. The guy said he didn't mind, but made her think about her father's feelings. The guy said that if something happened to Iruna, he would bring the whole world to its knees. But he would find her, and her father would also worry about her. The girl said that she knew it. The main character said that if she wanted, he could see her off. After all, he was responsible for her staying with him. The girl asked if she could go back if she was forced to marry again. The guy said he didn't mind. The girl asked at what point she became so irreplaceable to him. The hero said that it was because she was his valuable employee. Without her, he would have too much work to do around the house. The guy told her to get mentally prepared, because they were going to leave next week. The hero thought that he should have helped them, and now he asked to let him leave Liu. She was completely safe there. He suggested that they separate peacefully. The man said he was making fun of them because there were a lot of monsters there, and there was no talk of any safety. The guy said they were his because he was not a man, but a demon lord. The chieftain said that the hero was the same demon lord who kidnapped his daughter. The guy said there was no need for bloodshed, and everything could be resolved peacefully. The man said he would kill him here and now. He said he was very glad that Liu was safe. The man said he thought she was finished when he heard she was being held hostage by the demon lord. The girl said she was okay. The man was very happy about that. Liu said that no one had kidnapped her. She was there of her own free will. The girl realized that her father had already done something. The man apologized to Yuki and thanked her for taking care of his daughter. The guy said that he was partly to blame, since he didn't know about her escape, so everything was fine. The protagonist made the girl apologize for worrying her father. The man said that he couldn't believe that the demon lord was so insightful and generous, and he was ashamed of his ignorance. The guy said that in that case they both said too much. The main thing was that everything was fine now. The man said that thanks to his expensive potions, there was not a scratch left on them, and even those who were seriously injured were healed. He said that he owed him a lot, including his daughter. The hero said that since they had decided everything, he offered Liu to stay with him. After all, she had gotten used to everyone there and did not want to go anywhere. The man said that was another matter. Liu said she didn't want to get married. Her father said that there was no better man in the whole village than him. The girl told him to shut up because she just didn't want to marry anyone. They apologized to the guy for the showdown they had caused. The protagonist said that it was not his business to interfere in family matters, but Liu was already an adult. She could decide for herself who to marry and what to do, and he would take care of everything himself. The man said that this was not right. Among the werewolves, men decided the fate of their children. He would not forgive her if she ran away again. The guy realized that Liu didn't even have another choice. The hero apologized and said that he would not give him the girl. He just wanted to say that for now she was working for him and would not go anywhere. The man thanked him for looking after her, but said that he was taking her. Liu asked them not to quarrel because of her. The man turned to the main character and said that he was challenging him to a duel. The girl tried to stop her father. She asked why he was doing this. She was told that she wouldn't understand him anyway. He wanted her to be happy. Her father told her to stop talking and told the hero to fight like a man. Liu apologized to Yuki. The guy said that if that duel convinced him, but there was no need to apologize. The girl started wishing him luck. Leafy said that if he lost, she would laugh at him for the rest of her life. Nell told him not to overdo it. The hero asked about the picnic they had. The boy offered to start. The man said he would not be his opponent. He wished Lanat luck. He said he was very grateful for saving his comrades, but this was too much. He would never be forgiven for kidnapping his fiancée. The guy said he was challenging him to a duel. The hero thought he had gotten out of some game. Lanat turned to the girl and told her to watch him defeat the demon lord without fear in his eyes. Leafy said that Liu was very popular. Neil said that she didn't like it. Liu screamed at him not to call her his future wife. The guy said she was shy. He said the demon lord was asking to be beaten. The girl said that this is exactly why she doesn't want to be with him, because he is stupid. Lanat said that the hero was making fun of him because he had pulled out a wooden sword. He thought he would win, but the hero had already defeated him. The guy said that Yuki was too strong. The man said that in that case he would have to deal with it himself. The boy said that Father Liu must be well aware that he is strong. He was asked if he was suggesting surrender. The man said he couldn't do it. He wanted his daughter to be happy. As a father, he couldn't give up. The guy thought that he understood him well. But the man never learned to listen to others, but he was a good person. The protagonist asked if he understood what it meant. He had already asked Liu's permission and started to say the oath. He swore that no matter what happened, even if it cost him his life, he would protect Liu. The man asked if he was serious. The guy told him to trust him, because Liu was irreplaceable to him. He swore by the blood of his mother, father, and ancestors that his oath was more precious than his life, and in case of violation, he would disappear from his family. The man said that this was his will, and asked her to keep her promise. He said that if he made his daughter cry, then according to their oath, he would have to die. The man said he would return in a year. Yuki said he could visit Liu any time. Liu's father said that when the time came, he would officially recognize him as her fiancé. He felt like he was being misunderstood. Leifi said it was a proposal ceremony. Now said there was a proposal. The girls started congratulating Liu. The guy said he just wanted her to continue working for him. He didn't want to propose. Leifi said it was too late to justify herself and she should have thought of it earlier. Liu said that she was very happy because she always knew that Yuki cared about her and would never leave her. She said that she should have proposed to him first. The guy thought that he was at the peak of his popularity. He asked Leffy what she would say about it. She replied that he was her husband and quite strong, which meant that, according to local rules, he could take as many wives as he wanted, and it would make no difference to her whether it was Liu or someone else. He turned to Nell. She replied that she had met him later than Liu, so she had no right to contradict him. The hero was surprised that they didn't mind. He thought that nothing had changed from having several wives. The man thanked him. Yuki said that he could no longer be afraid of the forest. Father Liu said that it was unusual to marry the owner of Fenrir. He told her to lead a healthy life and not to quarrel with anyone. The girl asked him to say hello to everyone from her. The man turned to Yuki and said that the political situation in the neighboring country was becoming very unstable. He didn't think they would try to enter his forest, but he had to be careful. The girl said that she is not holding the first marriage meeting today. She said that there are no differences or ranks between them, and they are all equal, so they should live in harmony. Nell said she was glad Leffy said that, but out of all of them, she was the only legal wife. The girl said that they should be happy because now they are one family. Nell said the main character had it all written on his face. Leafy said he liked to roll them on his shoulders. Lee said she would ask him about it next time. She asked why he always looked at her hair after the bath. The girl replied that if she fluffed up her hair, he would stare at it. The main character asked what was going on and the girl scared him. Leafy had recently helped him earn some money, so he wouldn't have to work for a while. But the girls were weird the other day. He doesn't know what kind of games they have. His wife is acting weird too. His past life was worthless, but nevertheless it still existed, and only he knows about its existence. Leafy asked about the guy having a nightmare. His past life was meaningless. He said he wanted to tell me about the place where he was born. The girl said that it was delicious and thanked him. Nell realized that she was a vampire. The guy said that it was so, although she did not differ from a human in appearance. She said that she also wants to drink his blood, because Aruna said that it is delicious. The girl said that it is tastier than juice. The hero realized that she was a vampire, because for her blood was tastier than any other drink, so he agreed to give her blood. He had no words to describe what he felt. The girl said that she put 3 stars in his blood. The guy said he was flattered by her praise. Nell asked him if she could try his blood too. She said she was just curious if she was as tasty as they said. The hero said they weren't human. He didn't think it would end up like this. He said that if she didn't like it, she shouldn't spit it out or puke. Leafy said she had no objection, but they should have chosen a more secluded place. Nell was embarrassed and could not believe that she had decided to take such a step. She is Leela, a disciple of Eldageria, the Sheephorn clan. Right now, she was working as a maid in the Demon Lord Master's dungeon. She had not yet finished her observations, but decided to write a report. Her employer is a demon lord named Yuki. He has only been a demon lord for a year, but his skills and knowledge are very high. This confirms the theory that the dungeon itself creates an administrator of mature age to protect itself. The number of his familiars is small, but they all have strong abilities. For example, one of them understands human speech from its original form. It takes the form of a little girl. The weapon it uses is a living weapon. It also has the form of a little girl and can take the form of a sword at will. There were 5 more residents, including her, and 3 of them were the wives of the ruler. One of them is Lephisios, who is a legendary dragon and is better known to them as the ruler of all dragons. Leela remembered that she had forgotten to make breakfast. She turned to Nell and asked why she was sleeping at such a late hour. She replied that she simply couldn't sleep. Leela said that she would make her some herbal tea, and it would help her sleep. The girl thanked her. Nell, a human and a hero of humans, is the second wife of the Demon Lord, and she has been a bit worried lately. She turned to Leela and asked if he would let her stay there forever. The girl asked if she had any doubts. Nell said that she had no doubts about the feelings of the main character. She felt very good there. They treated her well, it was fun, so she did not want to leave. Leela said she was right, and she didn't know if she would stay there forever either. She was there out of curiosity. If the hero's interest faded, then she would no longer have a reason to be there. Everyone there enjoys the protagonist's time and attention, including her, but she doesn't think anything can keep her there. Each of them has an unforgettable past and an unknown future. On the one hand, it is upsetting, but on the other, it is interesting. It was very nice and cozy there, and she didn't want it to end either. Nell said she was right. She should have loved herself more and started enjoying life. Leela said that next time she wanted to hear about her heroic deeds. The girls said that they would be boring. She was told that on the contrary, they would be interesting. Suddenly, the main character became a child, and he screamed, not understanding what was happening. Leafy laughed and patted his head. She said that now he not only behaved like a child, but he did not measure up to one. The protagonist asked her to stop insulting him and asked her to calm down. The only thing that comes to his mind is that yesterday, before going to bed, he was putting his inventory in order and saw an unfamiliar potion that could just make his child. It was a very high quality, so it was a shame to throw it away. He decided to drink it. He doubted that he would die from it. The hero said he had done nothing before going to bed and didn't know what was wrong with him. Leafy said he had definitely done something. Lou said he was cute. All the girls thought so. The main character is finally back to normal. Leafy thought it was boring. Leela said that the potion's effect on the boy's body only affected time. He was glad they finally returned without his body. He called them to bathe because they were dirty. Nell said that Leafy said that it was normal for a couple to go swimming together, but she was not familiar with the local customs. Lee said that she felt a little awkward too. Leafy asked if the main character would also take Leela as his wife. He was surprised why she was talking about it. The girl answered that the four of them were sitting together, and she thought that the girl would be offended. The guy said he loved them all. Leafy said that when he was an innocent child, a piece of childish honesty was awakened in him. The protagonist said that it was hard to find the strength to say it. He was surprised that while he was conducting the research, she secretly poured her magic power into one product. The girl said that she forgot about it, and maybe it really happened. But he drank it himself, so it was his own fault. The hero said that this does not change the fact that she had a hand in it. Nell said she wanted to go home. The guy asked her if she wanted to leave because he was boring her. The girl told him not to joke. She said she had sent the letter, but she wanted to sort it out in person and her loved ones were probably worried. The hero said they would go tomorrow. She was surprised that he would go too, although she could manage on her own. He said that he would also like to explain their situation. The girl thanked him. He said that then they would go on a special fast transport. She answered that it was not urgent. The guy said that it was fun. Nell said that if they went at a normal speed, they would enjoy the trip. The hero thanked his pet and said that they would return with the help of the return device, so there was no need to worry. He asked him to look after the house. The guy said they would go on a cart from there and relax. The girl said it would be better than sitting in the constant shaking. The hero saw the commander. He said that the girl's behavior showed that she did not know about the situation in the capital. She asked about what had happened there. The man said they would not discuss it there, so they should go to the estate. The hero said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and now he and the girl are married. The man said that he had a headache again. The boy offered him a potion to drink. The man said that he had nothing special to say to him and could only wish him happiness. He said that since the main character became the girl's partner, it also concerns him. He asked him to sit down and said that he would explain everything. The rebellions involved too many people, and neighboring countries decided to take advantage of their weakness. Skirmishes occur on all their borders. They plunder trade routes, and the officials who are busy solving the problems are too inexperienced everywhere. Spies and corruption are thriving. The girl thought that she should have stayed in her country. The boy told her not to say that because she was doing her duty as a hero. Nell thought that she, along with them, wanted so much for life to never end. The protagonist said that it was his fault that he made her stay in the palace for a month. He should have contacted her in another way, not just through letters. The man said that the hero's absence was kept strictly secret, but somehow people found out about it. They couldn't report every move the hero made, but there was no point in explaining to the people. And what's worse, The current government didn't have enough power to suppress the dissatisfied. People were discussing that the hero had returned. Someone said that his subordinates had confirmed it, and right now she was heading to the capital from a border town. They were discussing that this was a city where the king's dog ruled. The other man replied that there was no point in saying that because his plan was already in action. Before she can return to the capital, she will have nowhere to return to. The hero asked the girl if she felt better. She couldn't believe the situation. She felt awkward. The guy said that the local hotel looked rich, but compared to the castle, of course, it was still weak. The man asked if they were okay with one room since they were married. No one objected. The hero said that the room would have to wait. He said that a group of monsters was approaching, and that it was likely less than 30 minutes before they arrived. The man ordered the guards to be assembled because they were going to head to the mansion of the city's ruler. Now asked from which direction the monsters were approaching. The guy answered that they were coming from where they came from, although there had been no signs of them just recently. The girl said that she would protect the city, so he should help her. He told her to rely on him. He was outraged that they were interrupting their rest. There were different races there. It didn't look like they were acting in concert. The hero put on a mask and said that now it is better that no one knows that the hero and the demon lord are acting together. Otherwise, it will complicate their lives. He saw that the monsters heading towards him were mostly goblins, and he saw other monsters as well. There were many of them, but they should be able to handle it. The guy said he would fight unnoticed in the rear. He told the girl to show them what she could do. The hero said that there was an enemy in the city, and it was not a monster. He said he was keeping an eye on him, so there was no need to worry. The guy didn't think he would dare to attack, but he didn't need to let his guard down. The girl said she was scared. The hero said that with her physical abilities, she wouldn't even get hurt if she fell. Someone saw them fall and asked for light and opened the gate. The girl asked to rely on her and use an impenetrable barrier. The boy saw the barrier magic. It was her unique skill. She said that now we can fight without worrying about the city being damaged. The hero gave her a potion to drink. The girl thanked him. The guy turned to his gun and apologized for waking her. She replied that everything was fine. Nell asked the hero what he was doing. He replied that he thought it was enough. He poured his magic power into it. The guy said that when an enemy appears, she should try to wave it and imagine how magic flies at the enemy. The girl remembered his instructions and realized that, in other words, a magic blade should fly out. She thought the hero had gone too far because it was so powerful.